more. You could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that
Close
Yekai.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? She did! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Volchula.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit held left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. I hope everyone out there has set their alarms for today. We are springing ahead with all of the battles here on Championship Sunday in Vancouver. I am Stephanie Christine and am joined here by Alpha Feed.
Might be cold outside, but it is heating up in here as the Pokemon action is just getting started. We had so many great battles yesterday, and we have so many ready for you here today.
And we've had so many great battles this season. 2025 has been crazy. Let's take a look at that roadmap starting all the way back in Baltimore. We're here in Vancouver, and we have Atlanta, Milwaukee, Portland, leading up to NAIC, and then Worlds in Anaheim. Not on this list, but I do want to shout out the Fortaleza Regional Champion, Cowerlash, who defeated Harjef not just once, but twice, both in Rio de Janeiro and in Fortaleza, so his second regional championship. Cowerlash, congratulations.
He's the second person to do that, and the first person was Harjef himself, so it's a very impressive feat to be able to do that. Up next, we have our World Championships qualification. Of course, getting first place like Cowerlash did earns you an automatic invite, but all the other positions get you championship points.
Yes, and these trainers are fighting for those coveted spots at Worlds. Only 75 trainers from the NA region will qualify for Worlds in Anaheim, California. Taking a look at our championship leaderboard, we have Out of Pocket far and away in first place.
And all the trainers behind him are vying for a spot. Those top few positions do get that travel award, and it's the top 75 for North America. You can see at the bottom of this list, 763 points is top 16, and that number is only going to go higher as the season progresses.
Especially after NAIC, the Europe region had their international championship, so you can see that their number of points for top 16 is much higher at 986. You can see the final boss, Colin 6, topping the leaderboard in Europe.
Some other really great names here. Tonton Patou's a previous EUIC champion, and Nataquins with that Shadow Palkia. There's not much more to say.
Some trainers have their automatic qualifications for Worlds, including Yekai, our current reigning world champion, as well as many other great trainers on this list.
Yeah, Mardo Galda, I think, has qualified 3 times already. It's a very impressive trainer. And we do have a second page where Koifia is all by himself with a really great performance at EUIC this year. Well deserving of his own page here.
But who is going to add their name right beneath his today in Vancouver? We have so many great trainers here today that could potentially take that spot. However, we want to go back and refresh your memory a little bit on some of the best moments from yesterday. Starting off with one of this hype moment, wasn't even a battle, Nick.
No, it was a lucky trade between 2 previous Vancouver regional champions, Cindy and Dilap. Dilap popping off as he gets that shiny Hundo Necrozma, and Cindy saying, Where's mine? I want one too.
She just looked, she cannot believe it, but I love the hug there to the 2022 and 2023 Vancouver Regional Champions. Here we have Dune Bug with that Shadow Fortress spice pick.
Yeah, really great coverage with Rock Tomb and Earthquake, able to hit so many things in the meta for super effective or neutral damage, able to take out that Tropius here, and you can see just how much damage it would do to the Alolan Sandslash, of course shielded. Now the Rock Tomb coming through, almost picking up the knockout.
Yeah, I think Shadow Fortress, we're going to see a little bit more of it as the season progresses. The top matchup of the day has to go to Lyle Jeffs III versus SS Thorn. People were roaring in the chat and in the crowd to see these two top trainers go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, and it was a really tough fought match between the two. Who can forget the Scorching Sands thrown into, I believe it was the Gliscopod, but instead SS Thorn catches it on the Shadow Drapion and it nearly picks up the knockout.
Will one of the, there's going to be the knockout, that amazing catch, SS Thorn thinking it was just a fire punch, it was a Scorching Sands! And then we see a lot of laughs between these two trainers and they hug it out. Two of these trainers are actually some of our top picks, our MVP picks, who the casters think might win it all this weekend. I've got SS Thorn specifically with that Gliscopod.
And I put down HaydonusActual. He was my top pick to make it to day 2. He has said he hasn't used his Shadow Dusclops, which is exactly why I think it's his MVP pick. That bench pressure, no, I'm just kidding. I actually really like Shadow Dusclops in the meta, so that's why I chose it. I hope he brings it today to show off how good it is.
Yes, and we have Lyle Jeffs III and Rise to Occasion for Jim and Soph respectively, but they're already regional champions. I, like you and I, we're going after the underdogs.
Absolutely.
We want to see someone who hasn't done it before add their name to that list for the NA regional champions. But Lyle could very well do it again. We know that he won several regional championships last season.
Yeah, him and Dune Bug are no strangers to taking multiple regional championships under their belt. They are very talented trainers, and they have the opportunity to do it again here in Vancouver.
We want to make sure that you don't miss a moment of the action. We also have the VGC, the TCG happening this weekend. You can go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. That website got an update. It looks great. Be sure to go visit the website and check it out.
And it's got our beautiful faces as casters there too, so no complaints. Don't forget to use those hashtags to share your photos with us and get a part of the action so that maybe you can show up on stream as well.
Yes, don't miss a moment. And we are ready with some more great moments here today in Vancouver. I think our casters are ready at the desk. Jim and Soph, take it away.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Nick. Guys, welcome into Championship Sunday. Wholesome _ aka Jim Lawson, once again joined by Softov. We are super excited to bring you this upcoming regional finals that we have here coming up soon. But we have to get through our winners and losers bracket. Before we do anything, though, let's do a reminder for today's tournament.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Grey League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
We've got a great group of 12 trainers left in this tournament, but let's just remind ourselves what exactly they're fighting for beyond just the title of being a regional champion. There are a lot of prizes on the line for everyone who makes it this far, even if they don't, quite make it to that top 1 or top 2 spots. In fact, all the trainers who are left here, because we only have 12, are actually going to get 8 booster packs at the bottom, but they really want to be making it into the top 8 for not only an increase in booster packs, but also prize money and a lot of championship points.
Yeah, I was going to say, we cannot discount the championship points, especially when we are in the second half of the season, and the race for that top 75 is going to get a little bit more defined, especially for the very top of the leaderboard. Travel awards also very important as well. So, all right, well, let's take a look at our current pairings. We're going to be starting off in the winner's side of the bracket, Dune Bug versus Stud Muffins, 2 trainers that were having some success back in San Antonio. They're repeating that success here in day 2 in Vancouver.
You mentioned the championship points, and I believe actually those 2 are both in the top 9 on the current leaderboard, so definitely going to be a tight race for the travel awards there. After that, we have NiteTimeClasher versus Elite, Rise versus Dapper, and Lyle versus Haydonus. So really just a great mix of former regional champions, as well as some trainers who have, maybe made Top Cut before, but haven't quite been able to make that final push.
Yeah, I don't think we have any strangers to Top Cut. I think everyone's been here before, but I think the difference today may be just that some of that experience. We've seen trainers that have just had lots of success already this season, success historically, but will we see some underdog stories? Maybe it's Haydonus' turn to finally win a regional.
That's right. I mean, I think Dune was saying last night that Vancouver seems to be Haydonus' city. I think it's not his first time top cutting at this particular regional, so we'll see how far Haydonus can get on the winner's side.
Yeah, I know that he's been inspired, especially with this regional, the success that he's had on the winner's side of the bracket. People are saying, hey, I don't know that everyone's been following my season, but I've been going to all these regionals. Maybe haven't had all the success that I've wanted consistently, but he's here now, and we know Haydonus is as high as the ceiling as anyone.
Exactly. Well, speaking of trainers who have made Top Cut before but haven't quite won yet, we do have Stud Muffins coming up, and I think this is actually the first season where he has made some top cuts, right? Starting with the top 12 at LAIC, fantastic breakout performance from him. And then just recently, right, was top 3 in San Antonio?
Yeah, it was San Antonio. Yeah, he made it all the way to the losers finals where he lost to Elite, who then faced off versus Rise and had the bracket reset. So, I mean, all 3 of those trainers are back here in Vancouver. So our top 3 from San Antonio have made it back to Vancouver as well. And all 3 are on the winner's side of the bracket as well.
Yep.
Yeah, so that'll be very interesting. As you guys can see, Dune Bug getting ready to go versus Stud Muffins. Dune Bug had 2 very iconic Pokemon, the Shadow Fortress, which, he was running quite a bit actually, but the Pokemon that I think stands out the most for him is actually going to be that Jellicent. As a reminder, Jellicent did have a little bit of an update a while back to its moveset with Surf. That higher energy cost kind of pushed it out of the meta, especially when so many Pokemon require that fast pacing. But with the update to Hex, additional damage and faster pacing with more energy generation, seems like it's back.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the Shadow Fortress for just a second because I think it could be important in this matchup. If you look at Stud Muffins' team, the Charge Book looks really, really safe into Dune Bug's team. He doesn't really have a great answer. So, I mean, I think his 3 best Pokemon against the Charge Bug are probably the Drapion, Jumpluff, and the Fortress. So I expect him to use maybe 2 out of those 3 at least in every game.
The Pokemon that Dune Bug last brought into his team, the final Pokemon that he locked in was the Guzzlord, and he was talking about Brutal Swing versus Crunch. I don't know that he's going to be able to bring this Guzzlord here. Its target is absolutely going to be that Drapion, which it wins very hard, but the remaining Pokemon, it's going to be very, very challenging. All right, guys, it's Championship Sunday. We're in the winners finals for Group A. Let's move into these matches. Dune Bug versus Stud Muffins.
Fantastic lead for Dune Bug. He has the Dugong locked against the Diggersby, but a quick swap out by Stud Muffins into that super safe Charge Bug we were just talking about. It's met by Dune Bug's Aerialise Acrobatics Shadow Jumpluff.
Both of these Pokemon are beneficiaries of the moveset update. The Acrobatics has had its energy decreased from 60 down to 55. Additionally, Discharge now a bit more efficient as well. However, in this situation, I think X-Sister may still be the more efficient attack.
I think so as well. I think I just saw Dune go straight for the Acrobatics, which Stud Muffins decides to shield up, so that's a great shield by him.
Yeah, absolutely. One Discharge, especially from Shadow Jumpluff, will do a sizable chunk of damage. Stud Muffins throws on nice timing here just before Dune Bug is able to reach the next Acrobatics. This will pull the first Protect Shield from Dune Bug.
Yeah, Dune, I think, is just maybe 1 Fairy Wind away from the next Acrobatics. Actually, he already has it, but chooses to bait with the Aerialise, and yeah, is actually able to pull the final Protect Shield from Stud Muffins.
This is going to be impactful. He may be able to now win this 2-shield matchup if he wants to make sure that he's expecting alignment. Now that we've seen 2 Protect Shields from Stud Muffins, I think Dune Bug will use the second shield, recognizing how important it is to get his Dugong aligned versus that Diggersby, not something else that could be devastating for it. He's probably expecting the Primate.
Exactly, but you know, Primate with shields down for Dune could be pretty devastating if Stud Muffins is able to get a little bit of a karate chop advantage, but for now, Dune is able to maintain switch advantage.
You can't really bring in the Primate here, so I think we're just going to see a soft farm down from this Diggersby. Yes, he will have to take one of these acrobatics. I'm curious, though, how fast Dune Bug will be able to react to a Primate swap. If he's able to react fast enough, he should be able to get to an Aqua Tail on his Drapion prior to Dune Bug reaching a close combat. Or sorry, Stud Muffins reaching a close combat on his Primate.
Stud Muffins is actually already tapping the Primate, and Dune did do an Ice Shard there, so he is going to be just a little bit behind. So we'll have to see if Stud Muffins... Oh, okay, so he doesn't actually throw the close combat, and Dune is able to get off this Aqua Tail. So I expect to see Stud Muffins build up a little bit more energy, so he can try to get off a close combat on the Dugong as well.
Well, my question is, can you just do back-to-back close combats here? Will you be able to pace at the same time? No, he actually could have thrown one more, I believe. But still, I think that you're only one karate chop off that next close combat. Stud Muffins may be able to pull off a sweep here with his Primate.
I think so. I mean, he's definitely not going to faint to just one Ice Shard, but we actually haven't seen the damage register yet. So close combat coming through on the Dugong. Dune doesn't look too happy. I think you do live this, but I don't think you can take out the Diggersby afterward.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a ton of damage there. You're still one Ice Shard off getting to this Icy Wind. Stud Muffins has these Scorching Sands ready to go. This will be enough to knock out. I love what Stud Muffins did there. Despite a lost lead as well as a lost switch technically, he was able to get both Protect Shields down, and when shields are down, that is when Primate is going to have its opportunity to land all of that damage. That's exactly what he did, and game number 1 will go to Stud Muffins.
We typically don't see Primate users liking to leave their Primate without shields, but I think we saw this maybe in a game yesterday as well, where the Primate, even if it doesn't have shields itself, if it's just up 1 or 2 karate chops as it was against that Dugong, it can just outpace so easily, and that close combat obviously does a ton of damage.
I mean, Shadow Drapion is going to be one of the best Pokemon in the meta. We still see a top 2, top 3 in usage very regularly. Where it struggles, though, is in situations where it's being forced to throw Aqua Tail, and even versus something that's relatively fragile and frail like a Primate, you're going to need at least 2 Aqua Tails to knock out, which when shields are down and you're taking a close combat, you're certainly at a disadvantage there. You can see how that played out in that game number 1.
Yeah, Primate doesn't have the most bulk, but it had, you know, just enough to be able to take the Aqua Tail and get off the 10 karate chops it needed to get to 2 close combats.
Absolutely. You can see that Dugong realistically only was able to hang on with just a sliver, and then with all the energy that the Diggersby already had from that farm down of the jump bluff, yeah, Stud Muffins was ready to go in that game 1.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to see what adjustments Dune makes in game number 2. He did have a little bit of an awkward time dealing with the Charge Bug switch-in, because yes, he won switch advantage, but he didn't really come out with enough of an advantage, right? He landed the acrobatics on the Diggersby, but ultimately that wasn't enough to kind of get it weak enough for his Dugong to finish up.
So if realistically on Dune Bug's team, what is that answer to the Charge Bug? I don't know that there's anything that's just so safe. Maybe the Shadow Forge just would be the answer with its Rock Tomb. All right, well, I wasn't expecting the Guzzlord here. Now, that said, this matchup is a little bit wonky here, right? You're resisting the Volt Switches. You don't want to tank any of the X-Scissors. You do safely tank one, however. I think that realistically in the 2-shield matchup, I want to give the advantage to Dune Bug's Guzzlord, though.
I think you're right, because you don't really get Volt Switch down after the X-Scissor, but it does leave you quite low, maybe in the red after the Volt Switches. But Dune actually is able to land the Crunch, and that's really nice for him, because remember that the Charge Bug is the safest Pokemon on Stud Muffins' team. Looks like Stud Muffins is going to be happy to kind of maybe let his Primate take the spotlight in the latter half of this game.
Yeah, with the non-resisted fast attacks, though, for Dune Bug, he's in control of the situation. He can simply just shield this X-Scissor, and he'll be able to farm all the way down in forced alignment. Okay, interesting play here, though. Actually brings in the Shadow Drapion, Stud Muffins does, into the Guzzlord for Dune Bug. Now, that said, I think you are in range that one Aqua Tail will knock out, but still, this is only going to be resisted damage coming from this Drapion into the Guzzlord.
And Dune Bug looks happy to stay in, maybe force the energy off of the Drapion, and then I expect to see him maybe just go for an Ice Shard down of this Drapion.
Yeah, no, this is actually lining up quite nicely for Dune Bug. He's going to be able to get his Jellicent onto that Primate and get his Dugong onto this Drapion. And I don't know that that Charge Bug has any residual energy. What he's going to have to navigate around, though, is being at a shield disadvantage.
Exactly. There is still the Primate lurking in the back, and I think that Dune might expect that, so he's happy to maybe just let this Dugong absorb the energy, not going to invest any Protect Shields into it, and hope that the Jellicent will be able to kind of outspam the Primate with the help of the energy on this Dugong.
Yeah, that's actually significant because you have a charge attack ready to go now. You bring in that Primate, and you're immediately going to be hit with one of those Icy Winds. There is an opportunity for a catch, but if you catch really early, and Dune Bug is then able to get another Icy Wind off, well, then you're permanently debuffed, and that's not what you want to have as a Primate.
All right, well, first Icy went coming through, and Stud Muffins actually lets it go. But now I feel like eventually Dune Bug might be able to fast attack down the Primate, because as you said, I don't think the Charge Bug has much residual energy, if at all.
Yeah, you're going to need to probably get to 3 Rage Fists here. I don't even know that this next Rage Fist is going to be enough to knock out, and these are double resisted Karate Chops, which has a relatively low power as far as fast attacks go. Here comes the first charge attack. This will strip away the Protect Shield. Dune Bug is just faced with a situation where Ice Shard, Hex, I mean, you can see this HP slowly evaporating.
It is a little scary though, because even though the Charge Bug doesn't have energy, it still has enough health to maybe get off a couple of Volt Switches. And you do see Stud Muffins trying to get that damage off right here, leaving the Jellicent quite low. So Dune is able to Hex down, but he is quite low now, but he still has some of the Dugong left in the back.
He does have the Dugong, and it may even be able to reach a charge attack. I think Stud Muffins recognizes that it has some residual energy, knows that, hey, I have 1 Protect Shield, there's 2 charge attacks ready to go, there's no winning this one, let's go again.
All right, well, Dune Bug is able to even up the series there. Stud Muffins already writing down some notes, maybe planning for game number 3.
You know, it was an interesting bring with that Guzzlord. It's very risky. Ideally, you're targeting the Shadow Drapion, and I think that's exactly what Dune Bug was saying. Okay, let me get it on the Shadow Drapion, but kind of the consolation prize was that Charge Bug. We were just saying, hey, what does Dune Bug actually have to combat that Charge Bug? Nothing seems like a hard answer. Well, one Pokemon that at least resists part of its toolkit, being the Volt Switch, is that Guzzlord. And if you no-shield that first crunch, Dune Bug could have just farmed all the way down. So it forced Stud Muffins to actually swap into his Drapion and allow Dune Bug to get the alignment that he wanted.
Yeah, as for the positioning of the Charge Bug, I do feel like I still prefer to see Stud Muffins leave it in the back instead of in the lead, because it's not really a dominant Pokemon unless you're, leading into, say, the Dugong or the Jellicent. Its main kind of benefit here is just the safety of it, and so I feel like it's going to function a little bit better as a safe swap.
I completely agree. Put it in that safe swap position, and even if you're not having to safe swap, there's probably something that's going to have a favorable alignment for if you do win alignment in the lead. So yeah, I absolutely agree. And with a Volt Switch advantage as well, I think it makes that Guzzlord matchup a little bit better if, for instance, if the Guzzlord is swapping into you. I'm curious to see if we're ever going to see this Shadow Fortress come out in game number 3 here. So when we look at the matchups, it certainly has some good matchups going up against the Azumarill, the Dugong, the Charge-a-Bug. But yeah, there's some really tough matchups as well, especially if it gets met up with that Diggersby on the side of Stud Muffins.
Yeah, I think it would really just be hoping to see the Charge-Bug, which of course I am expecting Stud Muffins to bring. I think Dune's expecting Stud Muffins to bring that as well. So, if he really wants to go for, alignment, or he's thinking that Stud Muffins is going to have to safe swap the Charge-Bug, I think it could be good to bring in the back.
What's interesting about the meta currently is there's not a ton of steel types. We don't see any of the Skarmories. Corviknight's pretty uncommon. Alolan Sandslash we don't see too much. Realistically, Steelix is maybe the most common steel at this point, but Shadow Fortress seems like it has a place in this meta here, especially with just the interesting moves that it has. None of the fast or charge attacks are actually same type attack bonus unless you're running that mirror shot.
Yeah, I feel like whenever I see a Pokemon that doesn't have same type attack bonus on any of its attacks, I feel a little bit discouraged. But, just with how powerful Rock Tomb is now, again, just a reminder, it has the same stats as Scorching Sand, except that it has a guaranteed attack drop for the opponent.
Yeah. Think of Dunsparce, for instance, right? That was one that you're using all non-same type attack bonus, but you have a unique typing, right, with your normal type, countering a lot of those ghosts, and great coverage. All right. We are moving to our game number 3, decisive game number 3. We have the Drapion into the Charge Bug. Dune Bug's Drapion will pace a little bit quicker to these charge attacks, but I don't think that you're going to have any problem taking one of these moves as the Charge Bug.
First crunch coming through, and Stud Muffins does choose to let it go. He knows that if he gets debuffed, the second one would do just a little bit more damage. And of course, Dune Bug actually does get the defense fall with a crunch.
I think we're seeing more defense drops than not, at least with us on the broadcast here, so it seems like we're channeling something. So, all right, first X-Scissor goes through, Drapion takes it, no problem. Actually, now we're going to see the mirror matchup. Dune Bug stays in while Stud Muffins brings in his own Drapion. Doesn't really have a direct answer, especially down energy. We might see a chip and dip situation here, maybe bringing in the Dugong at some point. Could try to catch an Aqua Tail as well.
Yeah, looks like he's staying in for just a little while, but Stud Muffins farms up before Dune is able to reach the second Aqua Tail. And I think this Aqua Tail is going to knock out Dune's.
Okay. Well, I like this Shadow Jump Off in the back. I think it has quite a bit of play, especially if it's able to get lined up versus this Primeape. What's nice for Dune Bug now is that he is able to get value out of this Dugong. He probably expects that Primeape. It was in Game 1 and Game 2. He's expecting it somewhere in the back. Knowing that you can get this alignment versus the Shadow Drapion, he's got to be feeling pretty good.
Exactly. If that's the case, that's a great line read from Dune. He's going to get the Jump Off onto the Primeape, and he's able to avoid the Primeape with his Dugong.
Yeah, I think if he sees this Primeape here, he's just going to swap into the Jump Off and say, Jump Off, do Jump Off things, let's go. I don't expect Stud Muffins to bring back in this Charge-a-Bug. That would be a little bit surprising. I think he wants to start getting an energy advantage on his Primeape, but let's find out.
I mean, I think in either case, Dune is going to instantly swap into the Jump Off, and you do see the swap there after an Ice Shard. And Stud Muffins is already at a Rage Fist, but with how bulky Jump Off is, I think you can even take 2 Rage Fists potentially, and Dune is looking pretty happy with the situation.
Yeah, I think if you're thinking what's going to be the hardest hitting charge attack right now, it's not the first and probably not even the second Rage Fist. It would either be that 3rd, 4th Rage Fist or the X-Scissors that would be coming from that Charge-a-Bug. Dune Bug feels like he's in a good position right now and does pace very quickly to these aerial aces. The nice thing is that he does not have to go for acrobatics at all. He can simply fire off aerial ace, aerial ace, aerial ace, aerial ace, even if that Charge-a-Bug comes back in.
Exactly, and when we're talking about pacing, of course Primeape does pace a little bit faster than Jump Off, but it needs to land more charge attacks than the Jump Off, which can just go for the aerial ace. So that really puts the advantage for the Jump Off here.
And realistically, there's still 1 Ice Shard on that Dugong. I think it's on the 4th cycle as well. You're 3 Ice Shards off another charge attack. You still could get some value from that Dugong as well.
All right, well, that was a charge attack priority, so Dune was able to lock in the aerial ace here. It looks to me like Stud Muffins was maybe 2 karate chops off a Rage Fist, with Dune only 1 Fairy Wind off an aerial ace. So we'll have to see if Stud Muffins goes for the catch, and he actually does on the Charge Bug.
Okay, Dune Bug, he gets some damage in here, and he actually undercharges, tries to go for a farm down. I think you're going to be able to tank 1 X-Scissor. Maybe he tries to go for a catch. Okay, oh, and what a catch he makes! I'm curious to see now, does Stud Muffins maybe go for an undercharge of his own so that he can get a farm down with his Primeape?
Exactly, so I think what Stud Muffins needs is a karate chop to be able to get to the close combat. But actually, they just simultaneously knock out. I think the Dugong may have paused a turn there.
Dugong waited 1 turn so that he could align his Ice Shard with that Volt Switch. 1 + 3 = 4. What a play we just saw from Dune Bug. A simultaneous knockout, and he has the aerial ace ready to go. He wins game number 3.
Incredible math, incredible mechanics from Dune Bug, and that's kind of what we expect from a 4-time regional champion, maybe on his way to a 5th one. So really well played for Dune Bug there, able to come back from the 0-1 hole for the 2-1 win.
Yeah, that was so impressive. I mean, we don't see plays like that very often. To have the presence of mind to recognize, hey, I know this Volt Switch is going to be coming through. If I throw my Ice Shard right away, I'm actually just going to knock out that Charge-a-Bug, and then I'm just going to get farmed down and give additional karate chops to that Primeape. That's not what he wanted to do. He waited the turn, he synchronized the fast attacks, got the simultaneous KO, and was ready to go with the Jump Off. Amazing.
So the interesting thing there was that when Stud Muffins made the catch, he actually cleared all the buffs on the Primeape, right? So then I think Dune would have been able to take another Rage Fist, but I'm not sure whether he would have been able to take the close combat, and that's kind of where you really need to deny the Primeape of additional farm.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we did see a nice catch there by Stud Muffins. We saw a bit of an undercharge as well. Dune Bug was trying to go for exactly 4 Fairy Winds to get a perfect farm. A little bit too much of an undercharge, but he was able to adapt mid-game, making his own catch. We saw that full charge of the discharge, unable to knock out the Dugong, and then after that incredible math play, we see Dugong hyped up, able to land that aerial ace, and he's going to be moving on to the next round of winners here in Vancouver.
Well, I do still want to give kudos to Stud Muffins for making it close at the end, because, I mean, I think when I saw the Jump Off getting lined up on the Primeape with 2 shields up on both sides, I was like, oh, this is going to be an easy game for Dune. But it still actually made the game pretty close. And I think the Primeape, you know, with just 1 or 2 more seconds of karate chops, would have won.
Absolutely. I mean, we kind of talked about it, what was developing there at the end of that matchup, and what was so important is that Charge-a-Bug had already been chipped, so you didn't need to land that acrobatics. You could just simply go for those aerial aces over and over again, and even with a catch, well, you're going to need an aerial ace to take out that Charge-a-Bug anyway, so it wasn't the end of the world. And I think Dune Bug, that's why he wasn't waiting to turn or anything. He just said, fine, catch the attack, I can adapt.
All right, well, that was an incredible endgame, but let's hear from Dune himself on how he was able to adapt to that endgame. Take it away, Nick.
All right, thanks, Sophia. I'm here with Dune Bug, and the casters were just talking about that end game. Talk us through your mindset of waiting that 1 turn to get the Ice Shard to knock out at the same time as the Volt Switch.
So yeah, I knew I had to wait 1 turn just to get that simultaneous knockout, because I didn't want that Primeape to get too much energy on my Dugong and be able to take out my Jump Off.
And it's those kinds of plays that make you the top player that you are and that make it so that you're able to do very consistently at these regional events. Talk to us a little bit about your preparation for Vancouver, because it's a bit of an interesting meta, slightly in between two more lengthy metas. What is your thought process for preparing for a interesting short-term meta?
So my thought process was to identify like a pretty spicy pick, and that was the Shadow Fortress, because I knew the Rock Tomb got buffed in this new update, and I just built a team around it, and it's just done very well for me.
It's absolutely done well. Talk to us a bit more about it. Do you think it's going to be a pick that you keep on your team for many tournaments? Do you think it has a place here in this meta?
I do think Shadow Fortress has a place in the next meta because it's going to resist a lot of the Psywave users that's going to be very prominent in the next meta. And Shadow Drapion is also a target for it as well. So we'll see. It's going to be a lot of fun.
All right, well, any shout outs that you'd like to give today, or anyone else at the venue you want to say hi to?
Shout out to Jackson for the prep and Rise to Occasion for the prep as well. I really appreciate it.
All right, well, again, congratulations on your victory. Hope to see you again up on stage soon. I'm going to send it back to the casters.
Thank you, Nick, and congrats again to Dune Bug, a very impressive reverse sweep that we saw there in our first matchup of the day. We talked to Dune Bug yesterday as well, and one of the things that he articulated is just how hungry he is to get a regional title under his belt this season. Obviously, he has an unprecedented 3 regional titles in one singular season, but it's been a hot minute since he's actually taken that champion title, Soph.
You know, to us, it feels like a long time, but it's actually been less than a year since he had that incredible run at the beginning of the calendar year of 2024, right? 3 regional titles, 2nd place at UIC, all in the span of, I think, 4, maybe 5 months, which was kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it is wild just when you look at Dune Bug and kind of his expectations versus a lot of other trainers. In some cases, his floor, we'll say, is the ceiling for other trainers, right? For them, that would be an accomplishment. For Dune Bug, it's win or nothing, basically, right? He expects to top cut very, very regularly. If he's not top cutting, he's disappointed. If he's not in the grand finals, he's disappointed.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like since he had that incredible run, I've heard some people being like, oh, you know, maybe Dune isn't as good as he used to be in that meta. But then you look at his record and it's like, no, he's actually still been making top cut every single tournament almost. But because it's Dune Bug, you're just like, oh, if he's not winning, it's a disappointment. And I think Dune might, you know, feel a little bit of that as well.
Well, I think you have to have a drive and you have to have a goal. I think what's challenging is when you reach the top of the mountain, in some cases you start to lose motivation. Say, I've already been there. What do I have to prove still? I've done it all. I mean, you look at a lot of trainers that have achieved success, and not all of them are as hungry as they've been before because they feel like they've been there, done that. I think with Dune Bug, that may have been the case for a little bit, but what I've seen over the last 2-3 regionals is just a reignited motivation, and I think he's playing great here in Vancouver.
Yeah, I think maybe there's still some things for Dune to achieve, right? He probably wants that really top Worlds performance, but you know, speaking of trainers with incredible regionals resumes who haven't had that Worlds performance yet, we've actually got Elite on the stage right here, and he's been having a fantastic season. Obviously, you know, won the last regional championship just a little more than a month ago in San Antonio. So he's back, he's here in Vancouver, and he's of course on the winner's side. Yeah,
just like you said, we had our top 3 from San Antonio that are in the winner's side of the bracket. We just saw Stud Muffins, who came in 3rd. We've got Elite, who won the regional, and he's actually running a very similar team to what he ran in San Antonio as well. He has 5 out of the 6 same Pokemon. I think the only thing that he ended up swapping was he dropped the Ariados and ended up adding in the Dusclops instead.
Exactly. He called the Dusclops, you know, kind of a budget Galarian Corsola, and it's been working out for him. NiteTimeClasher also has a team that looks kind of like it came from the old meta, except for the one swap in that Emolga, but we're already getting into game number 1.
All right, game number 1 is going to be a very, very one-sided matchup here. NiteTimeClasher with the Shadow Annihilate into the Dugong. A quick swap by Elite, bringing in the Shadow Kanto Marowak, will be met by a good answer in this Azumarill, easily able to tank 2 of these Bone Clubs.
Yeah, not a great matchup for the Marowak, so definitely looking favorable for NiteTimeClasher at this point. But of course, we can't underestimate the damage that comes from these Mud Slaps.
Yeah, just never discount Bone Club plus Mud Slap combination. Like we said, even in resisted situations, it can sometimes power through. Now that you've taken 2 of these Bone Clubs, realistically, if Elite wants to 2-shield his way through this matchup, he can force alignment if he likes.
Yeah, and the nice thing for Elite too is that even though it looks like he's in a bad situation, he still has more bulk on the rest of his team than NiteTimeClasher. So if he's able to start getting shields or maybe some energy advantage, he still has a bit of play.
Okay, well, the thing we have to keep in mind is with this Shadow Annihilate, you really don't want to take charge attacks from anything. You don't have a ton of bulk. So Elite's going to have the opportunity to over-farm a ton of energy, and the Shadow Annihilate is not at a charge attack. So what I anticipate Elite to do is get a pretty, well, I was going to say maybe over-farm a bit, but instead he just brings right in the Dusclops. NiteTimeClasher has all the answers, though. He has his own Shadow Claw user with the Shadow for Alligator.
Exactly. Those super effective fast attacks are definitely adding up on the Dusclops, but Elite did have a little bit of an energy advantage. I think he actually might be able to outpace to these Shadow Punches, but of course his fast attacks aren't doing quite as much damage.
Yeah, I'm worried that the Hexes are not going to be putting you in Shadow Punch range. In fact, you can see NiteTimeClasher just letting this go. I think that as long as you're able to get both Protect Shields away from Elite right here, that the Annihilate should have no problem sweeping the rest of this match.
Yeah, I think you're right. The Dusclops is getting pretty low, and like you said, Elite's going to need to throw another charge attack if he wants to fully get rid of this for Alligator.
Yeah, okay, so you've thrown one Shadow Punch here. You have another Shadow Punch stored. I'm curious if NiteTimeClasher just lets this go. Yeah, brings in the Azumarill to absorb any additional damage. No, actually just brings the Annihilate right away. I think Elite will be able to get to 2 Shadow Punches, if I'm not mistaken. He will get knocked out by a Rage Fist. There could be even an opportunity for Elite to try and catch on his Dugong. Let's see.
Oh, but NiteTimeClasher actually tries to make the catch on Azumarill, and all of a sudden Elite is able to farm up to more than 2 Shadow Punches, but NiteTimeClasher actually reaches the play rough.
Yeah, Elite was trying to commit to that farm down there. Unfortunately for him, NiteTimeClasher was able to reach this play rough on the 5 cycle, actually, so not just able to get to an Icy Wind ready to go. He's going to need to get to 2. I don't think that 1 Rage Fist is going to knock out, but I'm concerned that these counters are going to be enough to do the job.
Yeah, Shadow Annihilate certainly does quite a bit of damage. The Rage Fist, like you said, not quite enough to knock out, but I think just one more counter after this Icy Wind comes through will do the trick.
Is there any reality that a Drill Run is going to be enough here, Soph?
There might be, but, well, I mean, let's find out.
All right, 1 counter probably is going to do enough here to knock out. This Dugong, if it is unable to knock out here, will get taken down. Yeah, no, the Shadow Annihilate does hang on. Game number 1, it looked pretty close there, but NiteTimeClasher in full control takes game number 1 versus our San Antonio champion, Elite.
Yeah, well, NiteTimeClasher is a regional champion in his own right as well. Of course, winning that Liverpool tournament across the pond in Europe last season.
Yeah. You know, I'm curious to see if we end up seeing this Emolga from NiteTimeClasher. He did run it in day number 1, looking at his team here. There are 3 water types on the side of Elite, in that for Alligator, Dugong, and Azumarill. Obviously, water being a very strong offensive type in Pokemon Go, currently in the Play Pokemon format. It does need to really realistically watch out for any of those Pokemon. It doesn't want to take a Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr, doesn't want to take an Icy Wind from Dugong, doesn't want to take an Ice Beam from Azumarill. While it has a lot of offensive play, it has to operate behind shields.
Yeah, Molga feels like one of those Pokemon that looks good on paper, but when you play it out, it doesn't feel incredible. Taking a look just at the end of this game, I felt like Elite may have had a very slim window when NiteTimeClasher brought in the Azumarill, but that window was quickly closed when the play rough came through.
All right, well, so if we're running it back, this is game number 2 again, Group B winners finals. Let's take a look. We have the Shadow Drapion from NiteTimeClasher into the Dugong for Elite. Quick swap out by NiteTimeClasher brings in the Shadow for Alligator. This is going to bring in Elite's Shadow Kanto Marowak. So as we know, Shadow Kanto Marowak can power its way through this 2-shield matchup.
Exactly. I think if you're slow to swap, then potentially not, but Elite was very, very fast there. Maybe expecting to swap. Maybe he's been in this situation so many times, as we saw, you know, when he played Rise in San Antonio. How many times do we see this matchup?
Well, for Elite, it's so important that you make sure that you maintain alignment here. You do not want to have your Dusclops lined up versus that Shadow Drapion later on. So it's definitely very important that he uses both of these Protect Shields. And look, there's still tons of destinations for this energy here as well. And yeah, NiteTimeClasher really wishing that he could get to that last Hydro Cannon there.
Yeah, Elite did have to go down 2 shields, but he has 100 energy on this Marowak, so he's going to be able to get off at least 3 Bone Clubs against this Azumarill.
Yeah, that is going to be a lot of damage, especially after the subsequent Mud Slaps as well. Do you ever swap out? Yeah. Okay, no, bringing back in the Drapion. I'm a little bit surprised here. I think NiteTimeClasher probably could have stayed in, at least maybe farmed up a little bit more energy or thrown a player up in that situation. Now, coming into this matchup behind energy, you're going to get debuffed right away.
Yeah, typically Drapion paces a little bit quicker, but because Elite had, swapped in earlier, he actually got to the Icy Wind first. So now this Crunch coming through isn't going to do quite as much damage.
I'm curious to see if Elite's able to reach this next Icy Wind. The second Icy Wind will likely knock out. Can you get to this Icy Wind before the next Crunch? I don't think so.
All right, well, Crunch coming through, and with the Defense Fall, it is going to do more damage, but I think you might be able to hang on because you also did Icy Wind the Drapion already.
That's right, yeah, no, it does hang on. Icy Wind is ready to go. NiteTimeClasher has to make a decision here. Do you want to keep this Drapion on the field, or are you going to put it all on Azumarill? Opts to use the Protect Shield. Now double debuff. Switch Clocks have come back up. Bone Club is ready to go. After using that Protect Shield, you have some energy. Do you want to use your second Protect Shield? Yes, but I think Elite may even have another Bone Club ready to go.
Yeah, NiteTimeClasher's got to get out. You see him tapping the Azumarill, and he is able to catch that second Bone Club from the Marowak.
Yeah, good job remembering that there was that second Bone Club ready to go. You know exactly how much energy the Marowak had. Azumarill did take a chunk of damage, but now this sets up the Drapion where it likely will be able to get another Charge Attack off. Hopefully a Crunch into that Dusclops. Did we just see a Charge Attack priority, Soph?
Yeah, that was. I don't think that's good for NiteTimeClasher because you probably could have just tried to bubble down this Marowak, maybe land a Charge Attack on the Dusclops to kind of combine with the Crunch from Drapion.
You're not really in a position where you can undercharge. The HP is so low on this Marowak that any amount of bubbles are going to knock out. Now, Elite, I would just come right in with my Dusclops. Don't wait the Switch Clock. This Azumarill is locked in. You want to get loaded on energy here so that when this Drapion eventually does come back, that you're able to just immediately fire off an Ice Punch.
That's right. Well, Play Rough coming through, and unless NiteTimeClasher has the Crunch banked already, I think this is going to look good for Elite. He has the Ice Punch loaded.
I don't even think a Crunch knocks out. Yeah, has almost 2 Ice Punches. 1 Ice Punch should be enough. There is still that Dugong around as well. Elite having a very nice positive matchup in the lead and able to translate that positive lead into a game win in game number 2.
All right, well, it is 1-1 now, so we're going to be heading into a decisive game 3 between these two top battlers.
Yeah, absolutely. Dugong looked really nice there for Elite. Not only did it have that nice matchup versus the Drapion, it was able to just provide a lot of utility in the form of debuffs. Even not only in the beginning, but in that back matchup as well. You remember that actually with all that energy that Elite had on his Shadow Marowak that just powered its way through that 2 shield, he was able to kind of dance around a little bit and force NiteTimeClasher into very awkward positions where, hey, if you want to hold on to this energy, you're going to have to shield.
Yeah, you see that Drapion, Feraligatr, Azumarill team that NiteTimeClasher ran, and Elite has this Pokemon as well, but it's just been so common. And I think Marowak and Dugong are some of the Pokemon that kind of cause problems for that core.
Elite was already a great trainer, but he never had access to the Shadow Kanto Marowak. First thing he does is win a regional in San Antonio, and now he's finding himself 1 game away from moving to the next round of winners. All right, well, we have the Battle of the Grounds. It is the Diggersby for NiteTimeClasher versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak for Elite. On paper, a little bit of an advantage for the Diggersby from NiteTimeClasher.
It definitely does outbulk the Marowak, and I think if you have a really bulky Marowak, oh, and actually the attack drop as well on the very first Scorching Sands, that's actually huge, and I think that makes this matchup much better for the Diggersby, but a quick swap by Elite, recognizing that into the Dusclops met by the Feraligatr.
Yeah, now swapping a Ghost into a normal type is a little bit perplexing, but the one advantage that the Dusclops has versus something like a Galarian Corsola is access to Ice Punch, so it can hit for super effective. NiteTimeClasher ready, though. He has a Shadow Feraligatr that is now already firing off Hydro Cannons into this Dusclops. One is not going to be enough to knock out, and last time we actually saw NiteTimeClasher no shield as Feraligatr versus the Dusclops.
Dusclops is incredibly bulky, able to hang on with no problem to get to this Shadow Punch, but NiteTimeClasher might be looking for a full Shadow Claw farm down here.
I think that Elite needs 2, maybe 3 more hexes. Might be on the 3 cycle here. I think it's 3, 3, 3, 2. And yes, a full farm down from the Shadow Feraligatr. Has tons of energy. Going to be hard to bring back in that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but you have so much energy. I'm a little bit surprised from Elite not trying to throw right away, trying to maybe force that second Protect Shield. Will he be able to get a full Mud Slap down? Quick swap, though, from NiteTimeClasher. Brings in the Azumarill. Elite has to throw this Bone Club.
Yeah, he was at 100 energy there, so definitely want to throw a little bit of the energy here, maybe save a little bit for the Feraligatr down the line, and he does actually swap out into Dugong, so remember that Marowak is loaded.
Okay, how much energy does this Diggersby have? I think it has quite a bit, and I think that's going to be the problem for Elite in this endgame matchup. For now, though, NiteTimeClasher will be firing off the first Play Rough into the Dugong, and Elite will be using the final Protect Shield, anticipating this to be the hardest hitting charge attack.
And he does Icy Wind right away, hoping to make the next Play Rough do just a little bit more damage.
I think that he is close to 2 Bone Clubs. I think 1 Mud Slap away from the second Bone Club on his Shadow Kanto Marowak right now. So this is going to be interesting how this final matchup plays out. NiteTimeClasher still has 3 Pokemon remaining, though, and he is not in range where 1 charge attack is going to knock out.
Well, he is going to fire off this Play Rough, even though he is currently debuffed, but Elite, still has a lot of health health on this Dugong, still above 50% health, in fact, and has a lot of energy here, almost at 100.
Yeah, he is very close to 100 energy. Throws this drill run. This is not enough to knock out. NiteTimeClasher still has a Protect Shield, might be saving it for what could be a Bone Club later on. There's a catch opportunity for both of these trainers, and we see the catch. Shadow for Alligator actually being used as a sacrificial swap. I think that there's going to be an undercharge here from Elite. This is resisted damage. I think he can get 1 or 2 ice shards out of this as well.
Oh, beautiful undercharge, and for Alligator, oh, but it actually gets to the Hydro Cannon with just 2 Shadow Claws to go.
Still resisted damage, but I think this now puts the Dugong in range that 1 charge attack from either that Diggersby or that Azumarill will knock out. No shields remaining whatsoever. Playoff is loaded, ready to go. This is going to be enough to take out the Dugong.
And Elite just has that Shadow Marowak left. Yes, it has a lot of energy, but look at how healthy that Diggersby still is, and I think NiteTimeClasher's got this one.
Yeah, you would have to go for the full farm down and probably land 2 Bone Clubs with a Protect Shield remaining. There was no recipe for success there for Elite. Elite will drop down to the loser side of the bracket, but hey, that happened already in San Antonio. He was able to make a run back into the grand finals. I'll be curious to see if he's able to do that again. But for now, congratulations to NiteTimeClasher. Looked very good in that game number 3, making all the right decisions.
Yeah, NiteTimeClasher has often been seen as one of the more inconsistent top trainers, but I feel like as of late, he's really been on his game, right? Top 3 in Louisville, the top finishing American at EUIC as well, and now here on the winner's side in Vancouver, I believe he's at least in the top 6 now.
Absolutely. He has had a great couple of games that we just saw right there, and like you said, some inconsistencies. I think some people were saying, hey, is he washed? I don't think he is whatsoever. I think that, just like you said, you know, everyone has some down battles. Maybe some people are more consistent than others, but again, if you look at the ceiling for a trainer, absolutely NiteTimeClasher is right up there with the best of the best.
Exact, and we see him using those Pokemon that so many trainers have used throughout the season, right? Drapion, Shadow for Alligator, Azumarill, and you know, he was really able to power through one of the top trainers who was very successful in that meta.
Absolutely. Looking back at our game number 3 though, a reminder, we had the battle of the grounds in the lead, the Diggersby versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Uncomfortable situation for Elite. He actually swapped in his Dusclops and he was punished by that Feraligatr, getting the full farm down. Feraligatr wasn't done though, used as a sacrificial swap and actually got to a Hydro Cannon as well. MVP for that game number 3 absolutely was the team building and that Feraligatr for NiteTimeClasher.
Yeah, and that Hydro Cannon put this Dugong very, very low in range of a play rough. So maybe Elite just needed to undercharge a little bit less to try to feint the Feraligatr in 1 Ice Shard instead of 2.
Yeah, you have to make uncomfortable plays when you're in uncomfortable situations. And yeah, Elite doing his very best, but he was on the back foot that entire game. Bad lead, swap was rough, getting farmed down, having to try to make catches. Yeah, no, that was just a really uncomfortable spot for Elite, and NiteTimeClasher able to capitalize time and time again.
Yeah, the Dusclops was nice for Elite, but it felt like it kind of was always just seeing the Shadow for Alligator,
right,
which isn't the worst matchup in the world. But I mean, I think NiteTimeClasher was really able to capitalize on that, come out with a lot of energy and get a lot of utility out of the Feraligatr.
Absolutely. Well, let's hear from the man himself. We have NiteTimeClasher. Let's kick it over to Stephanie for an interview.
Thank you so much, Jim. I am here with the man himself, NiteTimeClasher. Tell me a little bit, what were you just telling me before we started? 1, 2, 3.
So the best way to start a game, you lead it, the Diggersby goes, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, debuff, and then that's just like, it's the best feeling ever.
Tell me a little bit about your Shadow for Alligator gameplay, because it's got to be kind of scary going up against Elite and that Shadow Kanto Marowak that we just saw over and over and over defeat for Alligator in San Antonio.
One of my favorite things to do is like, bad lead, no problem. Swap Gator, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bah, Hydro Cannon, and then like you're chilling.
Very, very good. And we were talking actually right before the start of the tournament. You were telling me whoever wins between me and Elite is going to take the whole thing. You still feeling that way?
Yeah, still feeling confident. We'll see who wins between Haydonus and Lyle, but I'm on a heater today.
All right, the man is on a heater. Who else do you want to shout out today before we toss it to a break?
Oh yeah, shout out to Legends United for helping me with the comps. And of course, SS Thorn, Miweedle, and someone else helped me with the comps. But everyone who helped me, honestly, with the scrims last night, especially So Technical. It was really helpful. Thank you all.
All right, can we do that Diggersby again? What was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, we are going to go take a look at those replays. NiteTimeClasher, thank you so much for hanging out. All right, don't go anywhere.
here, so far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other, so we got a lot. And now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
The first Pokemon game that I ever played, that I started with, was Pokemon Yellow. That was one of the first generation games, and you had a Pikachu following you, and I really liked that, just that concept. The favorite Pokemon of mine of any generation is Giratina Origin. Call me a normie, I like a legendary Pokemon, but it's just been so good for me, not just in Pokemon Go, but also in the main series. I really loved Pokemon Platinum, where Giratina got its own role in that story. The furthest I've ever traveled for a Pokemon event, kind of tough to decide because I've been to the World Championships in Japan, which was about a 16-hour flight, and then Hawaii had an 11-hour flight and a 5-hour flight, so I go anywhere for Pokemon. The player that I look up the most right now is Colin Six, my fellow Dutchman. There's always a discussion going on within the Netherlands, who's the best Dutch battler? I would say right now that's Colin. He's been so consistent in so many tournaments. I haven't played for a while, since the World Championships. It was Stuttgart and then Toronto, but in the meantime Colin has been so successful and I really respect him for that. The most memorable match that I had on stream, I have two of them actually, which is both the grand finals of Utrecht and at the World Championships in Utrecht. Just winning, bracket resetting against Pablo Dinas was amazing, and the support that I have, and that same support. I remember at the 23 World Championships, the crowd wasn't as filled as was 2024, and I think that I had a big part in that. I'd like to believe that, and I really love the support that I always have. People that stay up late, but they still come up early to watch me. Beautiful. I usually don't eat much on the day of a tournament, and when I do, I like something dry, just like fries without any sauce or something, just to fill up a little bit and have some more steam for the next battles. But generally, I don't eat a lot on tournament days. That is whether I'm playing or shoutcasting. I think the correct answer to what I would like to eat is fruit, but I do like a bag of chips. Depends on what flavor, of course, but I also like an apple, actually. If I have a good-looking apple, I'll eat that too. The favorite city of mine that hosts a Pokemon tournament event, call me biased, but it is Toronto. It's so easy to access. Food is great all over the place here. One thing that I like about North America, everyone speaks English. Like in Europe, there's so many languages. So yeah, I would say Toronto. I don't really have a favorite type of music. I just like anything that doesn't give me a headache. So that can sometimes just be something chill. Fun fact, I listened a lot to one of the Pokemon songs, I believe it was We Came to Win, on the flight from San Francisco to Hawaii. I'd like to believe it had some influence.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league, because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help, and just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help, and you know, find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the #1.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Vancouver Regional Championships. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined by Stephanie Christine, aka DeFi250. We just saw the first 2 sets here, wrapping up those day 1 battles, day 1 in air quotes, for groups A and B, and we're going to now take you through groups C and D to figure out who is going to be on the top side of the bracket for Top Cut.
Yes, we have 2 incredible trainers coming up here. We are going to be seeing Rise to Occasion, who is on the hunt, looking for his gold medal. He's gotten one every single season that Pokemon Go has been part of the championship series, but it is missing one for 2025. And on the right, we are going to see Dapper, who is also looking for that big breakout performance, looking for a medal of his own. I'm excited to see these 2 trainers on the field of battle.
Yeah, both trainers had great day 1 performances. Of course, this is a double elimination tournament, and since they are on the winner's side of the bracket, it means neither of them have lost a best of 3. But that all ends here. One of them has to lose and go down to the loser side of the bracket. The winner will move on to be the winner of this group. Let's take a look at these 2 teams. For Rise to Occasion, we saw it yesterday. He's running that Shadow Steelix and Golisopod. That is actually the same team as Corlash, the winner of the regional down in Latin America.
Yes, I guess it's an argument about who created that team first. Maybe a little bit of a debate online. But taking a look, I'm really interested to see that Shadow Steelix. I don't think we got to see a ton of it yesterday. I think we saw more of the Golisopod. I think we saw more of like the Gastrodon. But I'm interested to see if we get to see more of Rise's team versus Dapper, who's running that Primeape, which typically in the past meta, Annihilape was the preferred fighter between the 2. And now we're starting to see Primeape shine a little bit more.
Yeah, Golisopod's a really interesting Pokemon because it uses the fast attack Shadow Claw, which typically puts it in a favorable position against Psychic types and against anything else that takes super effective damage from Ghost. However, because of its Bug subtyping, it actually does fairly decently against any Dark types, which typically resist that Shadow Claw damage. But here we go into game number 1. It's Shadow Drapion, not a big surprise there, against Diggersby, a good lead for Dapper.
Yes, Diggersby, we saw yesterday in the matchup between Lyle and SS Thorn just what a Scorching Sands can do to that Shadow Drapion. So Rise is definitely going to have to be on the lookout for that charged attack. Here we see the Aqua Tail land on Diggersby and a quick swap to catch just a Fire Punch on the Gastrodon. Really good catch for Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, Dapper doesn't look super happy about this. He's probably going to want to build up some energy. No, actually immediately switching into the Primeape, going quickly, building up to the close combat, but because that first Mud Slap came through from Rise's Gastrodon, he's able to make it to this Body Slam right before the close combat is ready, and the shield comes up. Makes a lot of sense. The Primeape isn't super bulky, and there is a lot of fast attack pressure coming from the Gastrodon.
I'm taking a look at that back-end matchup. I'm seeing the Emolga on the side of Dapper, and I'm seeing that Golisopod. Look at that heavy damage. And now that the close combat, the defense has dropped, those Shadow Claws are doing so much damage, we're going to see another close combat. Not very effective, but still does half of Golisopod's health. Defense drops again, and Rise is able to get a healthy farm down.
I might have preferred a Rage Fist first because the second close combat lowers the defense even further. He might have been able to make a Rage Fist plus close combat. However, Aqua Jet coming through now from the Golisopod. Quick multi-switch there. The Shadow Drapion has 2 shields now, a energy advantage because of that catch earlier.
earlier. And this Diggersby, although it's quite healthy, is going to be taking a good amount of damage from these Aqua Tails.
Yep, there's the first Aqua Tail and the Shadow Drapion able to get to the second one right away. Dapper looks a little perplexed, trying to think, how do I maneuver my way out of this one?
Shield comes up, Fire Punch bait here. However, with 2 shields left on Rise to Occasion's side, I have to imagine one comes up. No, actually calling the bait was okay if it was a Scorching Skins and knocked out. A bit surprising to me because the Golisopod is not the bulkiest Pokemon.
Yeah, and Golisopod doesn't exactly have an opportunity to fast attack the Diggersby down as it's running Shadow Claw. Diggersby's a normal type Pokemon.
We see the next Aqua Tail coming through. This is going to be more than enough damage to knock out the Diggersby. The question is how much damage does the Thunder Shock from Emolga do to the Drapion? It's going to make it to a Aqua Tail. One more Thunder Shock looks like it might be just enough to knock out, but this Aqua Tail from a Shadow Drapion is going to do a lot of damage to an Emolga.
Electric type Pokemon are not necessarily known for their bulk. However, taking a look at that Golisopod, able to Shadow Claw down. Rise, I believe, still had a Protect Shield in his back pocket as well. Rise to Occasion taking the first win of this match. So Dapper Disc running that Primate, Diggersby, and Emolga had a pretty reasonable lead. I was a little disappointed in the Emolga because just 2 regular, not even super effective charge attacks was enough to knock it out.
Yeah, it's not the bulkiest Pokemon. I think the real key moments was here, the catch of the Fire Punch, and also afterwards, not going for the Rage Fist first into that Golisopod. This close combat, absolutely perfect. Picks up the knockout, but I think if you Rage Fist here and then go for the close combat after, you pull the shield, which is crucial for that end game here, where although this Aqua Tail does a lot of damage, you got the Thunder Shock down and you have a discharge coming out, and that discharge would have been able to pick up the knockout if the shield was stripped away earlier.
Yeah, needed that shield stripped away. Had the shield not been there, would have been able to win that game. It's all of those little quick micro decisions. This is such a fast-paced game. Turns take half a second, so having to make all of these calculations very quickly is really the ability to be able to do that. It really sets apart some of our top-tier trainers from just the ones who are really good.
And thinking about the team compositions that those 2 battlers used, I really have no qualms with either of the picks. I think they built very solid teams. There was a lot of good dynamic play back and forth between the 2. I think it's just, as you called out, the little micro decisions that are so hard to make on the fly. On the bright side, it's early in the day, so these trainers are just getting warmed up. They're just getting started, so they don't have all the drain of all those battles from yesterday still weighing on them. But here we go. Teams are being locked for game number 2, and it's going to be a really close battle again. I have to imagine these 2 trainers are just so talented.
They are. I hope everybody got enough sleep and is well rested here in Vancouver. Let's take a look at game number 2. Rise to Occasion up 1 game, and we saw it once. We see it again. Diggersby into Shadow Drapion, and it looks like both trainers, again, willing to play this one out.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Dapper Discs adapts to how Rise played out the last time these 2 Pokemon were matched up. Avoiding the catch will be crucial to maintain energy. An immediate switch out. No catch happens this time because Dapper is more patient, throws a Scorching Sands now. This is okay because he's built up extra energy. I have to imagine he might switch out into the Primate again. No, actually staying in once more. Goes for just more energy. I was thinking maybe a Scorching Sands, but now reaches for the Scorching Sands, which threatens this Gastrodon, which is low on health.
Yeah, I think Dapper Discs realizing that he needs to pull Protect Shields away and is really going for that this time. Because Quick Attack, a 2-turn fast attack, it's a little easier to throw those attacks. Actually staying through in the matchup. Will Scorching Sands knock out? It doesn't!
I'm a bit surprised to see Rise play it out this way. He shielded that first Scorching Sands and now lets this one through, gets the Gastrodon really low. Earth Power picks up the knockout, but in comes the Emolga. This is a Body Slam. It'll do a lot of neutral damage here, but it's not same type attack bonus. Body Slam has been lowered in terms of its overall damage, and now the Emolga is going to be able to get some energy, take that into the next matchup, and it has a shield advantage.
Yeah, but look at that backline matchup. It's Rise's Shadow Jumpluff into Dapper's Primate. Jumpluff has such an advantage there.
The one thing that's going for Dapper, however, is that the Emolga has access to acrobatics, which will do so much super effective damage to the jump up. And now with one of the ground types out of the way for Ryze's side, I have to imagine Dapper is thinking, I don't think it's that Shadow Steelix in the back. I think it's going to be something that I can hit for heavy damage with that acrobatics.
All right, here comes the discharge. Will it be enough to knock out? Just barely, no. And we see that switch into the jump bluff. Ryze still has a protect shield, so we have to imagine he might be using it now against the acrobatics. Can Emolga get to another one, or are we going to see a swap out?
I think he's going to get to another one. This is a resisted aerial ace. Flying does not resist it, but the electric typing of the Emolga does. I think it should hang on quite comfortably here. Reach another acrobatics. Acrobatics is going to do so much damage. The question is, does it put it in range of a karate chop down? Karate chop is not counter. It does not quite do enough damage, and it looks like it is a switch in and the 1-2 karate chops to take the knockout.
Yes, Again, the key here for Dapper winning this game was being able to pull a protect shield early. I'm hoping you can talk me through a little bit. You were a little bit surprised seeing that Gastrodon and Diggersby matchup. Can you talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, so Ryze to occasion, a very talented trainer, is almost always going to throw on optimal timing. For a Pokemon like Gastrodon, you have a 3-turn fast attack in that Mud Slap going against a 2-turn fast attack and quick attack for Diggersby. So your options usually are throwing after 1 fast attack or 3. He opted for 3 there. He did 3 Mud Slaps, which allowed Dapper to get to an additional Scorching Sands before he actually threw his charge attack. But he could have just thrown 1 Mud Slap, thrown the Earth Power, which would have made that charge attack come out before this Scorching Sands you see here. He throws it now, picks up the knockout, but he had to spend a shield in order to preserve that Gastrodon.
So maybe a little bit of a miscue from Ryze to occasion?
Yeah, I think so. I can't imagine that he lost count, but maybe he was just surprised that Dapper was willing to stay in and throw that energy. And we just got to see how impactful that shield advantage was in that endgame, allowing him to get a massive energy advantage on that Emolga and bring that energy into the final 2 Pokemon to pick up some hard-hitting acrobatics damage.
It's not often that we see Ryze to occasion falter. He is a phenomenal trainer with so many regional championships under his belt. Dapper being able to capitalize on that, peel the protect shields away, and then that acrobatics against that Shadow jump bluff was crazy. You can definitely see just how much acrobatics was buffed in this most recent Might and Mastery season.
And well, I'm curious to see how Ryze adapts to the Emolga. The Emolga was so powerful in that endgame. I have to imagine it comes on Dapper's team again, but will he utilize it in the lead, or will he try to use it in the same way as a endgame sweeper? Ryze does have some good answers to it. The Gastrodon and that Steelix, of course, being able to resist that electric type damage, and for the Steelix also resisting the flying type damage in acrobatics, but does Ryze feel comfortable bringing Steelix into a team that has a ground type and a fighter?
Yeah, the Primeape and the Diggersby make it really difficult to want to bring that Steelix, especially because Dapper has brought the Primeape and the Diggersby both games. That makes Steelix a really risky bring. Let's see what Ryze to occasion. Let's see what Dapper's going to bring. This is game number 3, Decisive Winners Finals for Group C. We've got Golisopod into Emolga, a commanding lead for Dapper. We see the swap into Gastrodon.
Ryze is actually ABA weak to this, and staying in is actually the worst thing that Dapper can do at this point, because both of the Pokemon in the back are going to be pretty weak. Of course, the Dugong has that extra damage because of the super effective Ice Shards, but if you're able to build up energy like Dapper just did and utilize it in that endgame, it's going to be really, really potent. Earth Power coming through from the Gastrodon is going to do good neutral damage to this Dugong. However, the Dugong's going to be able to lower the attack stat of this Gastrodon. Dapper wincing a little bit because of the defense drop, but able to lower the attack, it's going to equal out.
yes. The earth-powered defense drop, not something we see super often, but an icy wind attack drop is something we see every single time. Dapper actually allowing the Dugong to be let go. I think this body slam, even with the attack drop, is going to be enough to knock out the Dugong. And then we're going to start to see the Primate get to really ramp up its attack. It's going to have a lot of energy here going into the next matchup.
And I really like this from Dapper. I hope he knows shields here. I think it's going to be really strong. Body slam, not super damaging, and he's building up so much energy here. Both of his Pokemon have nearly 50, 60 energy, and he's going to be able to throw a close combat even into the Glycopod. It's going to do a lot of good resisted damage. How frequently do you get to say that?
Yeah, it looks like Rise to Occasion maybe taking a moment to ask the judge something. I saw a little bit there. We're going to have to maybe take a look at that in a moment. But we can see the swap in. So Primate used a close combat, swapped out, dropped its defense, and then we see the swap in from the Emolga.
Discharge coming through is going to do good, super effective damage here. One more Thundershock into another. No, actually doing 4. Going to be really, really low, but surviving that last Ice Shard is going to be able to throw back-to-back discharges here and will either pull the final shield or pick up the knockout.
And there is that discharge. We can see that Rise did press for the Shadow Claw. So going for that fast attack, we can see him using the discharge here. The switch timer is not up yet. Dapper's Primate will come in, but Dapper does have 1 Protect Shield remaining.
And excuse me, there is now 1 final Protect Shield for Rise to Occasion. However, I really wish Dapper threw this Rage Fist immediately. Building up the extra damage on those Shadow Claws, or excuse me, the Karate Chops would have been nice. However, with the Primate and its current health, I believe it could have still survived an additional Shadow Claw from the Glycopod, so a really commanding end game there from Dapper Disc. I think Rise to Occasion might have lost a Shadow Claw on the switch-in, which he was a bit frustrated by, but with the health remaining on the Glycopod in that end game, or excuse me, on the Primate in the end game, able to reach that final Rage Fist into the Glycopod, meant that that lost Shadow Claw wasn't going to be impactful in the result of that matchup.
Yeah, that might have been what those two trainers were talking about. Congratulations to Dapper for winning the Group C Winners Finals. So kind of moving himself into that top 8 standing here in Vancouver. But that was the Winners Finals. Rise is not out of it. He is going down to the Losers Finals for Group C. So we will see him again shortly.
And I want to talk about it again. The way that Dapper played that game was really impressive. He built up a lot of energy onto the Emolga. He had the option to throw that energy into the Gastrodon, but opted not to. Brought in the Dugong, able to soak up that energy, play it out, lost switch advantage, which he was okay with because he was able to build up the energy onto the Primate. Primate plus Emolga makes a really strong core because the Primate's able to deal with the Steelix, and the Emolga's able to deal with anything that's really going to threaten the Primate. So, you know, we were talking about pairs a lot yesterday. I think that's a really great pair from Dapper here today.
Yeah, let's take a look back at game number 3. We can see, again, there's that moment allowing himself to lose switch advantage. And here's that Emolga, because it was able to survive that last Ice Shard, able to throw back-to-back. And you can kind of see the emotion from Rise as he's seeing this game number 3 kind of slip through his fingers.
Yeah, and frankly, I think Rise played this really, really well. Dapper just able to get energy advantage. I think maybe a team composition that handles the Emolga better. He wasn't really ever playing ABB to Emolga. He was playing ABA to Emolga. It unfortunately ended in the wrong position in that game number 3. It was not as bad in games number 1 and 2, but he was typically switching in the Gastrodon, not keeping it around for handling that Emolga. I guess Dugong's still pretty okay, but Gastrodon feels a little bit safer.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look and see how Dapper feels about that Gastrodon. We are going to go down to the stage with Jim and Dapper.
Thank you, Stephanie. Wholesome_ here with Dapper Discs, fresh off his 2-1 victory versus Rise to Occasion in what can only be described as very, very close battles. Talk a little bit about your strategy going into that match versus Rise.
Yeah, so I liked my Emolga and Primate. It felt like he didn't really have good core breakers for them, so I kind of stuck him on the team every time. I figured that if I were him, I would probably run Drapion lead to kind of like make it unclear what I need in the back, and so I thought Diggersby lead was kind of good. First game, it felt like I kind of messed up throwing that Fire Punch into the Gastro, so I just ran it back. Fortunately, I was able to clinch the second game. And then third game, I figured maybe something would switch up, so I just figured Emolga lead's pretty solid. I didn't think he'd bring a Steelix, which was kind of what my Emolga was most scared of. Yeah.
You seem to be one step ahead with all 3 leads there, without a doubt. All right, well, we saw you last year in Vancouver as well. I think you tied for 9th. How do you feel this year compared to last year? Are there any differences?
With all the regionals I've been to, I'm usually like really stressed the night before, like practicing, thinking I need more reps, not really sure. This is the first regional where I was kind of just like out at dinner with some friends, having fun, not really thinking about it. So I was very relaxed on Saturday, whereas other regionals, I'm just usually a little more tense. So that's probably the difference this time.
Feeling relaxed, yeah. Always a pro tip there. All right, well, any unique thoughts for going into this meta, knowing that it is unique meta, transition meta? How are you team building?
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I saw Lyle Jeff streaming with this team, and I was like, this is a nice team. I knew I wanted to run Galarian Weezing, even though some of my teammates were like, no, don't run that. But I think without the Psywave users being legal, like Lapras and Grumpig, I think the poison typing of Weezing was pretty safe. So I really wanted to run Weezing because of the sludge buff.
That'll be interesting to see how the meta does evolve once we start to see some of those Psywave users. All right, well, Dapper Discs, anyone that you want to say thank you to or shout out?
I'll try to keep it short, but first and foremost, thank you to M. Rinker. He's back at home in California. Really great scrim partner, does a lot for me, and I've been sucking up most of his free time asking for his input. Really great guy. Shout out to all the SoCal Swap Blues, Meepy Chu, who I always like bunk up with. We always travel together. And yeah.
All right, well, that's all we have for now. Congratulations again to Dapper Discs. We're going to go back to Alpha Phoebe and DeFi.
Thank you so much, Jim. It's always great to see the trainers from the team SoCal Swablu shout each other out. We often see them a lot on these West Coast tournaments.
And I gotta say, though, I am a little bit upset. I heard Jim earlier. He was doing some quick maths on the stream. That's my thing. And secondly, if you saw who was up on the stream, is Haydonus versus Lyle Jeffs. Haydonus was my pick for today. Lyle Jeffs was his. So we're going to have to see who the victor here is. Up on stage at the left, we see Lyle Jeffs the third. On the right, it's HaydonusActual with that Shadow Dusclops that he apparently hasn't brought, but I hope he brings it here to this matchup. Frankly, it looks pretty solid into this team.
I think it looks like it has a headache or something. It has some dry eyes, what I think that Shadow Dusclops looks like, that poor thing. So we are going to have to see that between Lyle Jeffs III, a multi-regional champion, versus Haydonus, who is just looking for that really good breakout performance, looking for that medal here in Vancouver. Really interested to see Lyle, of course, sporting in-game his 2024 regional champion t-shirt.
And I'm excited to see the Shadow Galarian Weezing. He talked a little bit about it yesterday, talked about, you know, how he was able to get that variant evolving a Shadow Coughing during the event. But here we go, a great lead for Haydonus. It is his ground type, that Shadow Kanto Marowak, into the poison type of that Shadow Galarian Weezing.
Haydonus may be taking a page out of his friend Elite's book with that Shadow Kanto Marowak lead. It is just so safe.
It is a switch into the Dugong, countered by Haydonus' Charge Bug. Charge Bug very comfortably able to hold on to this Ice Wind. However, with a 4-turn fast attack into a 3-turn fast attack, things can become slightly uncomfortable. Great throwing here after 2 Volt switches. Good timing from Haydonus. Discharge not going to be enough to knock out. It could be a charge attack tie afterwards. Both Pokemon have charge attacks ready. Lyle, opts instead to throw the fast attack, and the charge attack discharge from the Charge Bug is going to knock out.
That's okay. I think he likes it when people call him Lyles.
Lyles Jeffs the Thirds.
Exactly. And going into that Charge Bug, it is going to be using Discharge, which was changed in this most recent Might Mastery update. You can see a little less damage, and that Galarian Weezing has a lot of energy. Already at 2 Brutal Swings, is going to use 1 to knock out here, and is probably going to throw another one into what I can only imagine is going to be that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, Shadow Kanto Marowak comes in. One Mud Slap comes through, does a lot of damage. The really key pivotal thing here, though, is Lyle is likely going to pivot out here. Will Haydonus pivot out? No, he actually stays in. That is the key deciding thing here, because if he was going to pivot out into the Dugong, that could have cost him this game.
Yeah, now the Dugong can avoid a little bit of this Primate matchup, but now Lyle's going to get this opportunity to start ramping the attack on the Primate. There's the first Rage Fist already at the second. These karate chops are really going to start to hurt.
HaydonusActual has the opportunity to just fast attack down here. I think it's going to be, 3 more Mud Slaps. However, instead opting for maybe a safer play here, going for the Bone Club, able to strip away the shields. One more fast attack. Oh no, actually instead opting to switch to the Dugong. He's going to take a close combat. This is a lot of damage. It is a Rage Fist boosted, I think twice. Close combat into the Dugong, picks up the one-hit knockout. But will the fast attack down come through? It does, but there's still a shield on Lyle's side.
I don't know what was going on with that close combat. It was double boosted. The Dugong cannot tank it. We see the Bone Club pull away that last Protect shield, and we have the next Bone Club as well to knock out the Galarian Weezing.
Yeah. HaydonusActual barely able to outpace in this endgame. Bone Club coming through, picking up the knockout into that Galarian Weezing, and securing this Game 1 victory for HaydonusActual. However, it does look like our players are talking with the judges about maybe something that happened in this game. We'll have to wait for an official word to see if this match is under review.
My heart stopped when I saw that close combat going for that Dugong. What is the thought process there to tank that entire charge attack that is almost a guarantee one-hit knockout onto such a bulky Pokemon like Dugong?
My guess is that HaydonusActual thought that he would not be able to do enough fast attack pressure with the Kanto Marowak in order to get an Ice Shard down afterwards, and was afraid that if he stayed in, he would be able, or excuse me, Lyle would be able to reach, to farm down and reach a close combat for the Dugong as well.
I just want to give a quick update for everybody at home or watching in the crowd. Lyle is asking for a review. He lost a Fairy Wind when Galarian Weezing against the Charge-a-Bug. So that is the moment that we are going to be taking a look at, making sure, one, that the Fairy Wind was indeed lost, and two, would it have significantly impacted the outcome?
Yeah, I think HaydonusActual is a little bit upset with himself because he made that endgame very, very close because of the switch into the Dugong, reaching, maybe he was expecting the Ice Shards to do a little bit more damage, but it does not do a ton of damage. We see here the Galarian Weezing come out, that's 3, 4, not a 5th, so he did indeed lose a Fairy Wind there. You can see him a little bit frustrated, grimacing. He should have gotten 5. That was 2 Volt Switches, which is 8 turns, which is the same as 4 Fairy Winds. However, HaydonusActual did throw a charged attack there, which takes an extra turn, which means another Fairy Wind should sneak through.
So we are going to take a look at what the judge's decision is, because again, it's not necessarily just that the Fairy Wind was lost, it wasn't impactful to the outcome of the game. And HaydonusActual did make that game a lot closer than what potentially he needed to. I think you and I are on the same page that HaydonusActual could have had a much cleaner victory, in which case a lost Fairy Wind maybe not would have been so impactful. But because of how close that end game was, just on a razor-thin margin, that Fairy Wind might have been enough. But again, it turns out it was. Rematch granted, turn was lost, which caused Lyle not to be able to throw another charged attack at the end.
Right, if you think about the end game there, Lyle was 1 Fairy Wind away from another Brutal Swing. I think we had seen it before that the Galarian Weezing has a very high attack stat, wins a lot of charge attack ties. So I believe Lyle would have been able to win that charge attack tie into that Kanto Marowak. But here we go, back into game number 1. It's going to be the same leads that Kanto Marowak into the Galarian Weezing, a switch into the Dugong, which is met by that Shadow Drapion.
Yes, so a little bit different than what we saw before. We've seen leads, but a little bit of a different kind of middle game here with the Dugong against the Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion going for the crunch right away, trying to get as much charge attack pressure into the Dugong as possible.
Dugong going for Icy Wind here instead of Drill Run. HaydonusActual does shield it up, maybe not the happiest with which charge attack he chose to shield. However, Drill Run would have done a lot of super effective damage. Second Crunch coming through now, going to be able to potentially pick up a knockout. No, a slight undercharge, meaning two more Poison Stings do not pick up the knockout, and now Lyle's able to reach another Drill Run here. HaydonusActual forced to use a second shield.
Ooh, and you can kind of see him putting his hand over his eyes, really trying to hone in and thinking about, I am now 2 Protect shields down against Lyle Jeffs III. What am I going to do to navigate? So you can see he's really trying to lock in.
Crunch coming through, going to do a lot of good resisted damage because it is a fairy type. I think maybe another miscue from HaydonusActual there. Should have thrown the Aqua Tail as opposed to the Crunch. Aqua Tail now coming through, going to do a lot of good neutral damage. Unable to pick up the knockout. Brutal Swing coming through. This is resisted. The Sludge also would have been resisted. I think it might be just enough to knock out.
Let's take a look. Brutal Swing. Oh, doesn't quite knock out, so he can safely bring in that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Brutal Swing, not a very powerful attack, so this is one of the few charged attacks that Shadow Kanto Marowak can sustain. So the Marowak now has a little bit of an energy lead going into this Primeape. However, Primeape is going to be able to start throwing these Karate Chops, throwing these Rage Fists, ramping up its attack, and HaydonusActual doesn't have a single Protect Shield left to hide behind.
On the bright side, though, his third Pokemon in the back is not that Dugong, so he's not threatened to be hit with a one-hit knockout like last game. It is the Azumarill, which will resist that fighting type charge attack damage. One more Karate Chop to pick up the knockout here for Lyle. In comes the Azumarill, and it's gonna be a really tough endgame here for HaydonusActual. One Karate Chop into this next Rage Fist, boosting that attack stat up.
Yeah, you would think, oh, HaydonusActual has a fairy type in the back. It's so bulky. He's clearly going to win, but now you're going to start to see maybe a little counterintuitive at first, but you're going to start to see how much these Rage Fists do as they start to ramp up. So now the Azumarill is going to be threatened by this next Rage Fist.
Shield needs to come up for Lyle here. The question is, can HaydonusActual make a catch? That will be very key here for this endgame. The bubbles are starting to add up. He attempted catch, but no, does not come through. Close Combat is loaded. It is so boosted at this point. It is likely going to pick up the knockout here.
Yes, even though it is resisted damage, Close Combat picking up the knockout. That Primeape standing firm at the end of this game. Lyle takes this game, takes the game, and we are now 1-2-0.
Yeah, looks like they got kicked out of the battle, so they'll have to rescan each other's code. But let's think a little bit about that early game. HaydonusActual unable to get that Poison Sting down was so key for that end game, because Lyle was able to strip away both shields and didn't even need to use a single one of his Primeape was in such a great spot to sweep that end game.
Yeah, Primeape with 2 shields is not a bad strategy, both in the Go Battle League and here in the Championship Series. Those Rage Fists, even though, as I was saying, a fighter against the fairy type Azumarill, so bulky, but those Rage Fists, it's kind of like a snowball running down a hill. Once you start, it's hard to stop.
The power of this Galarian Weezing was quite strong in this game, able to deal some pretty good resisted damage to that Shadow Drapion, but this star of the show for Lyle was this Primeape. It's not even the Shadow variant, but still able to beat that Azumarill in the endgame because of the 2 shield advantage that it had.
Yes, perhaps Primeape being able, because it's so attack weighted, maybe Lyle thinking, do I really need that extra shadow bonus? Maybe for this Primeape, it's a little bit better to have that little bit of extra bulk. The fast attacks, the charge attacks, not going to be doing so much damage.
Here we go into game number 2. It is another Kanto Marowak into Galarian Weezing lead. Have to imagine that Lyle is going to pivot out into the Dugong at some point like he has in previous games, but we are seeing HaydonusActual stay in, probably going to throw a Bone Club to chip and maybe switch into his own Dugong.
Yeah, we're going to see that chip here. Lyle knows he doesn't need to shield this one. And then we are going to perhaps see that swap. There it is with HaydonusActual's own Dugong. Just as you said, Dugong is going to absorb this drill run. And then perhaps maybe we see a little bit of Icy Wind mind games, or will these trainers just go straight drill run?
Lyle has to be thinking, this game plan that I've concocted is the best thing for me to do. This Dugong safe switch to pull out potential answers to my Primate is what I need to win, but I think Haydonus has crafted a solid team here to answer that. A Dugong counter switch here with super effective drill runs into that Shadow Galarian Weezing, I think will be really nice, even though its attack has been slightly dropped.
And looking in the back again, though, Haydonus has to be careful. He can't, his Azumarill is an okay counter to that Primate, but he can't allow that Primate to ramp up energy.
Ooh, instead opting for an Icy Wind here. Lyle now no shielding what could have been a super effective drill run. Haydonus probably pretty happy just to lower the attack set of this Galarian Weezing. In comes the Kanto Marowak, comfortably able to no shield this Brutal Swing after that Icy Wind debuff.
Yeah, even without the Icy Wind debuff, Kanto Marowak can definitely take a Brutal Swing. However, at this point, if Haydonus wants to be able to fast attack down, needs to be able to use a Protect Shield.
I would have been okay with Haydonus not shielding here and coming in with the Azumarill to get the bubble down. However, he's going to be able to land at least one charge attack into that Primate unless it is caught by Lyle.
So there's one Bone Club going to peel away one Protect Shield. That is something that is going to be key. The Azumarill wants to see that Primate shields down. Here we have another Bone Club. Will Lyle commit another Protect Shield? No, going to save that last one for the potential Azumarill in the back.
Really good awareness here from Haydonus, recognizing that Lyle's switch clock was not quite up yet, so throwing it in immediately to prevent the option for a catch here. Now we'll get to see just how impactful the bubble damage increase is in this matchup. Even though it is the standard Primate, it is going to get bubbled down here. That Protect Shield that Lyle still has doesn't mean anything.
No, and Lyle just kind of waiting it out, doing the karate chops, and then there's Dugong, just nothing that it can really do here. Just the power of the bubbles, and Haydonus takes game number 2. We have a tied series 1-1, Lyle versus Haydonus for the winners finals in Group D. We have a decisive game number 3 coming your way.
And we have to imagine that Lyle needs to change something up. Haydonus has found the answer to this team composition that Lyle thinks is really great into Haydonus's team, and has been able to really force that standard Primate into submission. Submission isn't, I don't think it's a move that we have in Pokemon Go, but no. It is a move that is learned by Machamp. The highlights here, Brutal Swing, again, no shielded because of that attack debuff. I think we could have seen a no shield on this Brutal Swing and get the farm down with the Azumarill. However, the energy that Kanto Marowak had was able to pull the shield, pull a lot of damage off that Primate, and secure victory for Haydonus.
Azumarill showing why it has been a staple in every single meta we have had from day 1 in the Go Battle League, from day 1 in the Champion Series. Here we are, game number 3, Lyle versus Haydonus for Group D Winners Finals. We have Diggersby into Dugong.
This is a great lead for Haydonus. I have to imagine that Lyle will be switching out maybe after the first Icy Wind debuff. You don't mind taking it, as you are quite bulky as Diggersby, and then you're going to mess up the Dugong's flow with debuffing and Icy Wind. I have to imagine Haydonus will throw quite soon. No, actually attempted to catch on his own Dugong. In comes the Charge Bug. This was in that very first battle that did not actually end up counting. Haydonus had opted away from it for the Azumarill instead, but this is a really solid answer to this Dugong here.
Yeah, perhaps recognizing that Lyle has brought the Dugong every single game so far. Even that first game that we are trying to erase from our memories. I certainly want to erase Haydonus's Dugong getting eliminated by a close combat from my memory.
Second discharge coming through here is going to be very close to picking up a knockout. I think if it does not, one more Volt Switch will be great. awareness from Lyle that he can't actually throw an Ice Shard there. The Volt Switch would have knocked him out. So Drill Run coming through, not enough to pick up the knockout quite yet. It's only neutral damage because of the Bug subtyping here. In comes the Primate. I have to imagine it's going to be met by the Kanto Marowak. This is a solid spot for HaydonusActual because in the 2-shield matchup, the Kanto Marowak is able to get so much fast attack pressure through with its Mud Slaps.
Lyle going right for the close combat. Does HaydonusActual correctly shield? He does! That had me on the edge of my seat. Lyle swapping out into the Diggersby, trying kind of a Hail Mary play to throw HaydonusActual off of his game.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough end game from Lyle. He's now used up his switch. His switch clock has about 25, 30 seconds left. The Scorching Sands is not going to be enough to pick up a knockout, and if HaydonusActual is able to build up to 2 Icy Winds, he could either force both shields, or he could go into that Primate and then cause it to be debuffed.
And HaydonusActual recognizing not going to be able to Ice Shard down, so goes to throw the charged attack instead. All that's left now is the Primate. The Primate is going, might be able to get a little bit of fast attack energy off of this Dugong, but it's going to tank an Icy Wind first. Lyle puts up the Protect Shield, but the attack of this Primate will go down.
In comes the Kanto Marowak. It is at 2 Bone Clubs. First one's going to get shielded, but I don't think Lyle just has two knockout blows here. I think he has a close combat loaded. I have to imagine that HaydonusActual is going to shield this up, but not even 2 Rage Fists loaded. He couldn't go for the bait Rage Fist and then the potential knockout Rage Fist, just going for the close combat. Gets shielded. HaydonusActual is going to become be victorious here, and I'm sorry, Wholesome, but HaydonusActual is my player. I'm moving forward in this tournament.
And HaydonusActual, you could kind of see that sigh of relief there at the end. HaydonusActual moving on, taking the Group D Winners Finals, but we have not seen the end of Lyle. Lyle moving down to the loser side of the bracket. If anyone can make a strong losers bracket run, it is Lyle Jeffs III.
And you're calling it out after that game number 1. HaydonusActual was being a little bit shaky. He made a few incorrect plays, but I have to say, he really locked in games 2 and 3 there. He made the right team compositional calls, and he played both of those games really well, really making sure that he's managing his energy appropriately, making sure that his opponent can't catch his charge attack. So I think he really solidified his play, and I'm looking forward to seeing him again future on in this tournament.
Yes, it is so easy for us to sit back and call the games. We can see everything on the board, but it is tough under the lights on the big stage. Trainers make mistakes up there all the time that maybe they wouldn't in practice. But it was great to see HaydonusActual kind of lean into the scrims, lean into the practice that he'd been doing with his friends. He's been shouting out, you know, our crew of younger trainers, kind of the second generation of Pokemon Go trainers that we have here that he's been talking about.
I'm not sure I like that terminology. That means I'm a generation older than them. But let's go ahead and look at the replay here of this game number 3. Don't say we are. I know we are. I don't need to be reminded of that. Close combat being shielded here. Great call by HaydonusActual, recognizing that's one of his potential lose conditions. Switch out into the Diggersby. Diggersby, great awareness again by HaydonusActual that the Diggersby was going to reach another charge attack here, able to get the Icy Wind debuff and knock out with his Bone Club.
Very good plays. Those were nail biters throughout. So many times I am leaning into my screen, just like on bated breath, waiting to see how these plays are going to turn out.
Was that another comment about how we're older and we can't see? We need to lean into the screen.
Into the screen. No, it was out of excitement. I'm at the edge of my seat.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, we have now secured our top 4 players going, or not top 4, excuse me. We have secured our 4 players going into the winners side of the bracket of day 2. Because we hadn't played the winners finals of the groups yesterday, we have now played them. We have the 4 winners of the groups that have secured their position for that top side of the bracket in the top cut.
Yeah, now we need to go on to the losers finals of our groups as well, kind of finishing up that day 1 play. So what we are going to have next is we are going to have the Group A losers finals. We are going to be looking at Stud Muffins versus Zimmy Kid. I don't think we saw a lot of Zimmy Kid yesterday.
No, I don't think so.
But I know Zimmy Kid has a really interesting Pokemon on his team that I want to shout out. Low Kicks. Why would a trainer be running Low Kicks? It is a dark and bug type Pokemon, kind of a unique typing in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about bug typing a lot yesterday, about how it's not the best typing, but when paired with dark typing, it does help. Actually, I'm trying to think. What does it actually cover?
I'll let you think on that, Nick. I'll give you a moment to think. As you think on it, we have a quick March update that we can talk about as you are doing the quick maths with Big Phoebe. I will take us through the March content update. We have Cubfu coming in with the Might and Mastery update. You can get this legendary Pokemon that was discovered in the Isle of Armor in the Sword and Shield games. This is a very special Pokemon. Can't send it to home, can't send it to the professor, can't trade it. It is one and only and unique. Not quite though. You can get a special pass to get a second one as well if you want to be able to eventually get both Urshifus. We can see our max battles as well. We talked about Dynamax, Butterfree a little bit yesterday. Butterfree also has a Gigantamax form that is really beautiful that I'm excited for that to come to Pokemon Go eventually. We can see some of those spotlight hours as well. An event that's happening right now is Powerful Potential. That is where you can get that Cubfu from that free research. And then Charcadet's shiny was released. I hatched one today. I was very excited. Had to squint a little bit just to see the shiny change. It's only its eye colors. Its eyes turn from that red to that blue. But having that half hatch distance has been so critical in me being able to kind of cycle through these 2-kilometer eggs.
And I want to talk about these 3-star raids a little bit. Alolan Raichu has been pretty solid in the Open Great League meta in past times, but looking at that third Pokemon there, Sableye, will be really crucial for trainers to try to raid if they are still lacking those XL candies. Sableye is now going to be a really strong Pokemon in the play meta with that decreased energy on foul play and Power Gem being a really solid coverage move. And you have the opportunity to make a Shadow Sableye as well as a Standard Sableye, which means you need twice the XL candies.
That is quite a bit. So maybe doing some raids, making a Sableye your buddy and walking it. Lots of opportunities to get XL candy. Did you do the maths?
I did. I figured it out. Dark type doesn't actually shore up any bug type things, but bug type helps dark types with fighters. That's it. I was thinking bug type, it's fire, flying, rock. Dark doesn't interact with any of those, but that's enough about typings. Let's go ahead and head to the stage where our players are ready and raring to go at this losers finals for Group A.
We have Stud Muffins on the left, Zimikid on the right, and we can see on Zimikid's lineup that Low Kicks that we were talking about. A very fun Pokemon that was discovered in the Paldea region in the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet series. We'll have to see if Zimikid's going to be bringing it today. I believe Low Kicks, because it has Sucker Punch, is what makes it viable here.
Absolutely, and I remembered another one. Bug resists bug, so bug helps dark with bug types, which will be important here because there is a bug type on Stud Muffin's side. Getting into game number 1, it is Shadow Drapion into that Dugong. That's a solid lead for Zimikid. I have to imagine Stud Muffins will throw a Crunch before he opts to switch out, if he does.
And we are going to see those 2 Pokemon got to their charge attacks at about the same time, but Shadow Drapion is going to be throwing this Crunch first, potentially looking for a defense drop, but doesn't get it. Dugong throwing one more Ice Shard before landing an Icy Wind. Stud Muffin is going to use a Protect Shield, afraid of that Drill Run, but it's just an Icy Wind, going to drop the attack of the Shadow Drapion.
Second Crunch coming through here. This will do a lot of neutral damage to the Dugong. Does pull Zimikid's first shield here. The Dugong will be able to outpace to the next charge attack. I have to imagine it's going to be a Drill Run, which does threaten the knockout here. I think the Icy Wind might be just a touch short.
And the Drill Run is protected again. We are 2 shields down in this very early matchup. So Stud Muffin's kind of putting it all on the Shadow Drapion. Undercharging it looks a little bit, but doesn't matter. The Dugong is still going to be knocked out.
Shadow Drapion has played into so many Pokemon in the meta. In comes Azumarill, Poison Sting damage now adding up, able to build up to double Aqua Tails before switching out into Stud Muffin's own Dugong.
Yes, we have seen the Azumarill Dugong matchup plenty of times today because of Dugong's popularity in this Vancouver tournament. We've kind of seen it everywhere. So we know that it is very frequent that trainers will go for the Icy Wind first to kind of start to make the bubbles and the play roughs do less and less damage. And then Azumarill just trying to consistently get out as many play roughs as possible. It looks like the Dugong is in one play rough range.
Yeah, because Stud Muffins held off on throwing his first charge attack until after the play rough came through, I have to imagine he's only going for drill runs. If he's wanted to throw an Icy Wind, he should have done it before that second play rough landed, so it did a little bit less damage. Second drill run coming through here, not going to be able enough to pick up the knockout. Play rough reached by Zimikid. This will pick up the knockout into the Dugong. However, it does provide Stud Muffins with a opportunity to farm down with his own charge bug. I can't imagine Zimikid will let that happen. I expect an immediate switch out into that Shadow Galarian Weezing.
Yeah, we talked about the Shadow Galarian Weezing is an incredibly rare Pokemon. You had one opportunity in Pokemon Go to evolve a Shadow Coughing into that Shadow Galarian Weezing. So I know it's a very coveted Pokemon by trainers, a very rare one. A lot of trainers don't have very many.
Zimikid is now in a very precarious position. There are two Aqua Tails loaded by Stud Muffins. Aqua Tail going to be the preferred move here because of that dark subtyping, or excuse me, fairy subtyping of that Galarian Weezing. Sludge coming through. This is going to be resisted damage, but will be more than enough to knock out the Shadow Drapion.
Yes, Galarian Weezing. This Galarian Weezing, I believe, is running Sludge and Overheat. We've been seeing the other ones because I was wondering, wouldn't Brutal Swing be enough? This one's not running Brutal Swing. It is running Overheat, and that is going to be really important in what is about to happen. And boom! Taking out that Charger Bug. That is certainly some heavy damage.
Yeah, I absolutely thought Stud Muffins was going to win that game because I did not look at the movesets. I did not realize that there was Overheat on that Galarian Weezing. Overheat, absolutely the reason that Zimikid was able to win that matchup. Fire-type damage doesn't have a ton of targets in the meta right now. You know, one of them going to be that Lokix, as I was saying, that bug typing. Weak to fires. Azumarill is going to be resisting it. Diggersby, it's neutral. Dugong, it's neutral. Emolga, it's neutral. But the bug and electric type of that Charger Bug, weak to Overheat, able to secure Zimikid that massive damage to pick up the knockout.
Oh, and we are going to get to see it again, I'm sure, here on the replay. Again, you were looking, Stud Muffins had a pretty good setup for this game with that Charger Bug in the end game. However, the Galarian Weezing able to knock out here with a Sludge, still had a bunch of energy, and here it is again, and boom! Overheat, frying that Charger Bug to a crisp and sending it back to the Pokeball. How is Stud Muffins going to adapt from this?
I'm a bit curious if Stud Muffins had stayed in with the Charger Bug, allowed Zimikid to get the Overheat off, because Overheat does drop your attack. Maybe he could have survived a Sludge on his Shadow Drapion. Maybe.
Perhaps. It's hard to say. We cannot wind back the clock. We actually had to put the clock forward last night. We can't go back, and it's tough.
I wish we didn't have daylight savings time, but that is a topic for another time. We got these trainers up on stage fighting for their ability to stay here in this tournament. It is the loser's side of the bracket. It's the first game in that side of the bracket that we've showcased so far. Teams are locked in. Battlers are ready. It is going to be Dugong for Stud Muffins against Zimikid's Galarian Weezing. Will we see another Overheat?
Ooh, I hope so. That is a fun attack, a risky one. I think it's really interesting to choose that over the Brutal Swing. Brutal Swing is good at getting out consistent small amounts of damage, where Overheat is a great attack to be able to just go boom and knock into something and then do a quick switch out, going for kind of that big damage rather than just like several small chips.
And this is a tough spot for Stud Muffins. He needs to swap into the Shadow Drapion, but this isn't an ideal matchup for the Shadow Drapion because of those potential super effective drill runs. Zimikid has baited before. Will Stud Muffins call this? He does not. He puts up the shield in the last second, unwilling to risk it because his final Pokemon in the back is also weak to this Dugong.
Yeah, Stud Muffins has to clear this Dugong off the field. Shadow Drapion going for the crunch, maybe, and gets a defense drop. That is pretty useful. The Poison Stings are going to start to be able to do that normal amount of damage again because he was Icy Wind debuffed one stage, and now the crunch debuff one stage kind of evens it out. The Dugong's off the field now.
This is really important. I was going to say which Pokemon Zimikid brings in will decide, I think, the rest of this matchup because he brings in this Azumarill. The Azumarill will no longer have to face off against the Diggersby. It was in the back. It was Stud Muffins was unaware of what that third Pokemon was. Now Stud Muffins can pay. Look, he switches. What? He switches out again into the Dugong, throwing the drill run, but now he's lost switch advantage. He would have been able to pair up his Diggersby into the Galarian Weezing, but Zimikid now has the opportunity to counter switch.
In a moment, we might see it actually going for maybe a little bit of an undercharge on the Play Rough. I don't think it's going to be enough. The Play Rough is going to knock out. And then we will see we have the Diggersby and the Drapion on the side of Stud Muffins and a pretty healthy Galarian Weezing in the back for Zimikid still.
Zimikid now switching out, going to be able to pair his Azumarill later on into that Diggersby. Aqua Tail going to get shielded up here by Zimikid, maybe giving Stud Muffins a little bit of wiggle room if he's able to get to this next Aqua Tail. He is, however, he is going to get Fairy Winded down here. I don't think his switch clock is up quite yet. His Diggersby is energy dry, excuse me, it is just up now. His Diggersby is energy dry and is going to take an overheat now, or if he shields, is going to take an overheat later because I believe Zimikid can now switch out into the Azumarill. Oh, not quite yet.
The switch timer isn't up yet, so Galarian Weezing has to get to another attack and it can't. So just this Fire Punch, because Zimikid didn't have the second overheat ready, this is going to allow the Fire Punch to almost knock out, doesn't quite knock out, and able to stay on one. This Diggersby is going to have to take this overheat. His attack has been dropped by 2 stages already, but that still does a lot of damage.
It does just enough so that 2 bubbles are able to pick up the knockout. If a Scorching Sand was able to come through there, if Stud Muffins had shielded that first overheat, I think we would be seeing a game 3. But making the call, trying to predict a bait there, takes that heavy damage from that overheat, and that is going to be 2-0 for Zimikid.
What a pop-off. You could see him pumping his fist there right at the end. That is so much fun to see. That alternative moveset on the Galarian Weezing makes that much more of a dynamic and interesting Pokemon rather than the brutal swings that just kind of, like, that's kind of boring. They're just too small chip damage. You get a lot more excitement out of overheat.
Yeah, it's interesting because previous iterations of Galarian Weezing typically would run Brutal Swing in Overheat, but now with the recent changes to Sludge, Sludge is a significantly improved move, like significantly, and you are able to run Sludge Brutal Swing or Sludge Overheat. I guess you could also play Sludge Play Rough, but like, I don't think it typically runs Play Rough, which gives you so much more flexibility in terms of move options. You can see just how much damage an Overheat does, even if it's neutral.
Yeah, we are going to get to see that in the end game, and how much damage the Overheat did even when it was attack debuffed, because Overheat is a self-debuffing attack. We're going to see the bubble down here of the Diggersby kind of moving into our end game with the Drapion. We missed it in the replay, but there were 2 Overheats thrown into that Diggersby, and because Stud Muffins opted not to shield the first one, it was able to do a significant amount of damage, where the second Overheat is going to do much less damage because of that self-debuffing effect of the attack.
And it's a really tough spot for Stud Muffins, right? If you no shield the first, you get all that damage done to you. If you shield the first overheat, then Zimikid's incredibly likely to switch out, reset that attack debuff, and potentially reach an overheat later. So you shielded, but for what purpose? Just so that you could take an overheat later?
I don't know. I just know those overheats have me all fired up. Maybe we will get a chance to watch them again in the replays here. We're going to throw it to some replays. Don't go anywhere. Let's watch that action again.
GG's, man.
GG's.
PYC 2025 was the biggest Pokemon Go tournament to date, and it was something for the ages. 350 players came to London to compete for the championship title. This time, the meta was running wild. Annihilate and Primeape demolished whole teams thanks to Ragefest. Dugong and Summary Course brought the bulk, and a few surprise picks like Morpeko and Zapdos shocked the stage. Championship Sunday started with the winners finals, where CZ Wireless met the young prodigy Patoman. CZ Wireless dominated the first two matches with the help of his signature Primeape, but the Spanish prodigy never gave up and won the next 3 games. CZ Wireless dropped to the losers finals, where Cuvia 0-0 was waiting for him. Even though CZ Wireless came from a defeat, he held his ground and won 3-1 in a nail-biter match, advancing to the grand finals. Everyone was at the edge of their seats watching the final series. Switch after switch, catch after catch, Patoman and CZ Wireless were giving it all on this stage. Just as it happened in the winners finals, the German player won the first 2 games. But this time, CZ Wireless had a plan and frustrated Patoman's attempt to come back, resetting the bracket and getting 1 step closer to the crown. Even though the momentum was against him, Patoman restructured his game strategy and generated some of the most impressive plays we've ever seen. The crowd went wild. Cheers from friends, peers, and trainers from every part of the world flooded the Excel London as Patoman became the new Pokemon Go European International Champion.
Patoman is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
Never miss another moment. Keep up with all the Pokemon Go action at Pokemon.com/compete.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Stephanie Christine here to take you through the 2025 San Antonio Regional Championships. The Dual Destiny meta lived up to its name by showcasing some of the biggest rivalries in Pokemon Go PvP. The 8th career meeting between Rise to Occasion and Dune Bug 97 was dubbed the Tangle in Texas. While the 2 trainers Shadow Drapion fired Aquatails back and forth, the difference maker was Rise's Mandibuzz. Another rivalry came to a head when Elite was able to sneak a game-winning Ice Beam through 2 of Out of Pocket's Protect Shields to
secure a spot in the losers finals. The winners finals was a showdown between Rise to Occasion and Stud Muffins. The momentum of the series was a tug of war, with both trainers white-knuckling their win conditions and digging in their heels. Rise took the winners finals 3-1 on the wings of his Mandibuzz, proving that it is the superior dark-type flyer in the current meta. After a grueling 4-game series against Stud Muffins and his Galarian Moltres, Elite skyrocketed into the grand finals, proving that there is good, then there is great, and then there is Elite. The Grand Finals and the Grand Finals reset was the Shadow Marowak show. Despite Rise taking advantage of even the smallest of Elite's mistakes, it wasn't enough to conquer the oppressive power of Shadow Marowak. Elite claimed his 3rd regional championship to etch his name in the history books alongside friend and rival Lyle Jeffs III.
And he is going to be your 2025 San Antonio Regional Champion.
We are waiting for you to join in on the action. Go to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
All right, welcome back everyone to Vancouver, Canada, aka the 604. What a regional that we saw there in San Antonio. Elite having a very dominant run through the losers bracket. It's very opportune because we're going to be bringing you more Elite action here in the losers bracket, this time facing off versus Dialap Churn.
That's right, and Rise to Occasion, who you also saw in that recap just now, is also in the loser side of the bracket. So both of these trainers have a bit of a long road ahead of them, but we know just how good they are and that they can make that comeback.
We haven't seen a lot from Dialap Churn this tournament. We saw him obviously with the hype moment, the Shundo lucky trade that he had earlier, but we haven't seen too many of his battles since that moment. As a reminder, he's going to be running a Shadow Quagsire, which I think is the only one that we've seen throughout this tournament, so.
Yeah, he's one of only 2 trainers in day 2 who isn't rocking the dugong that so many trainers have decided to bring to this tournament. He also has the Emolga, which I actually think looks quite good into Elite's team here.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a kind of development that I think led Emolga into this situation. Trainers were recognizing the opportunity for that flying electric typing, especially ones that can quickly pace to charge attacks. Zapdos was that key Pokemon for a long time, but due to some accessibility issues and, hey, you know, I don't really get to my electric type charge attack very quickly, didn't really have a great place in the meta. But I love where this Emolga is right now. It has access to Aerial Ace, Acrobatics, as well as Discharge, and it can pace quickly to charge attacks and really get some hard-hitting ones as well.
Exactly. I think we saw Dapper use Emolga to great effect against Rise. It just got to those discharges a little bit too quickly for the Dugong to deal with. So I think we're going to see maybe some nice gameplay from Dialap here with the Emolga as well.
Well, we've been watching a lot of Elite, and he relies heavily on that Shadow Kanto Marowak. And looking at the team from Dialap Churn, the only resist that he has for that Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to be the Emolga. And so we keep talking about this, but realistically, that Emolga only single resists the Mud Slaps and the Bone Club, and with just how frail it is in general, if you land one resisted Bone Club, you might even be in a range where you can Mud Slap down.
That's true. I mean, Dialap does have a lot of options here besides the Emolga. He has the Azumarill, which is also quite safe into Elite's team. The Quagsire that you mentioned, a very unique pick. It's also quite safe, not the best neutral matchups, but you know, just safe and kind of neutral across the board.
The one thing that Quagsire is going to struggle with is that, assuming that it's running Aqua Tail, I believe it is, then there are 3 water types on the side of Elite. So it's going to have to find either the Drapion, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, or maybe even that Dusclops. I do expect Elite to be bringing that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Let's move into game number 1. This is winner go home, losers finals for Group B.
And kind of the signature Pokemon for each trainer are on the field right now. Quagsire for Dialap and Shadow Kanto Marowak for Elite.
All right, well, if Elite is able to land one of these Bone Clubs, he can likely force his way through this 2-shield matchup. I don't think that you're fully able to just simply Mud Slap down, though, due to the quick pacing from Dialap Churn's Shadow Quagsire here. Here comes the first Aqua Tail from Dialap.
That's right, and pretty close to another Aqua Tail as well, but Elite is going to make sure to fire off at least one Bone Club before the next Aqua Tail comes through. I expect to see Dialap maybe throw up one shield. Oh, but he actually lets it go. Doesn't really value the Quagsire as much, and actually, it's able to hang on to the Bone Club easily, but Elite with a quick swap into Dugong to catch this Aqua Tail.
Dialap actually waiting one turn. Elite, anticipating the wait, waits one turn himself and swaps in to catch the resisted Aqua Tail on his Dugong. This is going to be bringing out the Shadow Primate from Dialap Churn, but I believe that Elite did sneak through an Ice Shard earlier, so he's actually able to pace to this Icy Wind prior to Dialap Churn getting any energy off on his own Shadow Primate.
Yeah, I'm curious whether Dial-Up is going to try to just one-hit the Dugong with close combat or begin ramping up with Rage Fist. He does throw the Rage Fist, so this is actually going to negate the Icy Wind debuff that he just received.
This is scary because you are ramping up. This is going to be harder for this Dusclops to come back in. I think you have to bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak back in at this point. You're going to come out of this matchup maybe with 2 Rage Fists. Yes, a full farm down. Dial-Up Churn near 100 energy on his Primate.
And this is a lot of energy, and it has a lot of destinations as well. The Dusclops is full health in the back, but that's a Ghost type, and it's going to be taking super effective from these Rage Fists.
Okay, in comes the Dusclops. This is only single stage attack buffed. Still able to tank one of these super effective non-same type attack bonus Rage Fists. I don't know that you're going to be able to tank 2. It will be pretty close here, but we're now at a 2-stage attack buff.
Yeah, Rage Fist coming through here, and I think I saw that Dial-Up is just one more Karate Chop away from another Rage Fist, which is kind of crazy. But Dusclops is able to hang on through those Karate Chops and able to fire off a Shadow Punch here.
Yeah, important to get to this Shadow Punch. If you want to prioritize your, okay, no, Dial-Up Churn opts to just let the Shadow Primate go down, putting it all on his water Pokemon, and does he have an answer to this Shadow Kanto Marowak? We already had the full insight into what Elite's team was, so I think it's very, oh, but a catch from Elite! 2 catches now within the same match.
Little thumbs up from Dial-Up. He knows he has this game in the bag. Not only is he absorbing the energy here, he still has a very healthy Azumarill, probably going to be able to just bubble down the Marowak on Elite's side.
Oh yeah, no, catch from Dial-Up there, showing, hey, Elite, you caught one earlier, I can catch one here as well. And I think you already had that game in the bag, like you said, but like you said, the thumbs up, some flashy plays too.
That's right. Well, really nice plays from Dial-Up. Like you said, he knew the entire team from Elite, so even though he had a very boosted Primate as well as some energy, he knew that the Azumarill could kind of just clean things up for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he was building that team around the Shadow Kanto Marowak, knowing how much Elite likes to run it. He had 2 answers, realistically. I like the way that he played that early matchup with the Shadow Quagsire as well, knowing that you can safely tank 1 charge attack and actually get to 2 Aqua Tails in a little bit quicker pacing as well. So it forced Elite into an uncomfortable position where he had to swap in his Dugong, and we talk about how safe Dugong is in a lot of situations. What's not safe against, though, is going to be those fighters, and Shadow Primate is a prime example of just how powerful those fighters can be versus Dugong.
I think the Primate is actually really nice into Elite's team. There is the Dusclops, which of course resists all the fighting type damage, but just like we saw there, Primate with an energy advantage can definitely hit back with Rage Fist. So that's definitely something that Elite has to think about. Maybe you continue bringing the Dusclops, maybe you even have to bring the Azumarill as well for that fighting type resist.
Yeah, there's nothing that does, outside of Shadow Kanto Marowak, significant fast attack pressure. Yes, you can argue that the Shadow Feraligatr, that the Azumarill with its bubble, they do some pressure, absolutely, but the only thing that can really power its way through in those 2 shield matchups is going to be that Shadow Marowak, which we saw Dial-Up Churn absolutely protect that Shadow Primate with those 2 water types to neutralize that threat.
Yeah, you mentioned that the Quagsire, and there's that fantastic catch from Dial-Up. So much value from this Quagsire, right? I think it took 2 Bone Clubs and pretty much got the Marowak very low, or maybe it just pulled a shield in the lead.
Well, let's not forget, Dial-Up Churn was our Vancouver Regional Champion 2 seasons ago. So, you know, this is not an unfamiliar position for him. He knows what it takes to get to the finals and to win in tough situations. Elite obviously has the momentum on his side with San Antonio Regional win. Both these trainers are in the loser's bracket. A lot at stake right now.
Exactly, and I think even more so for Dial-Up. Elite, like you said, already has the regional win, already has the invite to Worlds, but we actually don't get to see Dial-Up compete as often.
Yeah, no, he's normally restricted to these Canadian regionals. All right, well, let's move into game number 2. Elite currently down to 0-1 versus Dial-Up Churn. A great lead. Shadow Primate once again finding its way to get aligned with this Dugong. Elite doesn't really have an opportunity to swap out right now. Doesn't want to bring that Feraligatr behind energy.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go to the Dusclops either. Maybe he's afraid of being met with the Drapion or Diggersby. Although in this case, the Dusclops actually would be quite safe, and he just gives up the Dugong completely in the lead.
That is a little bit of an interesting play there because you can actually just stay in this matchup. I think Dial-Up Churn could have gone for the close combat there, but simply just goes for the Rage Fist, which does get shielded up. Elite really finding himself on the back foot this game.
Yeah, and Dial-Up preserving his Primate coming into the Azumarill. Again, such a safe Pokemon against Elite's team, and he's up a shield now, which just feels like a really good position to be in.
I don't know that there's really any win conditions at this point. You've lost so much and gained so little as Elite. He's going to need a miracle to come back in this game.
Yeah, this is going to have to be the most valuable Feraligatr ever seen before in play Pokemon history if Elite's going to be able to make a comeback here. He's absorbing the play rough onto the Dusclops, you know, realizing that maybe the Feraligatr is my key to victory if there is still a key out there.
Well, that's a really good question. Is there a key out there? You're going to need probably 3 Shadow Punches to get this Azumarill off the field. Yes, 1 Hydro Cannon is enough to knock out that Shadow Primate, but I think the Shadow Quagsire will hang on versus 1 as well. So when you're just looking at how many charge attacks Elite's going to need to get to, I mean, we're talking 7, 8 charge attacks. This might just be too much.
Yeah, play rough coming through here from Dialab. I think the Dusclops can still tank this, but I mean, really, you need to come out of this matchup with so much energy just to even have a chance.
Okay, 2 Shadow Punches loaded. We're close to 100 energy now for Elite. I think this Shadow Punch will be enough to take the Azumarill off the field. I anticipate to see the Shadow Quagsire come into the action here. There's still lots of energy on Elite's side, but these Shadow Punches just don't threaten Protect Shields.
Yeah, the thing is that the formula for taking out this Quagsire is like, you might just want to try to one-shot with a Hydro Cannon, so I feel like that Shadow Punch wasn't quite so valuable. But Elite actually had some energy banked on the Feraligatr here. I think that might have been a charge attack priority as well.
Yeah, and I don't think that the Shadow Primate has that much energy. Threw the Rage Fist and then got out maybe after 1 or 2 fast attacks. Now it does pace so quickly, and as these mud shots begin to add up, this Feraligatr is getting closer and closer to being in range where 1 Rage Fist KOs. I'm just worried that you get fast attack down at this point now though, Soph.
Exactly. I mean, if Elite's clock is up, maybe you can throw this Hydro Cannon, grab a shield, come back into Dusclops and farm down. But actually, Dialab maybe sees that coming, just lets the Primate go, and he just comes back in with the Shadow Quagsire. Actually, is this even over?
I think he's going to get to this Hydro Cannon right here. Yes, indeed, this is going to pull the final Protect Shield. You can see a little bit of a shake of the head of NiteTimeClasher. I don't know if you are in Shadow Punch range. Do you maybe try and go for Ice Punch? I'm not sure which one does more damage.
I'm not sure either, but I think Dialab really needs these mud shots to add up. This is actually one of the most incredible comebacks I've ever seen. If this Shadow Punch knocks out the Quagsire, just 1 more Hex I think is needed.
He gets there. What an incredible comeback from Elite. NiteTimeClasher unable to capitalize on the tremendous start that he had, completely knocking out the Dugong and getting a shield. Elite down 1 Pokemon and down 1 shield, found a way with the Feraligatr.
Yeah, I mean, I know you said yesterday that Lyle sometimes pulls off miracles, but I feel like that has to count as a miracle there. What an incredible game from Elite. Down an entire Pokemon, down a shield, no switch advantage, and was able to still pull it out.
Yeah, the 2 casters here, we were not seeing win conditions there, but it's just consistency, patience, and execution there by Elite. And I think that realistically for NiteTimeClasher, maybe the miscue there was simply going for that resisted Aqua Tail, because you know, those mud shots just weren't enough to fast attack down. Maybe if he'd shielded the Primate. I think if you shield the Primate, that may have been Dialab's game.
Yeah, the thing about shielding the Primate is that you know that Elite still has a charge attack loaded on the Dusclops, so it's tricky, but there is a little bit more fast attack pressure from the Primate, right, compared to the Quagsire.
I mean, that's just one of the challenges, I guess, that you have with this team, and none of these Pokemon have significant fast attack pressure that he was running. And, you know, it seems that NiteTimeClasher is very comfortable with that double water Primate team. He might switch around the order a little bit, but he wants to have that protection against the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and realistically, Azumarill has a lot of play into Elite's team overall. I mean, there's nothing that's going to be hard walling that Azumarill whatsoever. The best answers are probably going to be Elite's own Azumarill, maybe the Dugong. Feraligatr obviously can do some things, but we're just talking, okay, what's my answer to a strong water type Pokemon? It's another strong water type Pokemon.
Yeah, I think if you're trying to support the Primate, it is really key to keep that Azumarill around. I don't know about the Quagsire if it's super necessary, but Dialab seems to like it and be comfortable with it, and he might just lock in with the same team, right? I feel like that second game was really his game to lose, and he might feel like with just a little bit different gameplay, he could have had it.
You know, I like the positioning of the Azumarill specifically. I know I keep talking about tips that I get from S. James P21, but where he thinks that the Azumarill is so valuable is being that damage sponge, where you land a charge attack, then bring in the Azumarill to just clear out any sort of energy and just hang around in a matchup for that full 50-second switch timer.
All right, well, the Primate is back for Dialab, but this time it's met by Elite's Drapion. Gonna be curious to see if Elite tries to fire off the Aqua Tail right away. And okay, so look, so Dialab does catch the Aqua Tail on the Azumarill, which seems exciting. But if you're Elite, I think you just build up like 7, maybe 8 or 9 Poison Stings and then just come back into your own Azumarill.
Yeah, you're in a position where you can actually do a pretty nice amount of chip damage. Well, only wanted to throw 4 there, so maybe he was unsure if that bubble had gone through or not, but either way, does get back to that Aqua Tail, so it'll be ready for the Primate. Meanwhile, now brings in his own Feraligatr and uses the first Protect Shield. Elite now down 1 Protect Shield, but has a lot of energy, not only on his Drapion, but also on his Feraligatr here.
That's true, and I think, Elite does have the energy back on his Drapion, but he's also kind of saving the Azumarill for the Primeape down the line, which has given him so much problems in this series.
Okay, the question is, can you knock out before this Azumarill gets to 2 play roughs? And I don't think this Hydro Cannon KOs. I think it's going to leave this Azumarill at 1 HP, and I think Dialab Churn will be able to get this next play off.
It's very close. You see him crossing his fingers, and that definitely looks like a 1 HP live to me, very similar to what we see at the end of the Azumarill mirror match. But Feraligatr is also going to be able to hang on here.
Yeah, absolutely. So Feraligatr does come out of this with a little bit of energy. Oh, but the Primeape comes right back in and just farms up energy. Tries to go for the full farm down, but Elite is able to reach his Hydro Cannon. This is very nice for Elite.
Absolutely. So you have a lot of energy on this Primeape, but Elite still has energy on his own Drapion. He actually throws the Aqua Tail right away, and I think that was actually a charge attack priority. So if Elite wants to put up the shield, he can guarantee getting the Aqua Tail off.
Well, there's 2 scenarios here. You either let this go, and now this Primeape is locked in this matchup, and it has a 2-stage defense drop. I think you're just going to be able to simply bubble down at this point. But the thing we have to watch out for is how much energy this Primeape still has. Defense drop or not, you're going to be able to get a Rage Fist and a close combat off.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through from the Primeape, and I think what you really want coming out of this matchup is maybe to put it into Stone Edge range for your Quagsire to clean things up, or maybe it's Stone Edge plus an Aqua Tail. I think at this point, the Primeape has pretty much done its job, and I expect to see Dialab switch out to clear those debuffs.
Yeah, no, we've seen how much a single boosted, even resisted, close combat can do. Thank you, NiteTimeClasher, EUIC. But realistically, Elite recognizes that and says, hey, I'm going to put up the Protect Shield even though it's resisted damage. This is an awkward spot now for Elite.
Yeah, I mean, for Elite, you probably still need to land maybe 2 Ice Beams is the fastest way to take out this Quagsire, because I don't think 1 Play Rough is going to cut it. Dialab already able to throw out this Stone Edge, and I think just maybe 1 more Aqua Tail plus the Mud Shots are going to be enough for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think realistically you can get to a Stone Edge here if you need it, but you don't need. Dialab Churn will be able to get to this Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail will be enough to KO. And Dialab Churn, he's going to move on to the next round of losers. Elite, that's going to be the end of his tournament run. He drops in losers finals for Group B. He will not be able to take that back-to-back championship.
I don't think we've seen anyone in North America do that quite yet, but it was a great run by Elite. As always, we expect that consistency from him at these regional championships. But as for Dialab, he has won the Vancouver Regional Championship before. He hasn't won a regional in quite a while, actually, and hasn't qualified to Worlds since, I think, that season. So it's really nice to see him making a big run here in Vancouver.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, realistically, even in that game, too, I feel like that was Dialab's game to lose, basically. At least it looked that way at the very beginning. So that did seem, despite the 2-1, very, very heavily sided towards Dialab Churn.
I think he had a very favorable team of 6 compared to Elite. So, he had the Primeape that we saw time and time again. The Azumarill was also just so flexible.
Yep.
You see it here, absorbing the Aqua Tail. And then the Quagsire, which, again, we don't see too often, but I feel like it kind of just did its job, even if it wasn't the star of the show.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it has nice play with its water and rock coverage. You have the water for the Shadow Kanto Marowak. You have rock for everything else that maybe resists, all those waters that resist the Aqua Tail. So, Quagsire seemed like a very safe play into pretty much any of those Pokemon, and I just really like the way that he was able to navigate and dance around with his Primeape as well. He seemed like one of the strongest Primeape users that I've seen so far.
Exactly. It's actually very frustrating to play against Primeape if you don't already have energy or maybe shield advantage because of how quickly Primeape gets to those moves. And I think sometimes it feels like it kind of just comes down to a call for whether it's Rage Fist or close combat. And I think Elite, he no-shielded 2 close combats in those games 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And if either of them had been a Rage Fist, I think, he would have been in a much better position.
Yeah, I think that Dialab was being very, very sharp with when he's throwing those moves. I think that he was never really just telegraphing anything. I think Elite did pick up on it in that, in shielding that close combat on his Azumarill, knowing that, hey, that's going to be some significant damage. But, I mean, too many times he was finding his Pokemon dropping from those close combats. Dialab Churn was making all the right calls.
Yeah, just a 1 Karate Chop difference. But, in this day and age when everything gets to a charge attack in 4 or 5 seconds, I think 1 Karate Chop can sometimes be the difference.
Well, what I love about the Primeape specifically is that even in situations where you're baiting and someone calls it, you're not being punished that hard. It's only just a 1 Karate Chop difference, whereas something like a, back in like the Galarian Stunfisk mirror, there was just such a big energy delta between that Earthquake and that Rock Slide. So, I mean, in the nice utility that you have with Rage Fist, it's like, okay, well, maybe I just threw some resisted energy, but at least I gained something, right, with that Rage Fist attack buff as well.
Exactly, because then your Karate Chops are doing more damage too.
That's right. All right, well, guys, let's take a look at our Might and Mastery season as well. As you guys have seen, we have some new introductions from a Dynamax and Gigantamax perspective. First up is going to be Raikou, storming its way into the scene. Very, very exciting. Actually, I had we did our very first Gigantamax raid earlier today.
Yeah, there's a spot at the venue. It's been rotating between Charizard and Venusaur, so that's been really exciting to see all the trainers kind of working together to take those down. And I think we also get the introduction of Kubfu to the game.
Yeah, legendary Pokemon evolved into Urshifu. We actually had Stephanie, one of our co-casters, actually grab a shiny Charcadet as well, so that was very, very cool to see. All right, additionally, you can see that Urshifu right there, but also the Gigantamax Machamp there. That's going to be very, very fun, looking quite strong.
Yeah, it is very difficult to take down those Gigantamax Pokemon, so make sure you have, at least 20 trainers if you want to be comfortably beating these raids.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be using any Open Great League Pokemon versus those.
Yeah, maybe there will be a challenge in the game one day to do that. 1500 CP.
That's right. All right, well, I'm looking ahead and seeing what our next matchup is going to be. Rise to Occasion making his way back to the stage. He's going to be facing off versus Gerald X. This is going to be the Group C Losers Finals. It's really interesting when you take a look at just Gerald and how he plays. He's talked about it in interviews before, but he has a comfort level with Pokemon. He's one of those trainers that says, look, I don't care how the meta evolves. I have Pokemon that I'm comfortable with. I know the matchups. I know how to navigate around them, and I'm going to be one of those most skilled trainers with those Pokemon. So, Gastrodon has been that pick for him. However, Rise at the very same time, I haven't seen him play a lot of Gastrodon, but he's chosen to bring it on his team of 6 as well.
It's a very innovative team from Rise, and I think somehow during the practice process, players like SS Thorn, players like Corlash, who just won the Fortaleza Regional, actually also thought, hey, Rise, this team you're running looks pretty great. I'm going to use that team as well. And it seems like it's working pretty well for all 3 of those trainers.
Yeah, Rise said he saw this team actually, what he thought maybe independently pop up somewhere else. I think he'd been doing some scrims with some Brazilian players, and I think those Brazilian players have some conversations back again with some other NA players, and then all of a sudden he sees this team somewhere else as well. Hey, SS Thorn, where'd you find that team? And it's my team.
Well, Rise is definitely a trendsetter and an innovator, and one of actually several trainers at this tournament who chose to bring the Golisopod, which I'm not sure if it's going to have a ton of play into Gerald's team here, unfortunately, but I feel like it was really making a splash yesterday.
Well, it's going to be a great answer to that Gastrodon for sure. If we think that there's going to be a lot of Gastrodon play, one of the few Pokemon that does resist that Mud Slap due to its bug typing. But hey, so we saw a lot of these yesterday. There's 14 of them in the top 16. It's Dugong versus Dugong, Rise to Occasion versus Gerald in the Group C Losers Finals.
One of the slowest mirror matches out there, but actually, it can be a big difference if you have different attack and defense on your Dugong. Those ice shards do just a little bit more damage. We'll have to see how this plays out to see if that's applying to these 2 Dugong. But for now, we have the first charge attack priority. Gerald chose to Icy Wind Rise, while Rise chose to use Drill Run.
Yeah, Joe trying to encourage Rise to swap out, saying, hey, you're debuffed. You're going to be debuffed for the next 4 minutes if you don't swap out here. Immediately throws that Icy Wind, and we have, actually this time, no charge attack priority. Both trainers choosing to overfarm a bit. I wonder with this Icy Wind how this is going to be impacting the longer matchup here. I don't anticipate either of these trainers to use any Protect Shields here.
I definitely agree with that, unless they're really, really desperate for a switch advantage. But Rise decides to just clear the Icy Wind debuff, brings in his own Gastrodon, maybe realizing that it's actually incredibly safe against Gerald's team. There's no Mud Slap resist there, and in fact, 2 Pokemon are taking super effective damage from the Mud Slaps.
Yeah, but that's exactly what you want as Gerald. You're now able to debuff and get a good amount of chip damage into this Gastrodon. You bring in your own Gastrodon and actually still shields this Earth Power. I think that there is no reality where Rise would go for a bait here, especially when you're debuffed. So a smart shield by Gerald there. Maybe we'll be able to get a full farm down. I think he's going to have to throw a Body Slam.
Does throw the Body Slam right as Rise reaches his own, and Rise chooses to let his own Gastrodon go. He knows that it's debuffed, he knows it's not going to be providing too much value to him, and now he really wants to bring his Dugong back onto it. He saved all this energy, so now it's coming into the Gastrodon rather than the Dugong.
This energy is going to help a lot, especially if you're able to get that second Icy Wind off as well. Keep an eye on switch clocks, though. Gerald's is coming up relatively soon. We have a charge attack priority. Earth Power coming through against Rise to Occasion. This is single debuffed, will land on the Dugong. Dugong. It's not going to be enough to knock out, though. Will Rise swap over to the Steelix? No, he's locked in with a charge attack priority.
I think he's going to switch out right after this if the Icy Wind doesn't knock out, although of course it might knock out. Looking very closely at his screen, trying to tap into that Steelix, and it's actually met by a Drapion. And this is an interesting matchup because the Poison Stings are doing absolutely nothing, but the bulk of the damage is of course coming from these super effective Aqua Tails.
As Shadow Steelix, you do hang on versus 2 of these Aqua Tails, but if you're looking what's going to be the hardest hitting, you have a super effective Drill Run from a non-Shadow Dugong, or these Aqua Tails from the Shadow Drapion. I think Rise recognizes he at least has to shield one of these.
Yeah, and he does get the Breaking Swipe, no attack debuff for Rise, unfortunately, but he does get the Drapion quite low. He's going to let this Aqua Tail, again, recognizing that there is still a Dugong from Gerald.
And his Dugong can probably still get to 1 additional charge attack versus the opposing Dugong, knowing that you double resist those Ice Shards. I'm curious how much energy that he has, if he has any residual, and if he's on the 5 or the 4 cycle. This Dugong could be important at the end of the game.
All right, Rise using his final Protect Shield, and the Dugong looks very, very dry. Rise is throwing a Psychic Fangs here. This is going to drop the defense of the Dugong and make those super effective Psychic Fangs do even more damage.
Rise may be able to even make a catch here. I think 3 more Ice Shards for Gerald. Will we see a catch attempt here? No, actually the Drill Run is loaded and ready to go, but look at the HP. Keep in mind that Psychic Fangs is still applied to this Dugong as well. Maybe Rise would be able to farm all the way down with his own Dugong here and then unleash a charge attack into the Drapion. He's going to go for it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and he farms down perfectly. Has the energy. But there's still a Protect Shield on the side of Drapion. Can he farm it down? Yes, he gets the full fast attack down.
1 Ice Shard versus 2 Poison Stings. What an incredibly close game at the end there. I think Gerald's Dugong barely fainted with the charge attack, and Rise finding the win condition.
Look, we talk about Pokemon's, the strength of their charge attacks. It's not always about just the base damage or the base energy. The utility of Pokemon, it can be what really makes them a good or a bad Pokemon. You look at Shadow Steelix, for instance. It's not running any same type attack bonus charge attacks whatsoever. It doesn't have any sort of hard-hitting earthquakes or anything like that. But what it does have is a lot of utility in the form of attack debuffs with its Breaking Swipe and then defense debuffs with the Psychic Fangs. If you don't land that Psychic Fangs and you don't get that attack debuff, you don't farm down that Dugong and you don't put yourself in a situation where you can win the game. Really heads-up play by Rise and just shows how strong Shadow Steelix can be.
A lot of buffs flying around in our last matchup and a lot of debuffs flying around here with those Icy Winds, with those Psychic Fangs, and of course the 50% chance on the Breaking Swipe. We didn't see that attack drop from Rise's Steelix, but like you said, the Psychic Fangs was just so impactful at the end, allowing him to Ice Shard down the Ice Water Pokemon.
All right, well, keep in mind from Gerald's team, game number 1, Dugong as well as the Gastrodon, both only really realistically resisted damage into that Golisopod on the side of Rise. Yes, you can land a Body Slam, but Golisopod looks so strong into that matchup. I'm curious if Rise ends up bringing it here in game 2.
He might choose to bring it, like you said, looking at the Pokemon that Gerald chose to bring there. We didn't see the Charge Bug from Gerald, so Rise might be thinking that there's actually room for him to bring the Golisopod.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, there in that end game, the Shadow Steelix did get knocked out, but it did its job. It got some damage in, and it got that very crucial debuff off. Despite Gerald still having a Protect Shield, Rise is able to farm all the way down, does not throw a charge attack, simply just needs the 1 Ice Shard, and is able to hang on from those last Poison Stings. 1 HP and a dream.
Yeah, what an MVP that Dugong was for Rise, you know, doing so much in the lead, and then of course closing out the game, but we're already into game number 2. Wholesome, it's the Charge Bug we were just talking about, but it's actually met with Rise's Gastrodon.
Yeah, these Volt Switches are going to be single attack resisted. A little bit of a positive matchup for the Gastrodon. The question realistically is how much do these X Scissors do? I think with good timing, you're going to throw 1 more here as Gerald. Yes, indeed. And first X Scissor is ready to go, but it's really awkward as a 4-turn attack user to throw energy into a 3-turn attack user on proper timing.
Exactly, but he kind of managed it there. Oh, but he actually throws this X Scissor right away, recognizing that Rise has a lot of energy on the Gastrodon, maybe doesn't want to give him the opportunity to throw. So he does pull a Protect Shield from Rise with the second X Scissor.
Okay, here comes the Dugong from Gerald, swaps out of the Charge Bug. Rise to Occasion has an Earth Power ready to go. For the second consecutive game, Gerald properly shields up an Earth Power. There is a potential for a debuff here. We don't see it this time, and I think that Rise is actually going to be able to reach another Earth Power before Gerald is able to reach a charge attack on his own Dugong.
And Rise actually has like a Lissapod in the back, which is going to hard wall the energy from Dugong, but he does actually want to chip it with that Earth Power first before swapping. And here's the swap. He is going to be debuffed from this Icy Wind, but remember, it is resisted damage.
Okay, Rise to Occasion is 4 Shadow Claws away, or 8 turns away from his X-Scissor. Meanwhile, Gerald is 3 Ice Shards, 9 turns away from his Icy Wind. I think Rise to Occasion should have no problem getting this charge attack off. I'm a bit surprised that he's just letting this come through. Maybe he could have knocked out before taking this additional debuff.
Yeah, potentially not sure whether the X-Scissor would have been enough to take out the Dugong there, but Gerald's X, with a quick swap into the Charge Bug, he's going to be eating this Aqua Jet straight to the face, but just remember that the Glisspot has been debuffed, so it's not going to do a ton of damage, and Rise is actually still locked in here. He probably wants to get off another charge attack, and there's the Aqua Jet coming through, and that's going to be a final parting gift from this Glisspot to take out the Charge Bug.
Okay, this Glisspot is still 2-stage attack debuff. I don't think Rise wants to stick around here and provide just farm down fodder on his Glisspot. So I expect to see a swap out into the Dugong most likely, whatever it brings in at this situation.
Yeah, he doesn't know what Gerald has, but he knows that Charge Bug is really the only answer for the Dugong. But he actually comes in with the Gastrodon, still doing quite a bit of damage to the opposing Dugong, is able to reach this Body Slam. And Gerald actually chooses to let it go, you know, potentially hoping that his final Pokemon is still going to have some play. It's that full health Gastrodon.
Yeah, with an energy advantage, the Gastrodon will be able to reach 2 Earth Powers, I believe, at the same time that Rise is able to get to 2 charge attacks as well. Maybe he needs an additional one as well. Yeah, no, actually goes immediately for this Body Slam. Rise might think this is the most likely Earth Power, so a nice bait by Gerald. The one thing we have to keep an eye on for Rise to Occasion as well is that he does still have that Glisspot hanging out, and it does resist the Mud Slaps. I think he'll likely be able to get to 1 additional charge attack.
All right, well, Icy Wind coming through here. Rise is probably going to apply as many debuffs as he can before switching out into the Glisspot later if he has to. But that's a nice bait from Gerald. You know, he knows that Rise knows that he's going to debuff him with those Icy Winds. So it makes sense for him to shield first. And Gerald is actually waiting until the last second to throw this Earth Power, maybe trying to apply as much Mud Slap damage as he can. But I think after the debuff, the Dugong is able to hang on without a problem.
Yeah, no, this is the dream scenario for a Dugong user. You have your opponent that is locked into a matchup with only 1 Pokemon remaining. You have a full health Dugong, just needs to get those Icy Winds off. The longer the matchup goes, the better it looks for you. And there we have Rise to Occasion taking the victory there versus Gerald. He had a pretty tough series just before this, so what a good recovery we just saw by Rise.
Exactly, you know, he stayed locked in, stayed calm, and, you know, kind of like in Game 1, we saw him navigate those buff and debuff users quite well. The Dugong, of course, like you said, kind of its dream scenario at the end of Game number 2, and then in Game number 1, really kind of clutching up at the end with the fast attack damage.
We talked about Pokemon that trainers like to use, and yes, Gerald bringing that Gastrodon both games, and I think that Rise was one step ahead. Seeing in that Game 2, hey, my Glisspot's going to have a lot of play here. It was able to find the matchups that it needed, and you know what's interesting is that Rise has played a lot of this Dugong, actually. If I'm not mistaken, it was actually on his winning team in Los Angeles last year as well. It was one of the Pokemon that he used most frequently.
Potentially very familiar with these matchups, familiar with how much damage all of these charge attacks do, and, you know, realizing that, you know, he's not really in danger from that Earth Power at the end and can just safely fast attack down.
That's right. All right. Well, what a win there for Rise to Occasion. He did win his group losers finals now, so he's going to be moving on to the losers side of the Day 2 losers bracket, whatever we want to call that. He has a lot of fierce opponents up ahead of him, though. We've already seen the likes of, I mean, Elite just got eliminated from the tournament. We saw Zimmy Kid make his way through. He has Dilap Churn he still needs to get through. Ton of great trainers in that loser side of the bracket.
I think Lyle Jeffs is also in the losers side of the bracket as well, so definitely a lot of former champions have dropped down to the loser side of the bracket, so it's going to be a gauntlet as well as a lot of rounds to get through.
Don't forget SS Thorn, I think, also on the loser side of the bracket. So, I mean, it's stacked loser side, and that's not even getting into the winner side.
Absolutely. Well, I think Rise has just advanced to the top 8 of this tournament, so that's very exciting. And remember, top 8 is when you start winning prize money as well as a big boost in championship points. And for trainers like Rise who are attending a lot of these tournaments, he's probably hoping to be in the running for the travel awards to not only tournaments like Worlds, obviously, but also NAIC in June.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's get the take from Rise himself. We have Nick standing by with Rise to Occasion.
All right, thanks, Jim and Soph. I'm here with Rise to the Occasion. I want to talk to you a little bit about game number 1. Typically, you're a very stoic player on stage, but we saw you be a little bit upset at the end of the game. Can you talk to us about what that emotion was about?
Sorry, you mean game 1 of this most recent set? I'm trying to recall. My my emotions are a little all over the place. Game 1 was like a hard... Oh, it was because I could have thrown first with my Steelix in the end, and I kind of just lost concentration and lost track of the Dugong. So I felt like I made it closer than it needed to be there. And you can't afford slip-ups like that at this stage. So I was frustrated with myself Game 1 and just tried to lock back in for Game 2.
For sure, and you definitely did. Game 2 was a really strong showing. Talk to us a little bit, because you're a very frequent Day 2 competitor. Staying calm and maintaining your concentration through Day 2, what does it take? What kind of things do you do during an event to be able to do that for so well for so long?
I tried not to get too high or too low. At the end of the day, it is just a game, but it's something I care about, something that I put a lot of time and effort into, so I am competitive, I want to win. But you got to understand, I even went up to Dapper after our last match because I was showing a little bit of frustration after that loss, and I'm like, dude, I'm sorry if I came off frustrated. I just wanted to win. It means a lot to me. So, like, you outplayed me totally, and good luck the rest of the way. So, just understanding that we all want the same thing. We're all trying to reach that common goal, and not to get too high or too low.
As Soph mentioned, you just made top 8 in this tournament, potentially earning yourself more championship points. Talk to us a little bit about your best finish limits, excuse me. You get 4 of those for ICs and regionals. How are yours shaping up? Do you still need to go to locals to wrap up the cups or challenges?
I believe this is my 5th tournament of the season, and so my last one that'll count for points towards Worlds until more potentially get replaced. But one thing I am trying to achieve as a goal is go for that LAIC Travel Award for next season. So I do plan on competing and being quite active here in the remaining NA tournaments of the season.
Sounds great. Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the victory, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. I'm going to send it back to the casters for more action.
All right, well, Rise has just made it into the top 8, but we've still got one more spot to fill there. And that's going to be between Lyle, Jess, and SS Thorn. Maybe one of our most hyped, most exciting matches from yesterday, most entertaining matches as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we kind of chatted about it when we were casting it earlier. We saw Lyle, and just on paper, had a little bit of a disadvantage, I would say, versus SS Thorn's team, which you'll see looks familiar compared to Rise's team. But we said he's going to need to pull off a miracle in order to win this game, in order to win this match. He pulled off several miracles, and he is absolutely able to do that. We saw Elite doing that as well, but again, it just speaks volumes to just how strong these trainers are here. This is win or go home for 2 trainers that both have the capability to win the whole regional.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen Lyle demonstrate that capability 3 times so far. SS Thorn hasn't won his own regional yet, but he doesn't compete that much. The ones he goes to, he does very, very well at. And let's take a look at these teams once again. If you remember yesterday, SS Thorn was continuing to bring that Drapion. It was kind of his key Pokemon. And, you know, unfortunately for him, in that final game of the series, he did take a Scorching Sands while he had 2 shields up, and that kind of decided things.
Now, what's really awkward for Lyle is finding the balance for his Shadow Galarian Weezing. It was a Pokemon that did really well for him in day number 1, but here in day 2, it was a liability for him. He was unable to get it aligned where he needed, kept finding it up against a Shadow Kanto Marowak. There's no Kanto Marowak here. However, there is a Gastrodon on the side of SS Thorn.
Yet another Mud Slapper, but this is really not the alignment he wants. We see the leads, and Lyle's got the Shadow Jumpluff aligned with the Dugong. He's going to get it right away into his own Dugong.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the worst case scenario there. Dugong does come in, and, you know, this is a situation where this Golisopod resists all of these charge attacks, but thanks to the utility of the Dugong, the longer this matchup goes, the better it gets for Lyle.
Lyle is able to get the Icy Wind debuff first before SS Thorn throws an X-Scissor as well, so that's really nice for him. And the other thing you have to remember is that we've seen so many matchups where a trainer loses the lead, loses switch advantage as well, but then they're able to clean things up with the Primeape, and that's exactly what we see Lyle has lurking in the back.
Yeah, no, it was exactly what we saw earlier. I think it was, I'm trying to remember the trainer that had the Primeape there, but it was the same situation. It was a Drapion and a Dugong, and now that your single Pokemon that resists Karate Chop and resists fighting type attacks has been brought onto the field, this does free up that Primeape, just like you said, Soph.
Exactly, and after this matchup, you know, Lyle, oh, actually, SS Thorn switches out first. He wants to clear the debuffs, and he actually brings in his Dugong, and now it's met by Lyle's Primeape.
Well, the thing for SS Thorn is that he has the flexibility to do this because he has a secondary answer to that Jumpluff in his Shadow Drapion. So if you're able to force this Primeape into throwing a close combat, it's going to make it a lot easier to neutralize. And you can see after already landing one of those charge attacks, now this Primeape is much, much easier to take out of the equation.
Exactly, and Lyle's going to start ramping up his Primeape, but like you mentioned, the Primeape is just so low. I'm not sure how much benefit you get out of that attack increase. Here comes another Rage Fist, and SS Thorn seems to have been counting correctly. He knows it's not a close combat, and I expect to see him maybe just go for an Ice Shard down.
Yeah, I was going to wonder, can you get there? I think if you farm down in 3 Ice Shards, you're not going to be able to reach this next Rage Fist.
Oh, he
somehow.
gets it!
You can see an exchanging of glances there between Lyle and SS Thorn. Not something that we see every single day there, but yes, this is huge because this peels away that final Protect Shield from SS Thorn. Now Lyle has 2 shields with his Jump Bluff, and as we've seen, Jump Bluff can do some work. Do not forget that the Jump Bluff is running Acrobatics for Lyle as well.
I think all of the Jump Bluffs and Top Cut are running Acrobatics, which is very interesting, but Lyle decided to shield up his low health Dugong, banks a move, and of course switches out into the Jump Bluff and actually catches this triple resisted Drill Run.
Whoa, what a play by Lyle there, pulling off yet another miracle. He needs to get to this Acrobatics that might be very, very close to knocking out this Shadow Drapion. SS Thorn, however, going for this defense debuff, throws this crunch. Lyle still has 1 Protect Shield remaining. Will he use it? Yes, down goes the second Protect Shield for Lyle.
All right, he does have the Acrobatics loaded, and there's a 30% chance crunch debuff, so Lyle's Jump Bluff is going to be taking just a little bit more damage from these last couple of Poison Stings.
All right, well, will that be enough to knock out? No, he gets to 1 more crunch. The defense drop has been locked in here as well. I don't know if this is quite enough to knock out, but it is going to leave this Jump Bluff very low. How much HP is going to be remaining after this? Almost none. Here comes the Dugong. You have to throw the Aerial Ace. Lyle, unable to react in time, however, has his own Dugong with some energy. Does he know the counts? Can he get to 2 charge attacks? No, he's unable to do so. And in fact, yeah, I don't know. He may have been a slight turn late there as well.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to bank a little bit of energy so he had something for the Golisopod, but I think if you look at the Golisopod in the back, it still has a little bit more health. And it looked to me actually like Lyle was hoping to switch out into the Dugong just a second sooner, bank the Aerial Ace that he had on the Jump Bluff. That could be what they're talking about right now.
Yeah, definitely talking to the judges right now. I think if we just talk about that specific endgame situation, not only would you need to knock out that Dugong, I think you would need 2 charge attacks into that Golisopod as well, and that's assuming that the Golisopod has no energy itself. So on paper right now, SS Thorn will take the battle there. That was a back and forth battle though, so we really didn't know who was going to win that game.
All right, well, it looks like we are just moving forward with game 2, and they're both looking happy about that. But yeah, that was a crazy game. Like, it looked like, you know, once the Golisopod was on the Dugong, maybe SS Thorn had an advantage, and then we thought maybe the Primeape was going to clean up, but then SS Thorn just swapped out, and you know, Lyle's even making a catch of the Drill Run here on Jump Bluff, which is crazy, but not quite able to get that final Aerial Ace off onto any of SS Thorn's Pokemon.
The one, I guess, bit of bad luck, but I think Lyle maybe could have played around a bit better, was shielding that first crunch. Maybe you shield the second crunch instead. You have a bit more HP remaining. Secondly, though, ended up throwing 1 Ice Shard, I believe, or sorry, ended up throwing 1 Fairy Wind on his Jump Bluff rather than just throwing that Aerial Ace right away. So
exactly.
1 or 2 miscues that we saw from Lyle there. Had a little bit of luck on his side, but also had luck against him in some other situations. It was just such a dynamic back and forth game that it really came down to that final couple moments there.
All right, well, SS Thorn is up 1-0. If he can win another game, he will get the revenge arc versus Lyle just after Lyle is actually the one who knocked SS Thorn down to the losers bracket yesterday.
Don't forget, Lyle was using that Diggersby versus SS Thorn before, and we have not seen it so far in that game number 1. Diggersby, like we said, does have that option, and that potential, rather, for utility with its Scorching Sands attack debuff, which we saw it land into that Drapion earlier, and that's going to be some significant damage. Here we go, though. It's currently 0-1, Lyle versus SS Thorn. It is the Primeape for Lyle into the Shadow Jump Bluff. Lyle cannot catch a lead in day 2.
And there's the Diggersby that you were just talking about. Lyle brings it into the Jump Bluff, but SS Thorn is going to go for the Acrobatics, but not before Lyle Jeffs fires off this Fire Punch.
I just want to say Lyle has not won a single lead in day 2 at all, and this has been so tough for him. He's going to have a huge hill to climb to try and come back. All right, SS Thorn stays in with his, or has his Jump Bluff loaded with energy right now. He's going to be firing off the Acrobatics, and Lyle actually opts to shield it. Quick swap now, though, into the Golisopod. We've seen 2 Aqua Jets. Should be enough to knock out after this Fairy Wind damage.
Exactly. Yesterday, we saw this matchup straight out in the lead where 2 Aqua Jets weren't enough to knock out. But like you said, after the Fairy Wind, I think 2 Aqua Jets are going to be enough. You see the Diggersby about at 40%, maybe less health there.
Game 1, Lyle tried to put it all on that Jump Bluff, and he was unable to do so. It looks like he's trying to do it again in game number 2, or find a destination for that Primeape to get lined up somewhere, but realistically, there are two good answers to that Primate. Not only was it the jump bluff, but he has this, SS Thorn has this Golisopod as well.
That's right, but it is kind of locked onto this jump bluff right now. I'm not sure if the switch clock is quite going to be up, but he is probably just going to bring in his own Drapion once he has the opportunity to. Looks like he's still locked in here, and Lyle is going to take advantage of that by throwing this aerial ace and knocking it out.
You want to get this Golisopod off the field, but how are you going to remove the Shadow jump bluff from SS Thorn? That still poses a huge threat for the remainder of Lyle's team.
Well, Drapion is coming in here, and Lyle is still locked in with his own jump off. This is actually just an aerial ace bait, but SS Thorn, saw how much damage the acrobatics did before and is going to shield it up.
All right, we've seen Lyle. He's capable of making some star-studded plays, some plays that take your breath away. He gets to this aerial ace now. This is not the acrobatics. SS Thorn knows it's not, and he's going to let this charge attack go. Meanwhile, though, his Drapion has over 2 charge attacks stored and ready to go. He might get 1 or 2 more poison stings before throwing this Aqua Tail. Should be enough to take out this jump bluff.
All right, well, Lyle's just going to let it go. And like you, I'm kind of wondering what his plan is for taking out SS Thorn's jump bluff. He still has the Digger's Beat, and the jump bluff actually has already taken a Fire Punch, so it's not the healthiest, but Lyle's actually just going to bring in the Primeape here.
Yeah, you easily tank one of these charge attacks, but what you're getting closer and closer to is range where you might get Fairy Winded down by SS Thorn's very healthy jump bluff still. I don't know exactly how much energy that Digger's Beat has for Lyle Jeffs. Lyle lets go this second Aqua Tail, knowing that Primeape's not going to be the key to success. He has let the Shadow jump bluff go, and now is putting everything on his Digger's Beat. Throws the Fire Punch. I like this. You do not want to have that Drapion able to reach that Aqua Tail, but this is still looking really difficult for Lyle.
SS Thorn does have some energy on the Drapion already at an Aqua Tail here. That's going to force the last shield from Lyle. And if you're Lyle, I think you still need to land 2 Fire Punches on the jump bluff if you want to have any chance of winning this game.
I think you need to make a catch as well. I think you need to throw, you need to throw 2 Fire Punches, but the problem is your switch clock is not going to come up before SS Thorn is able to reach this next charge attack. I don't see a way out of this for Lyle.
I think the way out of it would be that SS Thorn doesn't throw a charge attack here, but the button's already up. He's actually going to go for the heavier hitting acrobatics here just to ensure the knockout, and I think this is going to be a very good game and a very good series for SS Thorn to get his revenge.
Yeah, like we said, SS Thorn looking a bit favored on paper, at least when we take a look at these trainers. Does get off a parting Rage Fist here. I'm concerned, however, that SS Thorn will simply be able to Poison Sting down. Lyle does not have any residual energy whatsoever. He needs 4 more Karate Chops. He needs to knock out in 2, and he's unable to do so. What ended up being a very close game in game number 2, nonetheless, does go to SS Thorn. He's going to be moving on to the next stage of losers. That's going to be it for Lyle Jeffs III. He is unable to repeat as the champion of Vancouver here in 2025.
All right, well, a nice hug between 2 trainers. We talked about it a lot yesterday. They play together a lot. They watch each other's streams a lot, and they played twice here in Vancouver, so maybe a little bit of unfortunate pairings for them. But those were such great battles in both series from today and yesterday. Felt like a lot of games were coming down to the wire, including that last game, which I thought was over pretty early on, but it actually came down to just 1 Karate Chop.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at the team that Lyle had versus the team that SS Thorn had, okay, Lyle is bringing that Digger's Beat and that Primeape, and you've got Jump Bluff and Golisopod to handle both of those. You're trying to find that alignment onto the Drapion, but guess what? Drapion gets aligned versus your Jump Bluff instead. Everything's going wrong from an alignment perspective for Lyle, and it still came down to 1 fast attack.
Yeah, I think he was kind of trying to worm his way around those matchups. We saw a lot of switching, taking advantage of those desynchronized switch clocks in the middle of the game. So, of course, as always, really skillful play from Lyle, but like you said, feels like he hasn't been able to catch a good lead in quite a while, and that definitely hurt him there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to getting a bracket update at some point so we can see how we've rounded out our top 8 here in Championship Sunday, but it's been a great tournament and lots of great names. One of the names that I'm most excited to continue to see his run later on is going to be Haydonus, right? One of those trainers that has not got that champion title just yet, but he's getting closer and closer as the day goes on.
Yeah, he came in on the winner's side and then won his first match. So I think that does put him in the top 6 at least. Everyone on the winner's side should be in at least the top 6. And we've got the bracket here for you. He's going to be facing off against NiteTimeClasher in just a little bit. And then Dune Bug and Dapper are the other pair on the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, we can say Dune Bug and NiteTimeClasher are going to be our usual suspects perhaps. Dapper Discs and HaydonusActual, these are going to be our trainers. A bit more of a dark horse, but they are putting themselves in great position right now. Over on the loser side of the bracket, Zimmy Kid, I think this is his furthest tournament run that he has made, so kudos to him. He's going to have a challenge ahead of him with Rise to Occasion. Meanwhile, SS Thorn, fresh off his victory versus Lyle, he's going to have to face another regional winner, another Vancouver regional winner in Dilap Churn.
That's right, and I think Dial-Up is the only remaining Vancouver Regional Champion in this tournament. Remember, all 3 of the previous Vancouver Regionals have been won by Canadian battlers. Dial-Up is the last one standing here.
Yeah. All right, well, we just saw a clean 2-0 from SS Thorn. Let's get his impressions. We're going to kick it over to Stephanie, who's standing by with SS Thorn.
Thank you, Jim. I am here with my pick to win it all today, SS Thorn. So this was a rematch from yesterday where I think a lot of us kind of were like clutching our hearts with that Shadow Drapion tanking the Scorching Sands. What was your mindset going into today's rematch?
Well, I just tried making calls. We play so much that there's like so many mental games, and I just felt like he's so good that I have to like make calls to like actually beat him.
Yeah, and you two are not just both Canadians, you're locals. You two probably play each other more than anyone else. That's why people have been saying, like, this is the top matchup of the tournament. This is what people have really wanted to see. What is your emotion on the stage playing someone that is a local and a friend?
It feels great. It makes me really nervous, not gonna lie, but it's also like a lot of fun. Lyle and I have played like probably close to 30 or 40 times by now. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. And as I said, a lot of mental games, so a lot of nerves as well.
All right, and how are you feeling going into the rest of the tournament? Loser side is no joke. It's definitely a lot more stressful, a lot longer of a slog. How are you feeling going into the rest of Championship Sunday?
I'm honestly feeling pretty calm after our last Toronto. I had a pretty sick losers run, so maybe I can pull something off.
All right, any final thoughts for us here today or any final shout outs before we move on up?
Yeah, shout out to my dad who's here with me today. Shout out to Lyle, of course, and shout out to Tomahawk who helped me with the team.
All right, we have so many more battles left today. Thorn, thank you so much for taking a moment with me after your battles. Let's go ahead and watch some replays. Don't go anywhere.
Well played.
My friend Charlie, she got me into Pokemon and she doesn't play anymore. I'd been into Pokemon my whole life, but I'd never actually picked up Pokemon Go. I picked it up 2 years after everyone else.
And of course, we've got Abhinav at the top there, the regional champion.
First starter I picked in the first Pokemon game I played, Pokemon Platinum, Torterra. Such a cool Pokemon, great design, best grass type, and overlooked Pokemon. Yeah, I love Torterra. For a long time, I was hesitant. Like, should I take part in PvP? Am I good enough? Am I cool enough? Going to tournaments with like fellow Chicago locals, seeing them in person, battling in person, bonding, talking, having a good time. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for those tournaments back then. And I will always remember that my first big tournament win, sitting in my dorm room in the middle of COVID, no one around me. I told myself, if I can win this tournament, I can surely do bigger and better things.
He competed in Indianapolis, the North American International Championships, then the Open India qualifier as well, getting 9th place in that. And then now in 2024, the year of Abhinav.
I'm in a transitional phase of my life, just graduated college. So I told myself, push hard this season, qualify for Worlds, and then one last hurrah. Now that I've done it, I have to kind of recalibrate my goals for the rest of the season, I guess. Portland definitely is maybe the biggest notch in my belt, but a lot of boxes tick, you know. Wanted to do it for like India and for Chicago, wanted to qualify for Worlds. I feel like I proved not just to the world, but to myself that this is something that I'm really good at and that I should continue doing because I'm one of the world's best.
So it's really all on the line here. Whoever wins this series is going to go to the World Championships.
It's a very emotionally charged experience playing this game because, you know, things happen in the flash of a second, and in a completely non-Pokemon context, I've learned about who I am as a person, what makes me happy, what makes me sad.
And Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion.
I'm on a faction or like a team. We're called the Chicago Stars. And our captain for the longest time was a trainer called Barnabas. He sadly passed away recently due to cancer. And I have so many great memories playing in-person tournaments with him for so many years. And one of the biggest reasons I've grown into who I am right now.
My name is Sean Pulowski, and I'm from Wildwood, Missouri, about half an hour from St. Louis.
S. James P. In his one previous tournament, he was a Peoria regional finalist.
Well, I started playing Pokemon Go around like the start of the game. I took a 2-year break, came back to it. That was during COVID. Noticed that they like a PvP format. Connected with some people on Discord, and that's how I kind of got into the game.
He wants to go that one step further. He wants to be the champion.
If I were a Pokemon, I would be a Dragon type. I think the offensive pressure just kind of suits my playstyle. When I hit rank 1 on the Go Battle League leaderboard, it was probably like my first real achievement. I got first place in GBLA, which is like a different kind of format that's hosted by a few people, like Speediest Chief was one of the people that hosted that tournament. That's where I kind of made a name for myself, and then I transitioned to Show 6 Pick 3. I think if anyone is interested in GBL, I think they should definitely try Show 6 Pick 3. If you're hesitant at all, I think you should just go in and do it, because the second I did, like, I kind of fell in love with it a little bit. A lot of people like to scrim, they like to look up their matchups ahead of time. I kind of take a different approach. I like to not think about my matchup at all until like maybe like 10 minutes before, because I feel like my first instinct is usually like the correct way to go. I don't like to second guess myself, and I don't like to think about it too much.
SJ is so unpredictable, capricious with his decision making.
I think I've definitely had some self-doubt at some points, like getting second in that regional. Like initially, it's like you're so excited to make it that far, and then you get hit with a bunch of losses, and then you kind of lose that drive a little bit.
No one gets second place at a tournament by accident, and no one gets 2 top 3 finishes in back-to-back tournaments in your only tournament so far by accident either.
I'm a super competitive person, so I'm a little tough on myself when I lose. In Peoria, I think I was getting down on myself after some of the losses, made some mistakes. This time around, after the losses, I feel like I bounced back very well. Getting used to the crowd, you know, watching you play, it's a little bit different than playing at home. I think I was a little bit more comfortable with it today, like I knew what I was getting into. I think you just have to acknowledge the fact that you're going to make mistakes at some point, and you just have to try to come back from it. It's just an unbelievable feeling to finally come out on top.
We're about to crown our Indianapolis Regional Champion.
I think it hasn't really hit me yet. I'm super pumped, a little tired, a little exhausted, relieved as well. What kept me going was my friends. They've shown me so much support, and it's really why I feel like I did so well today.
Put your hands up!
S. James P21!
To win a regional, that was my initial goal, but now that I've done that, I guess the next step is to try to win Worlds.
We are back, trainers, in Vancouver at Canada Place to bring you Championship Sunday battles. We have narrowed it down to our top 8 trainers here at Championship Sunday. I am Stephanie Christine. I'm joined by Alpha Phoebe.
We just had some intense battles, and we have more intense battles to come. We are officially in our top cut. Those top 8 players have been locked in. They know they're getting at least that amount of prizing, but they want more. They want to make it to top 4. They want to make it to the winners finals and the grand finals, but that's still to come.
Yes, but well on their way are the 2 trainers that we have on the stage. We are going to be taking a look at Dune versus Dapper, who have some really great and interesting teams. Both trainers really, I think, utilizing some of the interesting Pokemon in this kind of half-step meta we have going on. Trainers, if you out there like this meta, you just make sure you turn into next week where like the gloves completely come off. We're going to be having Lapras. We're going to be having so many other Pokemon. It's going to be wild.
Let's go ahead and head to the stage where our players are ready for their match. It's going to be Dune Bug on the left versus Dapper on the right. The 2 Pokemon I really want to call out are that Shadow Fortress for Dune
and that Galarian Wheezing for Dapper. We saw earlier just how potent a Galarian Wheezing can be if it lands in Overheat. However, Dapper's Wheezing does not have access to that charge attack. It's Brutal Swing and Sludge, so a little more quicker to pace, a little less harsh in terms of the drawbacks of the move, but a little less fun for us to cast.
And I am really looking forward to seeing a lot of that Emolga gameplay. I'm looking forward to seeing the Dusclops gameplay. You mentioned earlier that Dusclops is kind of like the Galarian Corsola we have at home.
or maybe Galarian Corsola is the Dusclops we have at home.
Nah, Galarian Corsola is the one that's tough to get. All right, and we have our opening matchup here with Dapper into Dune, and a commanding lead for Dapper with that Emolga being able to do super effective damage. And we see the quick save swap of the Shadow Drapion, a very safe Pokemon for Dune to bring into Dapper's team.
Discharge coming through, going to do good neutral damage into that Shadow Drapion. I expect to see a swap out into the Primeape. Primeape can take one Aqua Tail very cleanly here. It is not the Shadow variant and is at the Rage Fist now, so we might see a charge attack tie here if Dapper chooses to throw. Ow, sorry, just bit my tongue. Rage Fist is really close to knocking out at this point. Does it pick up the knockout? Barely not.
No, the Drapion hangs on. That Aqua Tail is going to be much less comfortable, about as uncomfortable as your tongue is right now, and the Primeape is knocked off.
So Dapper unwilling to retain switch advantage. However, little as you know, his opponent has 2 water types in the back, so this energy advantage will be nice. It is the Dugong coming in. It will get super effective damage off with those Ice Shards. 2 discharges now reached before the first Icy Wind from Dune Bug. Will he choose to shield?
Well, choosing to shield the first one, that makes a lot of sense because the next one will be debuffed after this Icy Wind. If Dapper wants to keep this Emolga flying in the sky, is going to have to put up a Protect Shield, and he does. There is another discharge ready to go, but actually banks it and brings in his own Dugong.
Interesting. He could have built up to 2 there, I think, but totally fine to just do that 1 Thunder Shock and switch. In comes Dugong, going to get off this Drill Run into the Jellicent. This is neutral damage. Jellicent is fairly bulky though, so it does not really threaten it all that much. Jellicent with Hex now, as opposed to Bubble, able to do neutral damage with its fast attacks. It's a charge attack tie. Shadow Ball gonna do a lot of good neutral damage to the Dugong, but not really threatening a knockout yet.
Jellicent, one of the Pokemon in the Might and Mastery meta that really benefited from the update to Hex. Astonish was really taking the stage as like a premier fast ghost type fast attack, but now Hex is going to be getting a little more time in the sun. We are going to see Dune outpace here to the Shadow Ball. Dapper's got to decide what he wants to do.
And this is the drawback of that Ice Shard fast attack on the Dugong, not really doing much pressure into that Jellicent. Quick switch by both trainers. Emolga coming in, throwing off the discharge, and a shield comes up from Dune Bug, knowing that he's going to get to a farm down here, but no, Icy Wind thrown first.
Yeah, he maybe could have gone for the Ice Shard down. It would have just taken 1 more Ice Shard to do it, but instead goes for the guaranteed knockout, and the Dugong comes in, and Dapper's Dugong is at just too much of a health disadvantage at this point to be able to do meaningful damage to Dune Bug's Dugong, and then Dapper just kind of concedes there, and the first win of this series goes to Dune Bug.
It was a bit tough for Dapper there. Dune Bug really flexing the bulk of the 3 Pokemon he chose to bring to that matchup. Emolga, you know, it's got great typing, it's got great charged attacks, but it is not the bulkiest Pokemon. You know, amongst electric types, it is fairly bulky. It does shine in that standpoint, but compared to the Open Great League meta, that's where it struggles a little bit with that lack of bulk.
And that's why we don't often see electric type Pokemon in the Championship Series meta, because the meta for the Championship Series does require quite a bit of bulk. We are going to see one Pokemon that's fairly bulky, the Shadow Drapion here, be able to withstand that Rage Fist to be able to throw that uncomfortable Aqua Tail here. The Primeape just was not able to stand up to it.
Yeah, 2 Aqua Tails enough to knock out the Shadow Primate, one Aqua Tail leads to a Poison Sting down, but still the non-Shadow variant unable to hang on to 2. We are ready for game number 2 here. Getting right into it is Shadow Drapion into the Galarian Weezing. The Galarian Weezing's charge attack energy, however, is completely walled by the Shadow Drapion.
A little sad, this Galarian Weezing is not running Overheat. There's not going to be as many booms. This one is just going to be running the Sludge in order to do a little bit more damage compared to the Brutal Swing. Neither of Galarian Weezing's charge attacks are going to be very effective here.
Aqua Tail coming through, going to do about 30% of the remaining health of that Galarian Weezing. I think this next Aqua Tail will be just shy of picking up the knockout. Dapper Discs thinks so as well. No shields, a little bit of health left. Going for the Sludge now, but I think this is also going to be shy of a knockout into that Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion going to get that Poison Sting through to pick up the knockout, and will have energy into the final matchup.
Just barely. That is 1 HP if I have ever seen it. Dapper waiting out the switch timer, giving himself all of the time necessary, and the Drapion gets to this Aqua Tail against the Dusclops. That is rough.
Poison Sting coming through, getting energy to the Aqua Tail. Dusclops very, very bulky. Will the Jellicent come in? No, it is going to be the Fortress. No Fire Punch on this Dusclops, which makes a lot of sense given how useful Ice Punch is. So Shadow Punch is going to be the move of choice. We'll see how much damage it does to Shadow Fortress.
Not a lot. We talked a lot about how electric types are not very bulky. Fortress is really unique here because it's not an electric type, but able to output electric type damage with those Volt Switches. We see the second Shadow Punch needs a third to knock out, but Dune already almost at 2 Rock Tombs.
Rock Tomb coming through, I don't think would quite threaten a knockout here, but I believe a quick switch from Dune Bug. The attack was fallen, because it is a 100% chance at this point. Shadow Punch not going to be shielded here, which is great for Dune Bug because the Pokemon in the back is the Primeape, and Primeape only has charge attack pressure against Jellicent.
Yeah, those Karate Chops not necessarily going to be doing much to the Jellicent. Primeape really has to rely on those Rage Fists, but just a singular Rage Fist does a lot of damage. Needs to be able to land 2 of them. Dapper maybe looking for a Surf Bait, hoping that's all it is, but it is a Shadow Ball. Nearly knocks out. That is quite a bit of damage. Primeape is able to get to this Rage Fist, but Dune, he's got 2 shields. He's sitting comfortable here.
Yeah, I think Dapper probably wished it did knockout, because then he could have gotten, or then Dune could have gotten a little bit of less farm onto his Jellicent. Jellicent going for the Surf, which would be really close to knocking out at this point. Hex going through for the Dusclops. It's going to be really close to a farm down, but no, instead switching to the Fortress, able to get the Rock Tomb here. Now with the extra damage from that Volt Switch will be enough to pick up the knockout.
And Dune taking a 2-0 victory over Dapper to put himself in the winners finals for Vancouver here. We are getting close to the end of this tournament already. We have 1 player already sitting in the winners finals with 1 player left to be decided.
And that's going to be between NiteTimeClasher and HaydonusActual. Of course, I'm going to be rooting for Haydonus as he was my pick to win it all here today, but NiteTimeClasher definitely a fierce opponent in his own rights, a regional winner, very high, consistent placements at international competition. Very, very talented trainer.
I'm looking forward to seeing that battle. It will be another where I am on the edge of my seat. But this battle that we just finished, Dune versus Dapper, a very commanding 2-0 victory for Dune.
Yeah, Dune just showing how the mastery of his Pokemon was able to prevent Dapper from having really much counterplay, recognizing how much damage different charge attacks are going to be doing, even if it's from Pokemon that are fairly new back into the meta. Dusclops, we really haven't seen it all that much before this Vancouver Regional, but very confidently no-shielding those Shadow Punches, very confident with the fact that the Hex damage wouldn't lead to a farm down, and utilizing that Shadow Fortress with the updated Rock Tomb to great effect and able to secure victory.
I really noticed that Dune utilized that Shadow Dropion and Jellicent as a core in both games, really only switching up, bringing the Dugong in Game 1 and the Shadow Fortress in Game 2. Why is Jellicent so well positioned in this half-step meta that we currently have? Are we going to continue seeing it in the future just because of how powerful Hex is? What's your take on Jellicent?
So Jellicent is a water type that utilizes ghost type moves because it is also a dual ghost type, which gives it a slight advantage over the water types that only use water type moves, or like Azumarill, where you're doing bubble, fast attack, pressure. Ice Beam is your cheaper move. Play Rough does reasonable damage, does not threaten like a one-hit knockout, but those, because Hex is neutral as opposed to resisted like Bubble or Ice Shard from Dugong, usually Jellicent has a more positive matchup against other water types.
Yeah, a water type, you want to be able to beat something in your same archetype, right? A water type that can beat other water types, fire types that can beat other fire types, that kind of a thing. So that really explains why Jellicent is so predominant here.
The other thing is that we don't see all that much Shadow Feraligatr at this tournament. You know, it is a water type, pure water. It doesn't have ghost subtyping, even though it's using Shadow Claw as its fast attack, which gives it a edge against Jellicent because it's then doing super effective Shadow Claw damage as opposed to just neutral. Its charge attacks, Hydro Cannon, are resisted. However, we've seen time and time again, Azumarill, Dugong, it's able to win those matchups with resisted Hydro Cannon because of how potent that move is and how powerful those same type attack bonus, same type of attack bonus Hydro Cannons and Shadow Claws can be.
All right, I cannot help but grin, but I'm seeing in the corner of my eye our battlers are almost ready on the stage, and just these smiles coming from NiteTimeClasher and HaydonusActual. Two trainers, again, in that slightly younger generation. I know it hurts your heart, Nick, to talk about the battlers that we are older than quite a few of them, but I think it's going to be a lot of smiles. I'm really looking forward to this next match.
Absolutely. I don't think either of them has necessarily thanked each other in their winners interviews or whatever, but we know they have to be in the same friend group, the same close relations, because both of them always think out of pocket. Aiden. You hear the name Aiden very, very frequently in these tournaments because people are always thanking him. He's very, very kind guy. He's very sociable, has lots of friends, and I have to imagine does a lot of scrims with all these trainers as well.
And that is going to make it, I'm sure, but maybe Out of Pocket helped both of these trainers scrim for today in Vancouver. Again, this battle is really important because the winner of this, the winner's semis, is going to move on to the winner's finals. A guaranteed third place, which is incredible. The loser is going to be still in the tournament after this, but it just is a tougher road. And these two trainers, just a lot of smiles, a lot of excitement on the stage.
Guaranteed third place, that means a guaranteed medal, which you know trainers are always after.
Yes, you want to have as many medals as Dune Bug someday that you can wear them all in your player photo. Let's take a look at some of these. When I grow up, I want as many medals as Dune. Let's take a look at some of these accomplishments from these trainers. NiteTimeClasher just kind of known for traveling all over the world, kind of bringing in all of those accomplishments. Just taking a look at this season, so many from 2025. Haydonus, not as many top cuts to his name. We got a pull from 2024 and 2023. This is a really strong performance from him today in Vancouver.
Absolutely. Excuse me. And I want to point out the two top ones for NiteTimeClasher are at ICs, and it's really, really difficult to get top 8 and top 16 at ICs because there are so many competitors. We had nearly 500 at UIC. It's a mirror match that we've seen time and time and time and time and time and time and time again. It's Azumarill versus Azumarill. This matchup is a long one. You want to throw play roughs at the other Azumarill, and it can often be dependent on the exact stats of the Azumarill, which one wins. I believe the bulkiest Azumarill that is out there typically survives a final play rough with 1 HP to land its own play rough to pick up the knockout.
That's why it's really important to pay attention to the exact IV spread of the Azumarill that you are training, that you are building for the championship series, because you may want to build an Azumarill that's good maybe in a separate matchup, or you want to build an Azumarill that's good for the mirror like this one. Taking a look though, we can see that we have the Azumarill mirror in the lead, but let's take a look at those backlines. Both trainers have a ground type Pokemon, the Diggersby and the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and we also have two very different water types, the Shadow Feraligatr, which is going to be outputting a lot of damage, and the Dugong, which is going to be able to absorb a lot of damage.
If you look at the health bars between these two, you notice that the Azumarill for Haydonus has a little bit more health. This playoff will not, excuse me, it will pick up the knockout, so must not be the complete bulky Azumarill on NiteTimeClasher's side, because typically that does survive that charge attack with 1 HP. Shielding up this Hydro Cannon, I'm actually really liking this position for Haydonus. He's leaving the shields, or he was leaving the shields into play, which is really good for that Dugong. Dugong likes having shields up because it can throw those Icy Winds, lower the attacks, and if it is the last Pokemon on NiteTimeClasher's side, he won't be able to remove those attack drops.
No, it's always great to leave a Pokemon with low HP in the back, either for a catch or to remove attack drops from Pokemon like Dugong. We can see here now it's a battle of the ground type Pokemon that these two have chosen to bring into the tournament. Diggersby versus Shadow Marowak. Shadow Marowak we have seen time and time again, especially from trainers like Elite, just a dominant Pokemon in the championship series.
We actually see a switch out here, and I like it a lot. Saving that Bone Club for later, it will lose charge attack priority, but I have to imagine that Haydonus will not utilize the shield here. Oh, excuse me. I'm wrong. Because the charge attacks are all resisted in from the Feraligatr into the Dugong, maybe that's why he opted to shield there. It would have been the most damaging charge attack, but I was expecting him to save that move, or that shield, excuse me, for the Marowak in the endgame.
Perhaps, maybe he'll be missing that shield at the end. We can only wait and see. We are going to see the Hydro Cannon again. It is resisted. However, we talked about Hydro Cannon is such a potent charge attack that plus the resisted damage from the Hydro Cannon plus these Shadow Claws. After this next Hydro Cannon, the Dugong's going to be in a perilous position down in the red.
One more Ice Shard into, actually farming up even more. Hydro Cannon unable to be thrown off as that third Ice Shard does pick up the knockout. 1, 2 more Ice Shards, 3, excuse me, to pick up the knockout into the Diggersby. 2 shields on NiteTimeClasher's side, but he really didn't have anything to shield in that end game. It was Icy Wind going into that Feraligatr, and you don't really want to shield up that resisted damage.
No, and this really just went to show how powerful Dugong is right now with its ability to outlast, to be continuously able to throw those Ice Shards and whittle down at your opponent's Pokemon and continuously be dropping the attacks. It's going to, if this is Dugong's last major tournament, it is certainly showcasing itself here.
And we are seeing Haydonus' team, and it's showing that Shadow Dusclops. I just really hope he brings it to one of these, but with the teams that NiteTimeClasher has been bringing with that Diggersby, he also does have that Shadow Drapion. It is a bit of a tough Pokemon to bring in this matchup. Additionally, the Shadow Claws plus Hydro Cannons from Feraligatr have to be very threatening. Although Dusclops is a very bulky Pokemon, there's no way it hangs on to 2 Hydro Cannons.
And we are going to take a look a little bit. Looks like we have our replays, our trainers talking on the field. We had that extended Azumarill mirror, and then we had a little bit of interplay between our 2 ground-type Pokemon. This is where you saw Haydonus put up that Protect Shield, recognizing that was going to be the heaviest hitting charged attack, and Feraligatr just not able to get that last Hydro Cannon out.
Able to farm down in the end game, but that's game number 1. We're here for game number 2, and he brought it. He brought it. There is the Shadow Dusclops, but it's in the worst matchup. But actually, NiteTimeClasher switching out.
Interesting.
Because, yeah, I guess maybe not wanting to sustain a bunch of ice punches from the Shadow Dusclops. I'm really interested about that switch from NiteTimeClasher. Perhaps it'll reveal itself to us throughout the match.
I think I understand it now. He's trying to pull out a potential Charger Bug in the back, but HaydonusActual is playing very patient here. Happy to shield up this Hydro Cannon, maybe looking for a Hex Down. No, at 2 Shadow Punches here. NiteTimeClasher needs to shield this if he wants to preserve the Feraligatr and the Hydro Cannon that it has.
So a little bit of mind games here. HaydonusActual thinking, you want to pull out my Charger Bug? Nah, I'm going to save it. You've got an Azumarill back there, and this Charger Bug is going to be really, really useful. So perhaps the Shadow Dusclops really kind of showing just how great it can be. And now it's going to have a couple of Ice Punches to throw into this Diggersby. Dusclops not exactly known for being attack weighted, but this is super effective damage. I think it would take maybe 4 Ice Punches to knock out a Diggersby.
And with the recent buffs to all of the elemental punches, it does just a little bit more damage. Scorching Sands coming through now for the Diggersby into the Azumarill. A pivot out from HaydonusActual. He does have an Ice Punch stored, so remember that. Unfortunately, the attack does drop with that Scorching Sands. It is a percentage chance debuff. It is not guaranteed, so he's got to be a little bit frustrated that it happened on the very first one.
And there is another one. What are the odds? NiteTimeClasher, I'm thinking back to that interview. 1, 2, 3, 4. And debuffs on, from the Diggersby. Hopefully we'll get to see him, act that out again, because that was a lot of fun.
Scorching Sands coming through here. I think it's going to be shy of a knockout onto this Azumarill. Will HaydonusActual stay in this matchup to throw the Ice Beam? It looks like no. Instead, doing an extra bubble. Now switching into the Charger Bug, but this is going to be a tough farm down. That is a ground type Volt Switch, although it is a hard hitting move, is double resisted, and Fire Punch coming through, going to do a lot of super effective damage to the Charger Bug.
But that's going to be a lot of energy that this Charger Bug is going to have if it can pull it off, but it can't. That Diggersby with 1 HP is able to throw that Fire Punch, and the Charger Bug is just barely holding on.
Charger Bug has energy, Dusclops has energy, Azumarill has an Ice Beam, and it has a little bit of health, so I think it should be able to get to a play rough against the Azumarill on NiteTimeClasher side. Bubble comes through, going to prevent the damage from this discharge with a shield, and I think that Bubble's going to knock out.
It will, and I think HaydonusActual recognizes it, that this Azumarill is just too healthy. The Dusclops does have the Shadow Punch, he throws it right away, but you would need a lot of Shadow Punches to go through an Azumarill. I think NiteTimeClasher's strategy of just debuff your opponent is working out quite nicely for him.
Unfortunately for HaydonusActual, unable to get that second discharge off because of that final Protect Shield from NiteTimeClasher. I think maybe if he had stayed in a little bit longer with his Azumarill, he could have gotten to, or he could have survived, because the extra bubble damage would have knocked down the health on that Diggersby. Play rough loaded for both trainers. HaydonusActual wins it. Is this going to be enough to knock out? It is really, really close.
That is going to be very close. Let's see. No, the Azumarill hangs on. NiteTimeClasher ties up this game, and smiles from both sides of the stage.
You love to see the camaraderie on the stage between these two trainers. Just very silly things happening on both sides, not in the battles, but outside of the battles.
I mean, in the battles too, getting 2 attack drops from those Scorching Sands back to back. That is very slim odds to be able to pull that off.
And that's actually a really great point. Had those back-to-back drops not happened, the bubble damage, the Ice Beam would have done just that much more damage, and the Volt Switch down would have occurred. So I think NiteTimeClasher really owes that victory to those debuffs, because they prevented all that damage from adding up. I still think that HaydonusActual could have played it a little bit better, maybe waited a little bit longer to switch into that Charger Bug. It was a really tall task. You know, Charger Bug's a pretty short Pokemon. It's kind of laying on the ground a little bit, not that tall. It was a tall task, and it just wasn't up to it.
No, not up to that task at all. And Charger Bug, I really felt for it. It needed a little bit more HP to be able to manage to throw several discharges into that Azumarill there in the end game.
And we'll see it here. First Fire Punch coming through. doing a good chunk of damage and able to barely reach the second Fire Punch. It was 5 quick attacks. 2 Volt switches did not knock out. The third one would have, but because it was only 5, there was still 1 turn before the damage of that third Volt switch applied, and therefore the Diggersby was able to get that off, giving NiteTimeClasher this victory with that slim margin on his Azumarill. The player just barely not able to knock out.
Oh, that was so much fun. That brings a big smile to my face. Now, clip that, chat. Let's see. Let's have some emoji reactions out of that to be used later.
All right, our trainers are still thinking about what Pokemon they want to bring into this very decisive Game 3. Winner goes to Winners Finals, earns themselves a medal. Here it is, game number 3. It is Shadow Feraligatr into Azumarill, a very neutral matchup. However, personally, I really like this matchup as the Shadow Feraligatr. You significantly outpace the Azumarill to the charge attacks, and you can potentially switch into a Pokemon in the back to catch a resisted move. However, if you look at NiteTimeClasher's team, he doesn't really have that option. He's got Diggersby and Shadow Drapion in the back.
And HaydonusActual bringing that Shadow Kanto Marowak, which has been key for being able to output a lot of damage, being able to mud slap things down.
This matchup could potentially be determined by switch advantage here, which I believe is in the hands of NiteTimeClasher. But we've historically seen that NiteTimeClasher doesn't always fight for switch advantage. Play rough coming through. It's going to be another Hydro Cannon, this time because of the quick pacing. HaydonusActual has a choice. Does he want to shield up? Yes, he does shield up. This is a charge attack tie. I don't think this play rough is quite enough to pick up the knockout, but does NiteTimeClasher value this health on his Feraligatr?
He does not. He allows that to go down into the red and switches out a very low health Shadow Feraligatr. That could be key because HaydonusActual has the Dugong. With Icy Wind, he can use that Shadow Feraligatr to clear a debuff later on in the match.
And very sneaky. 1 free Ice Shard goes the way of HaydonusActual because of the weird interplay between the switches there. Drill Run coming through. No shield from NiteTimeClasher. He's giving up his Drapion, seeing so many baits with the Icy Wind. 1 more Ice Shard to pick up the knockout, and that Feraligator's really low. He's going to have to come in with the Diggersby.
And Diggersby doesn't want to see this these ice attacks. Lets the switch timer go all the way out before bringing in this Diggersby. Diggersby is going to have to deal with 1 attack debuff right away, and then the Diggersby is going to try to return with the Scorching Sands.
Ooh, an attempted catch there, but in comes the Shadow Feraligatr. Hydro Cannon able to go into the Kanto Marowak, but a shield still remaining for HaydonusActual. Crucial, as that Hydro Cannon would have picked up the 1-hit knockout. 1 more Mud Slap goes in before NiteTimeClasher throws a Scorching Sands. This will not pick up a knockout, but he will be very close to a second.
Yeah, the Shadow Kanto Marowak does have an attack fall. That could be important later on because these Bone Clubs, because these Mud Slaps, Shadow Kanto Marowak relies on its high attack and it's gone down now, and it's a little bit more time before HaydonusActual can clear it.
Building up to a lot of energy here. NiteTimeClasher now throwing a Scorching Sands. I believe this will be potentially enough to knock out, but actually undercharging it, it still picks up the knockout. There's an Icy Wind loaded on the Dugong. This will do hard-hitting, super effective damage. I think NiteTimeClasher is recognizing this is his back against the wall. This is so much damage. It actually picks up the knockout, and that is going to be a 2-1 victory for HaydonusActual.
Congratulations to HaydonusActual, picking up a guaranteed 3rd place here in Vancouver, but he is not done. He's on the winner's side. The winner's side is such a comfortable place to be going into the winners. So he gets to go into the winners finals. I see you rubbing your hands together.
I'm excited. My pick's making it all the way.
I'm also excited for HaydonusActual. It's fun to see someone who has not yet obtained a regional championship title do so well in these tournaments.
Yeah, and he and his opponent there are both just really great people. They're so nice. They're so welcoming into the community. I know NiteTimeClasher has talked a lot about his entrance into the community. You know, he hasn't played this game quite as long as some others. He joined, I think, part of the way through the championship series. And a lot of us, like you and I, have been around since well before the championship series has existed. So he's talked a lot about his integration into the community, about how welcoming this community has been and how many scrim partners he has, how easy he has found it to find trades for the Pokemon he's looking for. And I think it's really kind of a really nice storytelling thing that now he's kind of one of those people. You know, he's helping other people get into the community. He's helping other people out with scrims and trades, etc.
Yeah, and coaching. NiteTimeClasher definitely likes supporting a lot of trainers with coaching in the community as well. It's great to see that both from him and HaydonusActual. Just really great. Two really great trainers. Really excited to see them do well today. And again, that was a winner's semis match. So NiteTimeClasher not out of it yet.
Absolutely. Well, my heart's racing. I need a little break. I don't know about you, but that is not all the action. Make sure you're sticking around. We are going to the losers side of the bracket now to figure out who is going to be that last person making it into the winners and losers finals here.
And of course, good luck to you.
Hey, good luck to you.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the competitive circuit of Pokemon. I'm Caleb Pang. Let's dive into the story of Yekai 0904, the hero of Hong Kong.
Welcome to the stage, the hero of Hong Kong, Yekai!
Yekai was a 16-year-old trainer from Hong Kong, attending his second ever World Championships. Prior to competing in World Championships, Yekai watched the inaugural 2022 Pokemon Go World Championships in London from home. He came to admire APAC trainer Crescent Angels, the third-place finisher at Worlds, after seeing his epic catches and gameplay.
He's going to need, but that Sableye makes the catch.
14-year-old Yekai wanted to follow the footsteps of his favorite player, and sure enough, he qualified for the 2023 World Championships.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
The epic tournament in Yokohama proved to be a tough hurdle for Yekai, who was quickly eliminated from the tournament after being swept in back-to-back series. After such a devastating result, Yekai contemplated skipping out on the 2024 World Championships, but after a first-place finish in the 2024 APAC qualifier for Worlds, Yekai made the trek to Honolulu, Hawaii. Over 200 Go trainers flew into Honolulu from their respective regions to try and take home the coveted World Champion title. Over half the competitors represented Europe and North America, home of the previous World Champions. However, one trainer came to defy all odds, Yekai, the hero of Hong Kong. Yekai powered through the first day of competition undefeated, taking down 3 regional champions along the way. In the winners finals of his bracket, Yekai closed out the day with a 2-0 victory, earning himself a spot in the top 32.
Comes the double resistant licks, and Yekai takes a clean 2-0 victory versus Steinar.
On day 2 of the World Championships, Yekai battled through a gauntlet in the winners bracket and did not drop a single game in his first 3 series, a feat that was unmatched by anyone else.
Yekai taking this series 2-0.
Can he get there? No, a Dragon Breath down, and Yekai, here in this situation, a clean 2-0 sweep.
Number 1, this is Lurgan Rocket on the left, Yekai on the right.
It's over. Conceding the matchup, Yekai staying in the winner's side.
This secured Yekai a top 3 spot as he headed into the winners finals of the World Championships. Seated across from Yekai in the winners finals was Marco Galde, an Argentinian player and one of the most accomplished trainers in the world, having previously finished 5th at the 2022 World Championships. Yekai continued his win streak in Game 1 of this best-of-5 series against Marto, but Marto struck back in Game 2, handing Yekai his first loss on the day.
Marto swapping out to his Lickitung.
Marto is going to be able to even up the series 1-1.
Both trainers split the next 2 games, and with that, they were at a decisive Game 5.
What a matchup here! It's the Skarmory into the Lantern!
In this final battle, Yekai led his Skarmory into Marto's Lantern, the worst possible matchup for Yekai. But Yekai decided to put all his hopes and dreams into his Altaria.
But it all comes down to this Altaria. Marto, he has no answer for it.
With Yekai's bold no-shield calls, he completely turned around the game, defeating Marto and punching his ticket to the Grand Finals. On the final day of World Championships, Yekai was matched against the decorated veteran Inadequance, running an unconventional Giratina team. Yekai was at a vast team disadvantage, and he recognized the mountainous task ahead of him.
And he has that opportunity to claim that first title for the APAC region.
In Game 1, the Grand Finals, Yekai wrestled away the switch advantage from Inadequance and perfectly lined up his final 2 Pokemon for the win. In Game 2, Yekai found himself in a great lead matchup with his Skarmory on Inadequance's Wigglytuff, but a huge no-shield call from Inadequance on his Lantern allowed him to take the driver's seat. With his back against the wall, Yekai double-shielded his Skarmory and made an incredible last-second catch on his Charge Bug to realign the Skarmory against Wigglytuff, putting himself up 2 wins in epic fashion.
He's on the board! Yekai pulls off another game against Inadequance. We are on match point!
On match point, Inadequance core broke Yekai's team with Poliwrath, placing Yekai in an impossible position, resulting in a loss for Yekai.
And Inadequance is not out of it yet!
Trying to slow down Inadequance's momentum, Yekai found himself in a positive lead in Game 4. But to many people's surprise, he gave up switch advantage after losing his Altaria to Inadequance's Clodsire. Yekai boldly farmed down the Clodsire with his Skarmory, making the read that he needed an energy head start for Inadequance's potential backline Skarmory. Yekai's calculated play fooled even Inadequance into saving his Giratina for Yekai's final trump card, his Lickitung, the hardest counter to Giratina. With both trainers on their final Pokemon, Inadequance could only watch as Yekai's Lickitung chipped away at Giratina's health bar. And with a 3-1 victory, Yekai earned himself the title of World Champion. It all started in 2022 London when 14-year-old Yekai watched the best trainers in all. Two years later, Yekai, the hero of Hong Kong, rose the World Champion trophy himself and inspired a new generation to pursue their own dreams. Yekai's story is proof that the path to being a world champion isn't always an easy one, but with hard work and perseverance, you too could be the very best. Thank you for watching this showcase of the Pokemon Championships history, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
All right, welcome back everyone to the Vancouver Convention Center. It's the 2025 Pokemon Go Vancouver Regionals. We're so happy to have you here. Wholesome_, once again, joined by Softoph. For those of you that just missed it, we locked in our winners finals. We're gonna be seeing Dune Bug versus Haydonus. But we gotta get through the rest of the loser side of the bracket as well. So what do we have to look forward to?
Well, we're going into the loser side of the bracket, so all of these trainers are currently in the top 8, and they're hoping to make their way into the top 6. And from there, like you said, we're going to finish up the losers side of the bracket before returning to Dune and Haydonus, who are already in the top 3.
Yeah, looking at the bracket, we can see that Rise to Occasion is going to be facing off versus Zimikid. Again, Zimikid, furthest that he's been in one of these tournaments here, top 8, he's going to be going against a Titan in Rise. Now that said, SS Thorn and Dialab Churn, one of the most anticipated matchups, I would say, in this loser side of the bracket. SS Thorn has been so close to winning these regionals, I think taking 3rd in some cases. Was it second in Toronto? Yeah, so he's been right there in those grand finals. Dialab Churn, don't forget, has won Vancouver before.
All right, well, before we get to that matchup, we're going to start with Rise versus Zimikid. Rise, like you said, a mainstay on the scene, has won so many regional championships, and I know he's disappointed to be here on the loser side of the bracket, but he's really got to lock in. And on the other side is ZimmyKid. Like you said, this is the furthest that ZimmyKid has ever been at a tournament, and he's running a couple very spicy Pokemon, but of course the low kicks is there. Have to wonder if it's going to come into play here against Rise.
Yeah, no, low kicks is really interesting because it has some core breaking potential between that Gastrodon and Golisopod core that we've seen Rise regularly running. I think that he may be leaving those Pokemon on the bench. I mean, when you think about it, Mudslap and Shadow Claw both resisted, and with the threat of low kicks being able to get those Trailblazers off, could potentially one-hit knock out the Gastrodon and really makes matchups harder the longer they go.
Exactly. The sucker punches just add up so quickly from low kicks, and now we see all of those accomplishments for both of these trainers, but we're actually already into game one. It's that low kicks we were just talking about matched up against Rise's Dugong.
Okay, well, with pacing to that Trailblaze, Rise chooses to swap out of the Dugong, instead brings in the Drapion. It's going to be met by the Diggersby from ZimmyKid. Now that said, a couple fast attacks behind, Rise may try to two-shield his way through this matchup.
Now we've seen this matchup play out a couple of times before. It takes 3 Aqua Tails to take out the Diggersby. I believe that was a charge attack priority, and it looks like ZimmyKid actually reached for the Fire Punch there.
Yeah, I think he reached for the Fire Punch as well. I do believe that it is locked in. Let's see. Yes, charge attack priority. Fire Punch. This would be a huge no-shield from Rise to Occasion. He immediately no-shields it.
And Rise maybe calling the bait, but also maybe would have just been happy to farm down with the Dugong as well. But now this is a great position because ZimmyKid is going to be forced to throw energy if he wants to take out this Drapion, but Rise makes the 3rd Aqua Tail.
Trying to think what his strategy is here. He can't really just let this go and then bring in the low kicks. So you either have to shield or then you're going to put it all on the Azumarill instead. Opts to use the Protect Shield. Now you are in Fire Punch range. You don't want to put Rise in a position where he can dictate, hey, yes, I can get to a charge attack if I shield. So he throws 2 before. Smart play by ZimmyKid. He's able to retain that positive alignment. But look, we might see a huge farm down from this Dugong, and up a Protect Shield, I don't know that low kicks really has the advantage.
I don't think it does at all. I mean, we did see Rise switch out of lead of Dugong versus low kicks, but now he's going to come in with not only an energy advantage, but also a shield advantage. But ZimmyKid recognizing that actually brings in the Azumarill, but now it's met by this Thunderfang Steelix.
Yeah, you are taking super effective bubbles as the Shadow Steelix, but you are just going full Thunderfang, Psychic Fang mode here, simply just trying to fang your way through this matchup. You get the defense drop via the Psychic Fangs. You can tank one of these Ice Beams as well. It wouldn't shock me to see Rise put everything on this Dugong in the late game.
Yeah, Ice Beam coming through here. It's not going to do a ton of damage, but I think Rise is actually going to be happy to let it go. You see, it actually doesn't even do maybe even a 1/3 of Steelix's health, but Rise is continuing to Thunderfang down here. ZimmyKid does reach an Ice Beam, and at this point, I do see Rise put up a shield. Maybe you can go for the farm down and then just try to Psychic Fangs those last couple of Pokemon.
Azumarill is really the only thing in the way of this Dugong at this point. I do think you can farm all the way down. You have close to 2 charge attacks ready to go. Now, the nice thing for ZimmyKid is that you do have the opportunity to swap out of a matchup, and you also have a Dark-type Pokemon, so if a Psychic Fangs is thrown, that's going to be double resisted. Instead, Rise goes immediately for the Breaking Swipe, has another one ready to go as well. I'm not sure ZimmyKid was able to get his fast attack through there.
Yeah, Breaking Swipe almost does half of the health there, but ZimmyKid actually makes a catch of the 2nd Breaking Swipe onto the Diggersby, so that's really nice. But unfortunately, I don't think the low kicks has what it takes to be able to take out both the Dugong and the Steelix at this point.
Especially with that undercharge, able to get that additional Ice Shard through. Now, Rise to Occasion has the charge attack ready to go. He's going to start off by debuffing the attack of this low kicks. And yes, ZimmyKid will be able to get to a Trailblaze and bring that attack back up. But again, he is on the back foot now in this matchup.
Yeah, ZimmyKid is farming up just a little bit more energy. This is actually just an X-Scissor. Of course, does less damage than the super effective Trailblaze. I don't think he's quite at 2 charge attacks, so Rise is going to shield up this first one.
Yeah, I think Rise just needs to get to this final Icy Wind. In fact, he already has it. This will be enough to knock out. It's really interesting looking at how strong this Dugong is into ZimmyKid's team. Realistically, the only Pokemon that resists on ZimmyKid's team, the Dugong, is going to be his own water types. So if you can avoid the Dugong, if you can avoid the Azumarill, there's a ton of play for that Dugong for Rise.
Yeah, it's not just the Dugong. I feel like Rise just really has a lot of options here. He has the Steelix, he has the Drapion, both of which he brought in those in that last game, and it really feels like he doesn't really need to do anything extreme in this matchup. He has great Pokemon that work well together and have great coverage and are just really flexible against ZimmyKid's entire team.
We talked about how that Gastrodon and Golisopod both don't want to see that low kicks, which I think inspired the bring for ZimmyKid, bringing that low kicks. He even found his Dugong lined up against it, which again, you don't really want to have that either, but still able to find a way to navigate around things. And Shadow Steelix, like you said, it has a lot of flexibility. We talked about it, but none of those fast or charge attacks are same type attack bonus, but the utility that it brings makes matchups so much easier to get through, especially in the late game.
Yeah, and this is the middle matchup of that game where I think Rise really pulled ahead. He got the shield advantage and the energy advantage with the farm down on the Dugong, and then at the end, the Steelix was just a little bit too much for Zimikid to overcome. So I think for Zimikid, it's a difficult matchup, and really, I think his only way to win would be to maybe get his Diggersby lined up on the Steelix.
Yeah, no, I think that middle matchup was kind of the turning point there as well. All right, well, back to the drawing board here for Zimikid. We talked about the low kicks. Another interesting Pokemon that he has that we saw from Lyle earlier is the Shadow variant of the Galarian Weezing. Taking a quick look at how it lines up versus Rise to Occasion's team, I mean, the thing we have to take into account that it is running Overheat. So while it will do worse versus Ghost types in general, there's actually no Ghost types on the side of Rise to Occasion, and he is quite weak to fire if you take a look at that between the Jumpluff, the Steelix as well. Overheat could come into play here in game number 2.
All right, well, it is the Galarian Weezing that we see on the field. It's actually met by the Jumpluff that you were just talking about. Will take quite a while to get to the Overheat, so Rise is actually just going to switch out right away. And it's the same middle matchup that we saw last game, Drapion into Diggersby.
Last time Rise to Occasion called a Fire Punch. Zimikid swapping a little slow on this one as well. I think that Rise to Occasion is 2 fast attacks ahead. Zimikid not able to get a quick swap there. May come back to bite him. Like you said, so 3 Aqua Tails is the recipe. Meanwhile, Zimikid really just needs to land 1 Scorching Sands from his own Diggersby.
Yeah, I really think you can't afford to go down shields here as Zimikid because you know that Rise has a super safe Dugong among other Pokemon on his team. You don't want to get farms down again. So he actually goes for the Scorching Sands this time, and Rise actually shields. So they're going for the opposite plays that they went for in game 1.
Yeah, especially now that you shielded a Scorching Sands, you actually, as Rise, know you can throw this Aqua Tail after 2 more Poison Stings. You're not in Fire Punch range at this point. Now you're starting to pull Protect Shields from an 8-turn charge attack. Rise is right where he wants to be.
All right, well, Zimikid has some energy and actually throws the Scorching Sands just before Rise reaches the Aqua Tail. And Rise actually puts up 2 Protect Shields. He's playing it very differently from game 1.
My question is, are you now in Fire Punch range? Because I think that there may be a charge attack priority on that second Scorching Sands. Actually, no, Zimikid maybe have just enough energy that he will reach the Scorching Sands. Could we see a potential catch with Rise bringing in the Jumpluff to absorb that energy? Let's find out. Does he go for it? No, he goes for the Fire Punch instead. I think this is enough to knock out Soph.
I think so. Fire Punch does do just a little bit more damage than it used to, but now what I'm really interested in, 0 shields on both sides, and don't forget that Zimikid is running Overheat on his own Galarian Weezing. Rise probably hoping he can come out of this with an Acrobatics.
Okay, but there's an Overheat, but what happens if you take an Acrobatics before that? I think Rise can farm all the way down with these Fairy Winds, easily tank one of these Fire Punches. Do you need to get out as Zimikid? No, we're going to see a full farm down. Acrobatics is loaded. In fact, 2 Aerial Aces are loaded. You can't bring in the low kicks here. You have to bring in the Galarian Weezing.
Oh boy, shadow on shadow damage, and Acrobatics is a very efficient charge attack. Let's see how much this does. It doesn't quite one-hit the Galarian Weezing, but it puts it very, very low. Rise going to try to finish off with some Ice Shards, but Zimikid with a quick swap into low kicks.
All right, Sludge is stored on that Galarian Weezing. Shadow on shadow damage, that may be enough to knock out that Jumpluff in the back. For now, though, Zimikid needs to find a way to get through this Dugong. Maybe a little chip damage as well. Going to be going for that super effective Trailblaze, but I believe that Rise may be able to get to a second charge attack before Zimikid is able to knock out. How much HP is still on that Galarian Weezing? Maybe it could farm down the Dugong at the end.
I think that's what Zimikid has to hope for, but that Trailblaze didn't do a ton of damage, and if Rise can get the farm down first, he's going to get to a charge attack. Oh, but Zimikid actually just feints with the energy, isn't able to get it off, and now Rise already has a charge attack. So Zimikid is throwing the Sludge here, but I don't know if you're going to have enough energy to deal with the Jumpluff.
No, Jumpluff has energy, actually. It's very close to an Aerial Ace if it doesn't already have it. Yeah, 1 off there. So that is going to do it for Zimikid's tournament run, Rise to Occasion. He has 2-0 in his name, and he's able to get 2-0 victory versus Zimikid. Rise seemingly locked in after his defeat versus Dapper Discs a little bit earlier. He's on a heater now.
Absolutely, 2-0, like you said, moving on into the top 6, moving on into losers round 2 of our top cut. And Zimikid, like you said, unfortunately this is the end of his tournament run, but it's his first top 8 finish. He's been to a couple tournaments in the past, and you know, this could be the start of continued success for him.
I think when you look at trainers, and their journeys and progressions throughout a season and their competitive journey in general, you start to see those trainers that make it to day 2, but then they go 0-2, or they get immediately eliminated from losers. This was a step for Zimikid. You could see him kind of pump his fist when he got that first victory on the side of losers that, hey, I'm making a run on day number 2. And this could be that stepping stone to future success. So kudos to Zimikid, without a doubt.
Yeah, I definitely want to shout out some of the spicier picks on Zimikid's side. I mean, from a Pokemon perspective, it looks like it's just low kicks, but also bringing the overheat on Glare and Wheezing, whereas most trainers are bringing Brutal Swing plus Sludge for just a little bit faster pacing. But we did see that overheat pay off for him earlier in the day. Didn't quite make it against Ryze's Jumpluff in that second game. But I think a lot of creativity from this trainer and hoping to see more of him in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like what Ryze did there in game number 2 because he recognized just the vulnerability of that Shadow Galarian Weezing. Hey, yes, I have a bad matchup in the lead, but if I can get my Jumpluff with shields down and an energy advantage, one Acrobatics is basically going to be enough to knock out that Galarian Weezing. And then what was left in the back? A relatively fragile Pokemon in that low kicks. It doesn't resist any of the ice attacks coming from that Dugong. Dugong with its superior bulk, able to hang on there and close out that matchup. That farm down, though, was devastating for Zimikid.
Absolutely. At the end, of course, if you can farm down without having to take a charge attack or having to use a shield, it's very advantageous. And, you know, I was a little nervous in the middle game seeing 4 shields used by both trainers, but Ryze with the energy advantage able to take it.
It actually reminds me of the 2024 Vancouver Regional. This is back in the Gligar Alolan Sandslash meta, where okay, you're looking at something like a Gligar. Its worst answer is going to be or toughest answer is going to be that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. But in the shields down situation with an energy advantage, if you're able to land one of those digs, what was a terrible matchup in the 2-shield matchup, maybe is going to be okay in the 0-shield with an energy advantage, and that's just what we saw here again, this time with Ryze.
Exactly, and Acrobatics, of course, now a little bit cheaper energy-wise, but it's always been such a heavy-hitting charged attack. So, you know, with a little bit of energy advantage, you can get to a, I think, 110 base power attack, and, you know, for a relatively glassy Galarian Weezing, obviously does a ton of damage.
Yeah, well, those were some great battles. We already wrapped up some great battles actually already over in the Fortaleza Regional. You guys can see the back-to-back winner, LNDS Corlash there, was able to defeat, again, Harjeff. If you guys remember, actually, Harjeff, I believe, was second place in the most recent Rio de Janeiro Regional as well, also losing to Corlash there as well. And then we've got Mr. Gamertag himself, Desynced, also known as Ricardo, in third place as well. He's no stranger to the podium. He's had a ton of success, and I believe he actually won 2 regionals or special events last season as well.
I feel like every time I see results from a Latin American tournament, Desync's name is right up there at the top. And, you know, we did see the teams from those top 3 as well. And if you looked at Corlash's team, you might recognize the Pokemon that Ryze was just using. So, you know, a lot of success for that team today. We've got SS Thorn still in the bracket as well with Ryze. So, you know, that team could still win another regional this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think the secret sauce has been Dugong. I mean, it has to be the MVP. We're seeing it pretty much brought on every single team. And it's not just being brought on a team of 6, it's being brought in your team of 3 that you're actually leveraging on the field as well. We've seen it trending up over the last 2 or 3 regionals, and it never really went away. But I think that just some people were excited about other Pokemon that might be, you know, might be a little bit more flashy. Dugong is just, you know, consistent, right? You know exactly what you're getting, but it is very, very flexible. Hey, do I need to just go for damage with Drill Run? Do I need to go for utility with my Icy Wind? It's just a very flexible Pokemon that it's really hard to remove from the meta.
Exactly, and not a lot of trainers were beating it, but I think the important thing is that it's really, really safe into the core meta, right? We've seen it against Drapion, it's holding its own against Pokemon like Azumarill, even for Alligator, it's not the most comfortable, but it's not the worst matchup either. And now, with the dominant electric type probably being Emolga, Dugong also has a great matchup there. So I'm curious to see whether Dugong is able to stick around, because I know you were saying to me yesterday, Wholesome, that that is really primarily an ice-type Pokemon, but Lapras is maybe more of a water-type.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious to see. And, you know, I was actually asking people on X, hey, is Dugong going to have a place in the next meta after the full moveset update has gone through for Might and Mastery? Most people were saying no, and they're going to say, hey, well, look, Lapras is that Pokemon that has that same typing, and it wins that matchup, Lapras versus Dugong. Therefore, it is going to be the premier Pokemon that you bring when you want a water-ice type. Well, realistically, I think they serve different purposes, just like you were setting me up for. So I think Lapras is going to be more focused on water-type damage with its Sparkling Aria, whereas I would say that Dugong is more focused on, yes, of course, the ice-type damage, but also the ground-type attacks as well.
Yeah, Dugong is definitely a more reliable counter to those dragons like Guzzlord that we've seen a couple of times. Also definitely more reliable against the Flyers. But let's actually jump into this next matchup. We've got SS Thorn facing off against another Canadian regional champion here. That's going to be Dialab that he's facing off against. And again, SS Thorn has a very similar, actually identical team to what we just saw from Rise. You see the accomplishments here. SS Thorn, like you were saying earlier, Wholesome, 2nd place in Toronto in 2024. He's been in those grand finals before. Dialab has actually been in multiple grand finals. Regional finalist in Vancouver, regional championship in Vancouver. Maybe it's just his magic city.
Yeah, who could forget 2022? He was the 2nd place finisher versus Cindy in our very first Vancouver tournament. And then, yeah, 2023, after taking 2nd, he takes 1st. So a great journey for him. He was not here last year. So far in Vancouver, he has 1st and 2nd, and I know that he wants to get another medal here in 2025 as well. Meanwhile, SS Thorn, you know, he's actually kind of similar to Dialab in that he's not attending a ton of regionals, typically just the ones in Canada, so it's great to have him back here in Vancouver.
Yeah, 100% top cut rate for Dialab in Vancouver. Let's see if he can go even further. I think our trainers are still getting locked in. I don't know if there's any Pokemon that you want to call out on either side here, Wholesome, or, you know, maybe just thinking about what Dialab's thinking about as he gets locked in a little bit.
Well, the Shadow Quagsire is kind of the iconic Pokemon for Dialab Churn right now. Yes, he's used the Emolga. Yes, he's done great with that Shadow Primeape as well. But I think Shadow Quagsire is going to be the standout Pokemon. When I look at how it matches up versus some of the Pokemon on SS Thorn's team, there are definitely some targets. You have that Shadow Drapion and you have that Shadow Steelix as well. And even versus what could be a core breaker in that Golisopod, you still have access to Stone Edge for as well. We're moving into game number 1 though. This is the loser side of the bracket. Dialab Churn, SS Thorn, win or go home at this point. We have the Shadow Primeape into the Gastrodon.
A lot of fast attack pressure coming in from both sides. Dialab's going to fire off the first charge attack though. It is that Rage Fist, and SS Thorn has to wonder if this is a close combat. He saw so many close combats landing on Elite, but correctly calls this Rage Fist.
Yeah, absolutely. I think switch advantage is going to be very important as well, especially when you look at the Flyers hanging around in the back. Jumpluff versus the Emolga. This is Shadow Jumpluff as well. We've seen how much one acrobatics from an Emolga does. It is devastating, but SS Thorn makes a swap into his Golisopod. He's going to be absorbing one of these Rage Fists from Dialab Churn's Shadow Primeape. Actually, no, opts to use a Protect Shield.
Yeah, puts up the shields, but Dialab is actually going to stay in, maybe going to try to get off another charge attack. This is a Rage Fist. SS Thorn is continuing to farm up a bit of energy. He's actually now down 2 shields, so even if Dialab wants to bring in the Emolga, he's going to have to take all this energy. So he instead brings in the Azumarill to actually wall all the energy from Golisopod.
Yeah, smart bring. You only have 1 Protect Shield remaining. You don't want to have to invest it into your Emolga right now. Bring in that Azumarill, you resist all of the charge attacks, and you're going to be able to be a damage sponge, just like we were talking about earlier. You get the shields out of the way, you do some chip damage, then bring in the Azumarill, be that tank to absorb all this energy.
SS Thorn's going to fire off another Aqua Jet here, and Dialab has his charge attacks loaded, but SS Thorn's clock is also now up, so he can choose to switch out if he wants to, if he doesn't want to take the play rough here.
I mean, realistically, Emolga has play into all of these Pokemon. If I'm looking at this in the back, super effective versus Jumpluff, super effective versus Golisopod. It can do a lot of damage with his acrobatics and resist the Mud Slaps from the Gastrodon as well. Meanwhile, this Azumarill still may be able to get to a play rough here. Yeah, we have a charge attack priority. SS Thorn does get to the Earth Power. I think this is enough to knock out the Azumarill, but it will be close.
I think so as well, but like you mentioned, that Emolga just looks so strong. Oh my goodness, the Azumarill actually hangs on, able to get off this Ice Beam, and that's going to knock out the Gastrodon.
We were not the only ones surprised. You can see the reaction on Dialab Churn's face. He's surprised that he's able to get this parting gift as well. Like you said, knock out the Gastrodon. It's now going to be the Emolga show, brings it in, and you can see the fist pump from Dialab Churn. He knows he's in a favorable position here. He resists all of the charge attacks from SS Thorn's Shadow Jumpluff, and meanwhile, he just needs to land one of these acrobatics.
Exactly, and the last Pokemon for SS Thorn is the Golisopod. Dialab shields up an Aerialius, but like you said, I think he just needs to land 1 Acrobatics, maybe farms up a little bit of extra energy just to make sure that he has energy for the Golisopod, but this is looking very good for Dialab. Really understood the flexibility and the closing power of Emolga.
Look, I don't know if Dialab Churn was paying attention to switch clocks there, but he threw right before switch clock came up, so that was really interesting. All right, here's the question. How much does this Aqua Jet do? This is going to be same type attack bonus. It's a relatively efficient move, but it's just a 40 energy charged attack. It's not enough to knock out. We wouldn't really consider that one heavy damage, so. But we do have Dialab Churn with the strength of this Emolga using the discharge, knocking out, I think taking out almost the whole roster there.
Yeah, I mean, it landed in acrobatics on a shieldless jump left, but you have to give a lot of credit to Dial-Up's Primeape as well. I think it pulled both shields from SS Thorn and, you know, kind of set it up for Emolga to close out the game with those nuke moves.
Yeah, I was looking at that Shadow Quagsire. I thought it looked pretty strong on paper, knowing that it can hit the Shadow Steelix, knowing it can hit the Drapion, knowing that it could do a ton of damage into that Golisopod as well. But, I mean, let's not discount that Emolga, especially with the team of 3 that we just saw brought there for SS Thorn. Even the Emolga can do some things into the Dugong as well. But the main Emolga answers the Shadow Steelix and the Dugong, and realistically, that Drapion as well. SS Thorn chose to leave them all on the bench. I think he was trying to make a hard read, no Emolga, and he got burned.
Yeah, I think for SS Thorn, you either have to try to bring the Steelix into this next game, or you just have to try to manage your shields a little bit better. If you're expecting the Emolga from Dial-Up, you can't really leave your, your jump love shieldless to take those acrobatics.
What's wild is that team that Dial-Up Churn ran was relatively weak to Steelix, if you think about it. Yes, you have your Primeape, but it takes super effective damage from the Psychic Fangs, and you're not resisting those Thunder Fangs whatsoever. Then you have an Azumarill, and you have your Emolga. So it wouldn't shock me if SS Thorn tries to pivot to that Steelix, but Dial-Up Churn could be one step ahead. We're going to find out right now. This is win or go home for SS Thorn. Dial-Up Churn 1 win away from moving on to the next round of winners.
All right, I think Dial-Up just ran it back. He's leading the Primeape. SS Thorn has switched it up a little bit, though. He's leading the Shadow Drapion and does fire off the first charge attack.
Switch advantage will be important here. Ideally, you want to have your Azumarill in the back lined up versus this Gastrodon. But this Emolga, yet again, looks so strong for Dial-Up Churn. It needs shields to properly operate, though, and the first Protect Shield has already been used by Dial-Up Churn on his Shadow Primeape. Here comes the close combat. We talked about landing the close combat when it means a lot, and he's able to take this Drapion off the field. Heavy damage, so.
And he still has a lot of energy, but he's going to bank it and come right into his Azumarill. He's actually down his shield, but remember, this jump left doesn't have Energy Ball.
That's right. Yeah, you're right. So this makes the Azumarill even more safe than it already was. In fact, you're the one now that is going to be not only dealing super effective, but double super effective damage. While Dial-Up Churn was down a shield, I still have to give the team comp advantage right now over to Dial-Up.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much this acrobatics does. In particular, is it able to two-shot the Azumarill? Looks like it's almost there, but you're also going to need some Fairy Wind damage or maybe a Mud Slap to supplement.
Okay, well, I think maybe was off on the counts and was trying to catch an Ice Beam there. There was still one bubble necessary. Instead, SS Thorn brings in the Gastrodon. Dial-Up Churn has the play rough ready to go on the Azumarill. Will launch it into the Gastrodon, and it goes unshielded. This is going to bring the Gastrodon roughly to half HP, 2 Mud Slaps away from the Earth Power. I think we're going to see a charge attack priority and maybe a body slam from SS Thorn. Nice play.
Yeah, nice counting from SS Thorn, but I'm still wondering how you're planning to take out the Emolga from Dial-Up. I don't think Dial-Up has shown the Emolga quite yet, but this Primeape actually also still has some energy, able to fire off the close combat before SS Thorn is able to react.
Yeah, no, I don't even mind throwing the close combat here because I do think that Dial-Up's switch clock is up and he can swap into this Emolga. Maybe he just wants SS Thorn to throw energy once he realizes that he was going to go for the farm down instead, says, hey, I need to bring in the Emolga. Yeah, SS Thorn now going for these body slams, which really don't do that much into the Emolga.
Yeah, this is interesting because remember that SS Thorn still has a lot of energy on his jump left. So yes, it is resisted, but it will start to add up over time, especially as you see Dial-Up saving his shields for the energy from the jump left. But this Gastrodon is already at another body slam.
Maybe a miscue there. Getting to that third body slam, it is not enough to knock out, but it puts you in range where you're at risk of getting just fast attack down either by Mud Slaps or by Fairy Winds. I think that Dial-Up Churn is going to be unable to really do too much more work with this Emolga, knowing that it just has a sliver of HP left.
Yeah, he's really going to need his Primeape to do something here, but look at how healthy this Jumpluff is. Even up a shield, I don't think Dial-Up can do anything here, and SS Thorn just going for the Fairy Wind down to even up the series.
Yeah. Again, Dial-Up making some good decisions of when to fire off those close combats, able to take out that Drapion early game, but unable to close things out. Now, we are seeing some conversations with the judges here. I'm curious if there was any sort of considerations they're trying to take into account here, but as it stands right now, it's 1-1 SS Thorn, Dial-Up Churn.
All right, well, that would bring us into a decisive game 3. Let's take another look at SS Thorn's team here. Just now, we did see him use that Gastrodon to great effect. Yes, the Emolga resists the Mud Slap damage, but actually, we saw it just throw off so many body slams against the Emolga that it wasn't really able to do much.
Yeah. I'm still looking at both of these teams and really trying to decipher what's going to be the formula for success for these two trainers. And Dilap, like we said, he's had a lot of neutral matchups for his Azumarill, and the one thing that we talked about earlier with that Shadow Jump Bluff is that it doesn't have access to Energy Ball. So I think it makes it just that much safer. The one thing we have not seen from SS Thorn is that Shadow Steelix coming into the game. So maybe that's what he brings for game number 3 to try and take out that Azumarill and Emolga core we keep seeing for Dilap Churn.
I was actually really surprised that SS Thorn didn't adjust to bring in the Steelix for game 2, but I guess he had a plan and it worked out. He brought the Drapion instead, and the Gastrodon was kind of really just able to take out the Emolga there.
Yeah, Emolga serving as your only Gastrodon resist, and as we saw there, 3 body slams. I mean, with all that energy the Gastrodon had, really neutralized that Emolga despite having the typing disadvantage.
Yeah, and that's one of those situations where, you know, we think about Emolga and its disadvantages. So even though it has this great offensive typing, it isn't really the most bulky Pokemon. You know, losing to 3 non-stab body slams isn't the most impressive showing for it, but we'll see if Dilap's able to reposition it in the very next game. We also do have word from the judges on what they're discussing right now. I think Dilap said that he had 1 turn lag somewhere in the game, which forced him to throw on alignment, and then that gave Gastrodon a free Mud Slap. Mud Slap, you know, does a lot of damage, so that could have been impactful.
Yeah, so that was going to be a 2-turn versus a 3-turn charge attack, right? So normally you're throwing 1 2-turn attack into that 3-turn fast attack, launching your charge attack, and you're only giving your opponent 1 turn of energy. If you have some sort of 1-turn desynchronization then, or instead, you're then 3 versus 3, and a second Mud Slap will come through. And that, I mean, that can be devastating, not only from the damage, but keep in mind, I believe he threw close combat. So that's going to be a double debuffed Mud Slap, hard-hitting Mud Slap, additional damage onto that Primate.
Yeah, I think, I mean, here it is again. So you mentioned the damage coming through. I don't think the Primate was really like the key to success in this game, but I think the energy could have been impactful. Like maybe if the Emolga is able to take 1 less Mud Slap, then maybe it has a chance to get to an acrobatics versus the jump up.
If you don't get to that 3rd body slam, you're much healthier, and yeah, you might be able to get to that next charge attack. Instead, you just got farmed down, and there was no opportunity for the Emolga to get to that acrobatics versus the jump left. So I definitely see a lot of merit to you know, to this challenge here. Let's see. Yeah, should have just been 1. Yeah, so that I don't believe that Mud Slap should have gone through. It's going to be coming down to the judges of the impact of that play. But as far as just looking at the synchronization of the turns, those were not synchronized properly there.
Yeah, exactly. And it is kind of hard to tell when you bring in your Pokemon whether you're 1 turn behind or not, because if Dilap had known, maybe he would have done like 2 karate chops before throwing, or maybe even just throw right away. But I think not really being able to tell there and, you know, throwing what ended up being alignment really hurt him.
It's a tough spot for these trainers, right? Because they're not able to go back and look at the replays themselves, right? They're just having to just basically prepare for the next game. They don't know what could happen here. Realistically, this could be 1-1, or this could end up being 1-0 still for Dilap Churn. Either way, he's going to have to win another game, no matter what. So if I'm Dilap, I'm thinking to myself, all right, what do I need to bring here in game number 3, even if it is technically game number 2?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you want to get locked in for the next game, but you still have to kind of explain your reasoning, explain what happened.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, to the judges and to the opponent. So I think they're still kind of talking it out there.
Yeah, well, good news for Dilap is I think that they recognize the situation and what was going on there. Again, it comes down to what is the impact of that additional Mud Slap going through. Like you talked about, with 1 additional fast attack, it's not just about the damage being applied to the Primate, it's about the extra energy generation and what that means for future charge attacks fired in that late game matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think back to the game. I know we saw the replay of the Mud Slap coming through, but not through the rest of the game. So I'm trying to think whether if you take 1 less Mud Slap, whether the Gastrodon is still able to get to that body slam. Because if it isn't, I'm still thinking the Emolga was pretty low and probably would have fainted to a charge attack from the jump bluff anyways, but I'm not sure if Dilap would have had like an opportunity to overfarm or an opportunity to have an extra shield or something like that.
I think at that stage of the game, I mean, it might even be a bit demoralizing for Dilap Churn, saying, hey, okay, well now I have no win conditions. I'm expecting to go through and have a dispute. I think that once that Mud Slap had gone through, there just wasn't an opportunity to win. But yeah, to your point, what if that Mud Slap hadn't gone through, what does that mean? So we're still trying to get the determination from the judges here. It looks like they're still looking at things. We're gonna keep an eye out for words from our liaisons here and see what we can get figured out.
Yeah, I think the judges are grappling exactly with what does that Mud Slap mean. So still hashing it out there, and we'll just have to wait to get word from them.
If I'm going with simply just the Jim Lawson wholesome underscore take here, I think that if that mud slap doesn't go through, that means one fewer body slam. One fewer body slam means that you've got an additional roughly third of your HP as the Emolga, and that you're able to get to that acrobatics. So I think that we'll have to take a look. All right, well, we actually have our head judge coming on stage to take a look as well. So I think we're going to need another minute or two to get this wrapped up. I mean, here at this juncture, this is a very, very important game. This, for SS Thorn, right, this is basically the future of his tournament. If he's going to be down 1-0 again, either way, his back is up against a wall. He has a locked-in loss already, no matter what happens here. So this is going to be a very tough situation for him. But for Dialap, this is equally important to him, because if it's 1-0, he basically has 2 opportunities to get to the next stage, the loser side.
All right, so an update from the judges. I think that they all agree that the 1-turn lag occurred, but because Jumpluff had almost 100 energy, it wouldn't affect the outcome. So that is, they think even if the Mud Slap goes through, the Jumpluff has so much energy that, after the body slams, you'd be able to throw like 2 aerial aces or maybe an acrobatics or something. And I think Dialab actually ended up appealing to the head judge, that is our good friend CCO on stage there, who I don't know if he's explaining and agreeing with that, or maybe looking over the footage again himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think this whole situation really just shows the importance of charge attack timing, regardless of any sort of desynchronization or anything like that. One fast attack can be the difference in an individual game, right? And if you're not timing your charge attacks properly within your opponent's fast attacks, it can cause a deterioration of any sort of positive matchups that you may have and impact you, maybe if not in that moment, later on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how many games today alone come down to, 1 HP or, 1 fast attack away from a charge attack, right? So even just lagging for half a second can be the difference. And in this case, it's basically 1.5 seconds. That was kind of changed. Actually, maybe 1 second if you subtract the half turn, but.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, it looks like they are moving into the next game. We'll have to see what the score is. It looks like it is going to stand at 1-1. So maybe the head judge had kind of upheld the ruling that because the jump up had so much energy, that 1 mud slap was not impactful.
All right, you got to put distractions out of the out of your mind at this point. You have to just lock back in to this game. For both of these trainers, it is win or go home now. It's 1-1, so the next loss means you're out of the tournament. For SS Thorn, this could be his tournament, right? He wants to get that first champion title. For Dialap, he wants to be a repeat winner here in Vancouver. He doesn't attend a lot of regionals, but the ones that he does, he normally does quite well. We've been seeing so much of that Shadow Primate Emolga Azumarill core. Will he run it back a 4th time?
I felt like he had a great chance in the first game, of course, that he won. Maybe had some chances in the second game. Maybe he thinks that allowing SS Thorn's jump left to just kind of leave with so much energy without taking much damage is kind of what led to his downfall. So sometimes in those situations, you just run back your team and think that you can adjust your playing a little bit.
It would be interesting if Dialap Churn ends up bringing that Drapion. Now, obviously, it doesn't want to get lined up versus that Gastrodon, but if you can find another matchup maybe versus that Jumpluff, it could be a secondary answer to Jumpluff where, Dialap right now, it seems like Jumpluff, despite having terrible play versus that Emolga, is still causing problems for his roster.
Yeah, I think the Emolga is really key there. In that game, we didn't see it, used to its full potential, but in that first game, it was really doing a lot. Let's see what Dialap has cooked up for us. Oh, we do see the jump up, but it's actually on the SS Thorn side, led into Dialap's Primate.
Yeah, this is huge for SS Thorn. Finally gets that jump up aligned versus the Primate. Now we have the Emolga save swap. This brings in the Dugong. This is going to be super effective damage into super effective damage. This is an awkward spot now for SS Thorn as well, because Dialap Churn is 1 Thundershock away from his next discharge. If you want to throw in good timing, Dialap's going to be reaching another discharge. That's exactly what happens.
It's an awkward matchup for both trainers. SS Thorn does put up the shield. He went for the good timing and the ice shard. But if you're Dialap, I mean, do you want to shield up this Emolga, or maybe do you want to go for a farm down with your Primate?
Okay, Dialap Churn currently has 2 Thundershocks. He is 3 away from getting to his next discharge. Meanwhile, SS Thorn is also 2 ice shards away. That is going to be 6 turns for these trainers. Will they throw on charge attack priority, or are they going to try and go for something else? SS Thorn goes for the full ice shard through. Now this is going to be the second Protect Shield used for SS Thorn. He wants to keep this switch advantage and get his jump left realigned versus that Shadow Primate.
Did go down 2 shields, but he's gonna leave with some energy. He has over 1 Icy Wind. That's also over 1 Drill Run. And for Dial-Up, he's gonna have to decide whether he wants to absorb the energy on Primate, maybe just sack it all together, or come in with the Azumarill. Looks like he comes in with the Primate.
All right, Dial-Up Churn does get the Karate Chop through. This is going to be the harder hitting Drill Run. Does a little bit more base damage than the Icy Wind. Does not have the utility of the attack drop though. Now what do we see? Will we see a full Karate Chop down? Yes, Rage Fist is loaded, but I anticipate a quick swap into the Azumarill. All right, Jump Left is still on the field. It resists the bubbles, but it needs to watch out for the double super effective Ice Beams.
This is actually an Aerial Ace bait from SS Thorn. It's so risky for a bulky Pokemon like Azumarill, but Dial-Up's looking at the team sheets, and he's thinking that Acrobatics is going to be the heaviest hitting move, but it's actually just an Aerial Ace. SS Thorn, again, banking up energy on his Jump Left and switching out.
It's going to be really difficult for Dial-Up Churn to get this Jump Left off the field. He needs to keep this Azumarill around so that he can eventually land an Ice Beam. That means that he needs to overfarm right now, and once his switch clock is up, be able to try and somehow neutralize that Jump Left, but he needs 2 Ice Beams is the issue, or maybe an Ice Beam and a Rage Fist. Meanwhile, though, the Gastrodon on the side of SS Thorn has an Earth Power and is slowly chipping away the health of this Azumarill.
All right, Earth Power didn't do much, but there's another consideration here. You can't be in range of Aerial Ace, and Gastrodon actually reaches a Body Slam. This isn't enough energy. If Dial-Up can maybe take out the Gastrodon with the Primeape instead, he might have a chance, but it's going to be really tricky because you also lose Charge Attack priority. All right, Ice Beam coming through here. Dial-Up's going to see if he can reach the Ice Beam before the Jump Left.
Can he undercharge here and get one more bubble and come out with the Ice Beam? No, doesn't choose to undercharge at all. He's 1 away from this Ice Beam. Okay, and he's actually able to get it. I think that SS Thorn may have only been 1 fast attack away, so he's thinking, hey, why wasn't I able to get that Aerial Ace? In comes the Ice Beam. Rage Fist is loaded as well, and he's able to currently win this game. I think that we're going to be having a potential review from these judges here. I think SS Thorn may have only been 1 fast attack away from reaching that Aerial Ace. Thinks he should have been able to knock out that Azumarill.
I need to see the replay again, but it almost looked to me like SS Thorn lost 2 turns there because he did 1 Fairy Wind, wasn't even able to Charge Attack priority with the Aerial Ace, and Dial-Up did 1 bubble before throwing the Ice Beam. So. Yeah, very strange situation there. I think they're talking to each other, and the judges are kind of listening in there, but we're going to have to get confirmation on, yeah, we do have confirmation. SS Thorn lagged on Jump Left entry. So I think, yeah.
Yeah, so we're getting a request here to review this last matchup. You can see SS Thorn saying I was only 1 away. I think that Dial-Up Churn should know, hey, if you're 1 away and I'm 1 bubble away, that's 2 turns versus 3 turns. You land that Aerial Ace, that's going to be game over. I anticipate this to be a shorter review than the last one, just because we're at the very last stage of the matchup. You're not having to make any sort of interpretations whatsoever. You know that, hey, if I get to this Aerial Ace, it knocks out. So it's a very it's much more black and white in that sense. Now that said, we do need to leave it up to the judges to make that determination, right? But from what we were able to see, 1 Fairy Wind away from Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace knocks out, was unable to fire it up.
Yeah, let's look at it here. So this is the result of the 1 turn lag.
Yep.
Right, the Ice Beam lands, and without that Ice Beam, Dial-Up has absolutely 0 chance in this game, right? He needs the Ice Beam plus a Rage Fist to knock out the Jump Left, and if SS Thorn is able to kind of get rid of that Ice Beam by knocking out the Azumarill first, there's no way that he loses that.
Yeah, I would love to see just a moment before, right, when upon entry, when we get to see when does that Fairy Wind actually launch there, and we weren't able to see it in that exact moment. I do like what Dial-Up Churn was trying to do though, right? He's trying to land that Ice Beam, has the Rage Fist loaded, and he knows that he wins Charge Attack priority, so he just has to get in range that Rage Fist knocks out. What I would have liked to have maybe seen instead of, rather than just knocking out that Gastrodon, undercharge, get an additional bubble, and then you know that SS Thorn is not at that Aerial Ace, you can then just do that combo play. You have the Ice Beam stored, then you do the Rage Fist. So I think there was a play there for Dial-Up Churn to win that game. But for SS Thorn, you know, you have to take advantage of anything your opponent gives you. He tried to take advantage, but I think he was unable to based on the dynamics of that game.
Yeah, I think, so this is what you're talking about, Wholesome. The Ice Beam lands, and then he has to still do 1 more bubble to reach this next Ice Beam. I'm actually not sure if SS Thorn's clock was up or not, because if that's the case, the undercharge might not be impactful, but yeah, otherwise, undercharging definitely would have been an option.
I mean, from what we can see right there, it seemed like it was at least 1 turn, seemingly 2 turns of unable to get that fast attack off. So, you know, just from my lens here, this is one that I think is pretty straightforward. We're still waiting on these judges here to make that determination at this point.
Yeah, I think we also see some support on stage, maybe trying to reset that phone to prevent the 2-turn lag from happening again. But yeah, definitely a really tough situation, right? It's a decisive game 3 in the loser side of the bracket. There are, of course, situations where the stakes are higher. This could be, grand finals or something. But for both of these players, their tournament run is really depending on this ruling.
Absolutely. For these two trainers here, I mean, this is the difference. Realistically, for them, they're saying, hey, I could go all the way to the grand finals if I win this next game, right?
Yeah, they're good enough.
They're good enough for sure. So, all right, well, as it stands right now, we're currently still 1-1. Keep in mind that on paper, Dialab Churn did win that game. If no rematch is granted, that will mean that Dialab Churn will win 2-1. But we're still anticipating and waiting on the decision from our judges here.
All right, actually, I think we just got the decision. It will be a rematch. The judges do think that the one-turn lag for SS Thorn's jump left was impactful. I think that, aligns with what we were thinking as well. So we're going to just kind of throw that game out, replay that game 3, and see what happens from there.
That's a pretty tough blow for SS Thorn, knowing that you had that jump left lead into that Shadow Primate. That's exactly where you wanted to see it. And, doing everything that he needed to do to put himself in the position to win. Now he has to hope that he can get that favorable alignment again in this rematch of Game 3.
Yeah, it kind of feels like he finally called Dialab's Primate lead, right? He's been leading it all 3 games that we've seen so far. SS Thorn, not the greatest leads in games 1 and 2. He finally calls it, brings in that jump off, but now, it's game number 4. You don't know whether Dialab's still going to stick with that Primate.
Could this be, we keep saying, could this be Steelix's time? If you're able to get Steelix onto that Emolga, I mean, that would be such a one-sided matchup there for sure. You're double resisting all of the electric attacks. You're single resisting all of the flying attacks. I mean, don't get me wrong, Acrobatics is still a very strong, efficient charge attack, but no problem for that Shadow Steelix. I think SS Thorn is just worried, though, that it's not as flexible as a Pokemon that he likes. If he gets it lined up versus that Annihilate, especially down energy, it could be devastating for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think SS Thorn kind of typically prefers to play more flexibly, switching around, managing shields, managing energy, and maybe that's why he hasn't quite reached for the Steelix yet. So, we could see him opt for Pokemon like the Drapion, the Dugong, the same Pokemon that we've seen Rise really excel with in this tournament with this team. But of course, have to watch out for the Primate.
So that's a good point that, Rise is running the same team. It is a bit of a treat when we get to see trainers that have the same team but actually play with a little bit of a different style. So I think that Rise has been taking a bit more risk, whereas SS Thorn's been a little bit more conventional in the way that he's been playing this matchup. All right, guys, we got a 5-game series on our hands here. we have a decisive game number 3. Again, we've had 2 rematches at this, one was not a rematch. This is actually our 4th match, if I'm not mistaken. No, we'll figure it out here. So, all right, as we see, SS Thorn did bring the Steelix here, and he has it aligned versus the Emolga. This is the dream situation for SS Thorn.
All right, SS Thorn finally called the team perfectly. Well, I think Dialab has actually been bringing the same team all 3 times. SS Thorn finally called it, has the Steelix for the Emolga, has the jump up for the Primate. If he's able to maintain this alignment, it's looking very, very good for him.
Still, Azumarill has opportunities to do things into this team, right? Especially versus that jump bluff. And don't discount Shadow Primate. If it's able to get shields down and maybe do a combo play at some point, that can be very scary. All right, well, Dialab Churn is able to get the second Acrobatics and already has brought the Steelix down below half HP. This is going to do a nice chunk, but it will not be enough to knock out, and Steelix is going to farm all the way down and come out with a charge attack as well.
Yeah, going to be super effective damage on this Primate. So, not the most heavy-hitting charge attack in general, but it is super effective. It does drop your defense. Dialab's actually going to let it go, remembering that there is a jump bluff in the lead. And, like last game, Azumarill's going to be probably his key to success here.
I think he needs to bank a close combat, but he's unable to do so. Doesn't want to take that Fairy Wind. In comes Azumarill for Dialab Churn. It's going to be met by the Dugong from SS Thorn. If you're Thorn here, you may want to consider going for Icy Winds, and that's exactly what he does. Because he made a quick enough swap, he's able to throw on charge attack priority here versus Dialab Churn. This is the Icy Wind, which will start to deteriorate the damage coming from this Azumarill.
Yeah, the Azumarill is going to be here for at least 20 more seconds. You get to debuff this play rough as well as anything else that comes afterwards. So it's looking good for SS Thorn. I think really the key for him is you just want to save shields so that your jump bluff doesn't get hit with an Ice Beam, right?
I just don't see how Dialab Churn is going to be able to do this, right? He has to land 3 play roughs into this Dugong. There's still 2 Protect Shields. He needs to land 2 Ice Beams into that jump bluff, or maybe an Ice Beam and a Rage Fist. There's just so much that this Azumarill has to do, and knowing that it is single stage attack debuffed is just going to be seemingly impossible. All right, quick swap now for Dialab Churn. He brings back in the Primate, but he does not have the close combat load. It is simply simply just the Rage Fist. SS Thorn knows that, is able to tank it on his Annihilate, or sorry, on his Dugong, and now just farm down with his Jump Bluff before Dilap Turing is able to reach the next Rage Fist on his Primate.
Yeah, Dilap has almost 2 Ice Beams loaded, of course 1 bubble away from the second, but SS Thorn, like we said, preserved 2 shields for the Jump Bluff. He's going to be able to shield up both of these Ice Beams, maybe grab a shield himself if he throws a charge attack. I didn't see which charge attack this was, but Dilap's gonna let it go, and you know, it's not looking good for Dilap. I think SS Thorn might have the upper hand here.
We have to make a call at some stage, and you know, SS Thorn can simply just go straight Aerial Ace here. You stripped away 1 Protect Shield as Dilap Turing. You need to get to 2 more Ice Beams to neutralize this Shadow Jump Bluff, and then you also need to land a play rough into that Dugong as well. I think Dugong has a little bit of energy, so Dilap Turing's gonna need a miracle here. Maybe a failed catch attempt from SS Thorn.
Yeah, just way too much for this Zoom roll to have to do in this game. SS Thorn, you know, just continues to fire off these Aerial Aces. Dilap has 1 shield left, but you know how cheap these Aerial Aces are. They're gonna come very, very quickly.
All right, Drill Run is already loaded. That's gonna be it for Dilap Turing. SS Thorn able to get the Steelix perfectly aligned. It was the secret sauce that he needed here in Game 3. He's gonna be moving on to the next round of winners. His dream is still alive. Meanwhile, Dilap Turing will be eliminated from the tournament. A very respectable run for him without a doubt, but he will be unable to become a second Vancouver Regional Champion.
All right, well, we are definitely going to have a new regional champion in Vancouver. I believe SS Thorn is the only Canadian left in the tournament. Please correct me if I'm wrong there, but you know, he can still keep the dream alive of only having Canadian regional champions here in Vancouver.
Like we said, SS Thorn doesn't attend a ton of regionals, especially the ones in Canada. He does, though. Normally has a lot of success. We've seen him make it to the grand finals, and that's what his goal, obviously, is going to be here as well, but he wants to get to that next stage. We have several trainers, though. We have these great stories, though. We talked about SS Thorn wants to be a first-time regional champion. Let's not forget about Haydonus, who's still on the other side of the bracket in winners.
That's right, but Haydonus is going to have to play Dune Bug, and Dune Bug, you know, going for regional championship number 5 at this point. He's got a very good chance. He's already in the top 3, just 1 match away from the grand finals, but we've still got a ways to go before we get up there to the winner's side.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to those battles back on the winner's side. We still need to get through the rest of loser side of the bracket, though. One thing, though, that I want to talk about is some of these signature Pokemon. You know what, we'll get to that in a sec. Let's look at this loser's bracket. SS Thorn just beat Dilap Turing 2-1. He's now going to face off versus Dapper Discs in losers round 2. Meanwhile, we saw Rise to Occasion with a very dominant victory versus Zimmy Kid. He's going to be facing off versus NiteTimeClasher, and that's really what I'm looking forward to most thus far in loser side of the bracket.
That's right, Rise, of course, 3-time regional champion, looking to make his way to the losers finals here, and then he's going to be facing off against NiteTimeClasher, who of course just dropped to HaydonusActual, who will be playing in the winners finals versus Dune Bug.
Yeah, so we're down to our final 6 here. Dune Bug and Haydonus have both locked in a top 3 finish, which is actually going to tie for Haydonus's top finish. I believe that he got in 2023 3rd place in Fort Wayne as well. So yeah, this is definitely going to be a milestone for him, and he has a great opportunity to make it to the grand finals as well, whether that's through the winner side of the bracket or maybe re-entering from the loser side.
Yeah, the loser of Dune Bug and HaydonusActual will drop to the loser side of the bracket, but they actually get to go straight to the losers finals. Right. So even if they lose there in the winners finals, they're still just 1 match away from re-entering the grand finals.
Well, we talk about momentum all the time. So in the trainer that I see that has the momentum right now is Rise to Occasion. He had fallen in from the losers, or sorry, from the winner side of the bracket, but since falling from the winner side, he seems unstoppable and he seems locked in, making all the right decisions. And even on the winner side of the bracket, in the match that he lost, he made some really, really good plays. So I think he's as locked in as anyone, but who knows? There's Dune Bug at the same time seems unstoppable right now.
Yeah, it feels like it feels like a year ago, right, when Dune Bug was kind of in his unstoppable phase. So, you know, maybe Dune Bug's picking it back up. You said that you feel like he's been locked in more than ever these last few tournaments compared to the months prior. So, you know, we'll see if Dune Bug is able to get number 5 here.
Yeah, well, I think that Dune Bug went an entire season, at least a in-game season, without a championship. He's going to try and do it here in Might and Mastery. Speaking of Might and Mastery, though, we want to take a look at our season snapshot. As you guys recall, back December, January, and February, we had a lot of repeat winners, including Richie, as well as now Corlash, Elite, Marto, Out of Pocket, Potomon, a lot of trainers that have had continued success in their respective geos. But we have to talk about that Galarian Corsola. Maybe it was the hero of that Dual Destiny season. I don't think we've seen any Galarian Corsola remaining in this tournament today.
We saw a couple on day 1, but it feels like on day 2, the only kind of pure ghost type that we've seen is the Dusclops. Look at those 3 Pokemon in the bottom left corner. Shadow Drapion, Galarian Corsola, and Diggersby. We've still seen a lot of action from Shadow Drapion and Diggersby in this kind of new meta with the new move updates, but Galarian Corsola, I fear, is kind of out of it at this point.
It doesn't do as well in those neutral matchups, and it used to just win all of the neutral matchups, so that's where it's going to struggle a little bit. It is wild, though, because with Dugong everywhere, that's still a good matchup. That matchup hasn't changed, in fact, for the Galarian Corsola, so it is an answer to that Dugong that we don't see in our current meta. What's interesting, though, is I've not really seen that many more Dark-type Pokemon realistically. Mandibuzz seems pretty much gone. Galarian Moltres is gone. We didn't see any Malamar. I don't think we saw a single Malamar on stream, despite 3 of us picking it for our caster predictions. So it's not so much about the Dark types. I feel it is more about those neutral matchups that it's not picking up quite as efficiently as it used to.
I think it's also Pokemon like Diggersby. Galarian Corsola gets absolutely walls by Diggersby, whereas Dusclops is able to hit back with Ice Punch. So that's potentially another matchup that Dusclops picks up over the Galarian Corsola.
Let's not forget, though, that Astonish is a Mudslap clone as far as the damage and energy. So obviously Mudslap being one of the premier fast attacks in the game, you'd think that there'd be more Astonish users at this stage in the tournament. What we are seeing, though, more is Hex users, however.
That's right. We have seen more Hex users. I think our players are already on stage. Remember, that's Rise to Occasion versus NiteTimeClasher. No Hex user on either of these teams here, but we do have the Mudslap user from Rise to Occasion in the Gastrodon.
We've got 2 Shadow Claw users as well, so we still have some Ghost representation here. We also have Rage Fist on that Shadow Annihilate as well. We have across these 2 teams 6 Shadows, so 50% representation Shadows, pretty heavily weighted. And overall, if you look at NiteTimeClasher's team, I mean, there's outside of that Azumarill and Diggersby, there's not a ton of bulk on that team, so a lot of threats. We talked about this Golisopod so much for Rise to Occasion there, and there's certainly some Pokemon that it's going to want to see. The ones that it does really, really nicely against are going to be that Diggersby, potentially that Annihilate, but without a doubt, it's going to do nicely into any sort of Mud Slappers, which, unfortunately, I don't think NiteTimeClasher is running the Shadow Kanto Marowak this time, is he?
He actually isn't, but he does like to switch it up from tournament to tournament. And, you know, these are both incredibly accomplished trainers. NiteTimeClasher, he has so many accomplishments, we don't even get to show off that he's the Liverpool Regional Champion. Rise as well, 3-time Regional Champion, very recent Regional Finalist as well. So this series coming up right here should definitely be a treat.
I think 4 regional wins between these 2 trainers, is that right?
That's right.
Yeah, okay, so a lot of accolades without a doubt. We like to highlight the recent stuff, though, so you can see these trainers, not only are they having wins throughout, you know, their tournament tenures, they're having recent success as well, regular top cuts, and yeah, I think that right now, Rise probably has the momentum on his side, but never count out NiteTimeClasher. All right, it's losers round 2. Let's move into the battles. We're going to be seeing a very one-sided matchup. It's the Shadow Annihilate into the Shadow Steelix. Immediate swap out from Rise to Occasion brings in the Golisopod. It is going to be met by the Emolga.
Very fast swap from NiteTimeClasher, so they might actually get to the second charge attacks at the same time. Rise actually goes for a huge undercharge with this Aqua Jet. The first one doesn't even put the Emolga at half health.
A little surprised here, so I'm not sure the nature of that undercharge. Maybe wanting to just get a juicy farm down with the Shadow Steelix a little bit later. Yeah, he's just going for the no shield here. He's just simply bringing out the Emolga, and yeah, he's probably going to get maybe 6 or 7 Thunder Fangs here. We've seen how much damage one Psychic Fangs does into Shadow Annihilate. It's going to be close to half HP.
Yeah, here comes the acrobatics from Emolga, and Rise is going to go for a big farm down. I feel like maybe what he wanted, if you look at this kind of as an ABB team, he did bait out the Emolga so that his Shadow Jumpluff is going to be able to avoid it.
Yeah, Jumpluff has positive matchups into both of these. There's a water type and a fighting type on the side of NiteTimeClasher, and if Rise to Occasion is able to strip away Protect Shields with his Psychic Fangs, that could free up that Jumpluff to do a lot of work. I'm curious what he brings in here. Will he maybe be thinking, I want to bring in the Feraligatr? No. Okay, Rise to Occasion is able to land this first Psychic Fangs. Great no shield by NiteTimeClasher. I think he recognizes he's going to need these Protect Shields in the late stage matchup. In fact, he's trying to swap.
Yeah, he is, but then he second-guessed himself. He's actually maybe going to try to take a shield first. He baits the Ice Punch, actually goes for the Rage Fist instead. He does get the shield from Rise, and at this point, I think we expect to see him come into the Shadow Feraligatr.
You got to swap out at this point. There's no Energy Ball, but one Acrobatics with still be devastating, almost enough to knock out. You can see just how much damage these Fairy Winds are doing. Rise to occasion, launching the charge attack to protect shields for NiteTimeClasher, makes the huge call here and calls the aerial ace.
Yeah, that's just an aerial ace, and now if you're Rise, he just fires off another aerial ace. At this point, I don't think you even bother going for acrobatics, maybe hoping you can maybe Fairy Wind down, maybe get a few Thunder Fangs later if your clock comes up quickly enough.
Well, the only way that this Annihilate is going to be able to reach another charge attack is maybe if the Steelix comes back through and it's able to get a farm down. But even then, the Thunder Fangs are going to add up relatively quickly. I think this has to be the Feraligatr show. Oh, Rise to Occasion, last second shields up this Ice Beam. Keep an eye on energy here. Rise to Occasion needs to get to 2 aerial aces, but also keep an eye on switch clocks.
Exactly. Both trainers, I think, after this aerial ace have the opportunity to switch out, but no one's reaching for it. They're both just staying in here. A ton of energy on the Feraligatr, and Rise tries to snipe it with the Thunder Fangs, but NiteTimeClasher reacts so quickly and counters it down.
Ice Beam should be loaded for NiteTimeClasher. Has it ready to go. Charge attack priority. Great plays from NiteTimeClasher. This got a little close here at the end of this matchup here, despite the very one-sided lead, but he is able to clean things up with his Shadow Feraligatr. Doesn't matter if you're a grass type. Shadow Feraligatr don't care. Able to land the double super effective Ice Beam and a one-hit knockout that Shadow Jumpluff.
Yeah, pretty close game at the end there, but a nice reaction time from NiteTimeClasher to be able to counter down the Steelix. I do see the players talking with the judges a little bit. Not sure if maybe when the Steelix came back into the Emolga, I'm not sure if Rise is thinking he may have missed a Thunder Fang, which maybe led the Emolga to get off an extra acrobatics. That could be what they're discussing, but we'll have to get confirmation. Yeah,
we'll let these trainers continue to contemplate any sort of considerations that they may have going on here right now. For now, as it stands though, NiteTimeClasher currently ahead 1-0. I mean, realistically, that Shadow Annihilate found its target in that Shadow Steelix. Shadow Steelix looks pretty strong overall into this matchup and is really trying to target that Emolga, but NiteTimeClasher had the alignment that he needed there. Looks like that we are getting word here from production that Rise believe that the Jumpluff shouldn't get to a second acrobatics versus the Steelix. And yeah, I think that would have maybe put more pressure on NiteTimeClasher to have to use a Protect Shield and set up Rise's Jumpluff to maybe sweep that matchup up a shield.
Yeah, we saw at the end of the game there, Rise's Steelix was just very, very low health after it took 2 acrobatics from NiteTimeClasher in the mid game, right? So potentially if you don't take that acrobatics, you would force the Annihilate to throw energy, or maybe you could get off your own Psychic Fangs. So I think we're gonna have to go back and see what exactly happened after Rise's Golisopod went down and he brought in the Steelix.
All right, well, Soph, I know we've been navigating through 3 of these disputes here back to back to back, but I want to call out just because of some of the key differences. It kind of reminds me of that first one that we had earlier with SS Thorn and Dialab Churn, where you have some sort of desynchronization in the early to middle game, right? When you have that desynchronization early, you have to kind of extrapolate the impact of that issue. And it's hard to make some of those judgment calls and gauge really what the full impact was. If it's at the end of the game, it's very black and white, like we saw with that aerial ace into the Azumarill, that second dispute that we were looking at here. But this one, it's going to be a bit more tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think in the mid game, it's really hard to tell just how much does this one fast attack matter, right? I mean, if the fast attack is blocking off an entire charge attack, which I think is what the dispute here is saying, then obviously that seems a little bit more impactful, but other times it's really, really hard to tell.
I mean, everything on that Emolga with the Steelix is resisted. We know that. But still, acrobatics with the efficiency that it has, 2 acrobatics do bring that Steelix down into the red HP. If you're not in the red and instead you're in the yellow HP, I think you're going to be reaching 2 of those Psychic Fangs. You're likely going to be pulling a shield from that Annihilate. You then have Jumpluff up a shield versus relatively low HP Annihilate and Shadow Feraligatr, and I think that could have been a win condition for Rise to Occasion. That's exactly what he's positioning right now. Let's take a look at this. Okay, acrobatics comes through. This is acrobatics number 1. We know that that's going to be a good chunk of damage, but Steelix tanks it no problem. What we want to look at is that second acrobatics. Yeah, Soph, or was it that first entry right there?
Well, I mean, if anything, I would guess that if there was lag, it came in on the entry right there. I saw Rise's Steelix get 2 Thunder Fangs through. I'm not sure how many Thunder Shocks the Emolga got before it threw the acrobatics.
Yeah, we needed to look a little closer at that entry if we can run that one back. But as it stands, we saw that Thunder Fang knocked out. Assuming that there was 1 missed Thunder Fang, then yes, that wouldn't have been reached. So it does come down to that one fast attack upon entry.
Yeah, and I can imagine this is especially frustrating for Rise because you saw he undercharged the Aqua Jet on the Emolga earlier, right? He was actually just setting up this perfect farm down. And if it wasn't quite as perfect as he was planning, okay, so one, and then it does look like 2 Thunder Shocks. It looks like 2 Thunder Shocks and an Acrobatics for 2 Thunder Fangs. That's what I'm seeing, Wholesome.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure there. I really need to count there, but I mean, the great job by our production team. Yeah, no, I think, assuming that Rise got 1 additional fast attack, then the Emolga got everything's working as intended.
Yeah, but I think it was 2 Thunder Shocks, 2 Thunder Fangs, and the Acrobatics.
So realistically, Rise, what you're saying is should have gotten 3 Thunder Fangs as opposed to the 2 Thunder Shocks, and thereby Emolga would not have reached that second Acrobatics.
That's what I think he thinks.
That's what you think he thinks, but what did you think you saw is what I'm asking you, so.
I think I saw 2 Thunder Shocks for 2 Thunder Fangs. I'm not sure exactly how much health the Emolga had at the end. Actually, the first time we saw the replay, it looks like the Emolga reached the second Acrobatics with a little bit of extra health, but...
No, so the last Thunder Fang did knock out.
1 Thunder Shock. Yeah, see, that's definitely 2 Thunder Shocks and 2 Thunder Fangs, right?
I saw 2 Thunder Fangs, only 2 Thunder Fangs.
Yeah, I saw 2 Thunder Shocks.
Okay, so I think that, from what we're seeing here, the Steelix did enter 1 turn late. That denied the Thunder Fang from applying. Had that Thunder Fang applied, the Emolga would not have reached that second Acrobatics. When you don't reach that second Acrobatics, Steelix is more healthy, and if it's more healthy, then Steelix is able to get to that second Psychic Fangs. If you're able to get to that second Psychic Fangs, you pressure a shield from the Annihilate. If you pressure the shield from the Annihilate, then your jump left is up a shield and it wins that matchup. That's what Rise is arguing here, so.
Well, we don't, that's what Wholesome thinks Rise is arguing.
Yes.
We don't know if that's exactly what Rise is arguing.
All right, well, these judges are still debating here. At the end of the day, this is not a Soph and Wholesome decision. This is going to be a judge's decision. But it looks like the judges have made some decision here. As we're seeing 0-0 on our screen, Soph, so clearly we were onto something.
Maybe you were onto something.
No, thanks, Soph. I appreciate it. All right, well, we are getting our liaisons to give us the official wording here. As you see on your screen, the 0-0. Again, NiteTimeClasher on paper won that initial matchup, but it seems like we're going back to the drawing board. We're going to get you some rationalization as soon as possible.
Yeah, they're going back to the drawing board. I think maybe they probably think that Rise of Steelix should not have taken a second Acrobatics. And, we all know how much damage Acrobatics does, right? Resisted or not, even super effective in some cases. So, definitely very impactful whether or not you get off that charge attack.
It's like those movies where they go back in time and change one thing and then 20 different things get changed from that one thing that was changed. That's kind of what we're looking at when we're trying to decipher what's going on in these middle matchups or even early matchups within these battles here. All right, well, we're still awaiting word, but as we see right now, 0-0 NiteTimeClasher versus Rise to Occasion. This kind of reminds me of what we were seeing with SS Thorn versus Dialap Churn because we do have that Emolga and we have the Steelix. All right, guys, we'll bring it back to you as soon as we get word, but right now we're moving back into game number 1. This is going to be a very one-sided matchup here. Gastrodon into the Shadow Drapion. NiteTimeClasher throws 1 Poison Sting and swaps out into his Diggersby. This is going to bring out the Dugong from Rise to Occasion.
And this is looking absolutely fantastic for Rise to Occasion. Dominant lead, dominant switch in. He has the Glisspot for the Azumarill in the back, which isn't the best matchup, but probably good enough if he's able to maintain all of these advantages.
2 utility-based bulky Pokemon here. Scorching Sands comes through, no attack debuff. Rise to Occasion, however, has a guaranteed attack debuff, super effective damage going into this Diggersby. Rise to Occasion should have no problem maintaining switch advantage. How much energy will that Drapion be able to get? If you are able to come out with, close to 2 crunches, that's going to be close to threatening to knock out that Gastrodon.
Yeah, but I feel like Dugong doesn't just sit there while Drapion does infinite Poison Stings, right? It does have quite draining charge attacks for the Drapion, and I expect to see Rise farm up just a little bit more energy, just for actually 1 Ice Shard before threatening to take out this Diggersby.
All right, well, currently Dugong is on the 5 cycle, meaning that it needs 4 additional Ice Shards. NiteTimeClasher should be able to throw 6 Poison Stings, charge attack priority against that Dugong. Right now has 1 Poison Sting. Should be able to exit this matchup with a 2 Poison Sting advantage after taking some of these Ice Shards. Let's see if Rise to Occasion wants to stick around, maybe even try and catch a charge attack, but I think he's just going to stay here.
Oh, and actually, NiteTimeClasher decides to catch the Icy Wind on his Azumarill, and that does mean he's going to be in here debuffed for at least 40 more seconds or so. Rise may be happy with that, brings in the Golisopod, and able to maintain alignment.
It's a little awkward for Rise to Occasion. You're bringing in a Pokemon that you're only throwing resisted damage, at least for your charge attacks. Yes, you're going to have a bit of an advantage because you hit for neutral with your Shadow Claws, but also the Azumarill is attack debuff, just like we said. You have to save that. It's so tempting to bring in that Gastrodon right now, but you have to save it for that Drapion matchup, especially when it has all that energy.
I think the key here is, it's not the best matchup for the Golisopod, but you just really have to get this Azumarill low enough that you can mud slap it down, or at least just, chip it away so it's not going to do much more damage. And I think Rise is going to be able to accomplish that. Play Rough coming through here. Rise still has 2 shields up. I think he's maybe doing some math to try to figure out how much energy each of these Pokemon on NiteTimeClasher's side has, but he's already at another charge attack, is going to throw off this Aqua Jet, and no, it does not take out the Azumarill, but again, all he needs to do is neutralize this Azumarill so it doesn't do too much damage.
I mean, it's just the Gastrodon show at this point. It's just mud slap everything, but NiteTimeClasher has some energy, trying to get a big farm down. Needs to throw an Aqua Tail, though, just to get this Golisopod off the field. But now that you've thrown some of this energy, I think you still have a crunch stored, but you need to land 2 charge attacks into this Gastrodon, and I just don't think you're going to be able to do so. I don't even think it's Rise to Occasion that you even throw a charge attack. I think you simply go for mud slap damage. That's going to be your key to success.
Yeah, the key phrase from you there was land 2 charge attacks, but also you have to remember that Rise to Occasion, well, now he only has 1 shield left, but until just now he had 2 shields left. Gonna be really hard for NiteTimeClasher to land significant damage. He is baiting with an Aqua Tail here, so hoping to potentially land a crunch, but Rise even actually calls it, able to absorb that damage without a problem. Comes out with so much energy, and again, maybe you can just mud slap down this Azumarill.
Yeah, no, we talked about just the charge attacks in general. Yes, Azumarill had a charge attack stored, but you have to get it in range that one Play Rough's going to knock out. You have 0 fast attack pressure as that Drapion. So while you're trying to chip it away with your Aqua Tails and with your crunches, really the formula there is you have to get it in Play Rough or Ice Beam range and be shields down. That's just too much for that Drapion to accomplish, and Rise to Occasion currently ahead 1-0 in this best-of-3 series.
A relatively quick battle there. Rise really just had the right team, right alignment, and there wasn't really much NiteTimeClasher could do to kind of maneuver around that. I think this is the switch in matchup.
Yeah, so that was the Diggersby safe swap, and then the Dugong came back in. We talked about NiteTimeClasher maybe throwing on 6 Poison Stings, but instead he throws 6 Poison Sting, makes the catch, debuffs the Azumarill, which allows Rise to Occasion to bring in the Golisopod. As we see, though, 2 shields remaining for that Gastrodon, able to farm down the Dugong, able to farm down the Drapion, able to farm down the Azumarill. I mean, you're just showing why Mud Slap is such a strong fast attack in this meta.
It is, and NiteTimeClasher really only has 1 Mud Slap resist in that Emolga. But like we've been saying all along, Emolga is only single resisting those Mud Slaps, so if you can get a lot of energy with those body slams, you can really chip away at the Emolga, even with the Gastrodon.
Yeah, and Emolga has to watch out for that Shadow Steelix. Like, NiteTimeClasher, PTSD after that matchup in the first game 1, where he's like, yeah, I do not want to repeat that Emolga into Shadow Steelix. No, not at all. That is so much of a farm. I don't want to give that Steelix that energy, especially if it's going to be throwing super effective Psychic Fangs into the Annihilate. So I think that combo of Emolga and Annihilate was a little risky for NiteTimeClasher. I'd be surprised if he brings it again. Let's move into game number 2. We're going to see Emolga into the Shadow Steelix.
Oh, and another fantastic lead for Rise. And NiteTimeClasher actually brings in the Water type for Alligator. This is super effective Thunderfang damage. Rise even catches the Hydro Cannon on Golisopod.
Yikes is all I have to say here. This is going south for NiteTimeClasher. Terrible lead. This is a tough swap as well, especially with Rise getting that Shadow Claw through. He's going to get to this X-Scissor before NiteTimeClasher is able to reach that next Hydro Cannon. If you let this go, then you have lost alignment. Yeah, you have to try and fight for it at this point, but I don't know if you're going to be able to, especially being behind a Shadow Claw.
Yeah, both Pokemon using non-stab Shadow Claw, and of course the Feraligatr is just a little bit ahead on energy, so it's going to be able to pull shields from Rise if Rise wants to maintain switch advantage, which I assume he does. Yes, okay, puts up the Protect Shield, and I think he has some energy here, but it's actually charge attack priority, which Golisopod wins.
Yeah, no, Rise to Occasion knows that you win. He could have thrown 1 earlier, but wants to throw in charge attack priority to make this a bit more awkward for NiteTimeClasher. NiteTimeClasher shields up that charge attack, desperately wants to get his Emolga off that Shadow Steelix. I think Rise to Occasion is actually going to shield this up. Okay, no, he opts to let it go. So now what this means is that Shadow Steelix is going to be aligned versus that Annihilate instead, and Jumpluff instead is going to be aligned on that Emolga. Okay, a quick soak from NiteTimeClasher after fighting for switch just gives it right back.
Yeah, gives it right back. I mean, the farm down would have been very uncomfortable, but I think this is even more uncomfortable on Molgo, as we know, just completely walled off by Steelix.
The problem is that there's still a Protect Shield for Rise to Occasion. I know what he wants to do. He wants to get energy on his Shadow Annihilate to launch out those Ice Punches. Exactly, which is double super effective into the jump bluff. But if you are going to be taking all these Psychic Fangs and there's still a shield in the way for that jump bluff, I don't see how Annihilate's going to do this.
All right, well, we know this Acrobatics does a lot of damage, but it looks like NiteTimeClasher, like you said, maybe wants to go for the farm down. But now the problem is if you're Rise, you just throw these charge attacks, you stall the switch clock.
Exactly. No, I mean, there's just nothing you can do as NiteTimeClasher. You have 2.5 Psychic Fangs ready to go. There's no Protect Shield. Yeah, maybe you try and catch one of these, but again, there's a Protect Shield still for Rise to Occasion. His switch clock is up. He can just get out of this matchup if he wants.
All right, well, this is step 1 for NiteTimeClasher, potentially one of very, very many steps he needs to take in order to have a chance in this game. But I mean, I think if you're Rise, there's no reason to stay around and get farmed down. You see him reaching for the jump bluff. There's 0 shields on the Annihilate side. Here comes the Aerial Ace, and I think that's going to be a good game. Another 2-0 for Rise 2-0 Occasion.
That's right. Rise having an unstoppable run here in the loser side of the bracket. He will be eliminating NiteTimeClasher 2-0. I'm going to see if there's any sort of challenges here. I don't think so. Yep, trainers taking off the headphones. They're going to have a handshake, hug it out. A 2-0 sweep for Rise to Occasion in an extended series there. You got to love that Shadow Steelix. When you're able to get it aligned versus something like an Emolga, yeah, it just feels like GG's from the beginning of the game. And but let's not discount Rise to Occasion's plays after that. Despite winning the lead hard, he made great plays in that middle matchup as well, being able to get a Shadow Claw through right as NiteTimeClasher was throwing his charge attack, so he was always ahead in energy with his Glycopod.
He really made the most of his good lead, right? He had the good lead, but he didn't just, sit around on his laurels. He made sure to get some energy on his lead Pokemon and then catch the resisted Hydro Cannon onto his Glycopod. So he started out ahead, but he kind of just pushed his advantage as the game went on.
We saw NiteTimeClasher try to find a way to claw back. Yes, he went down 2 Protect Shields, and he realized, okay, well, shoot, I'm down Protect Shields now. I feel exposed. So he actually swapped, after getting switch advantage, actually gave it right back up after that, trying to bring the Steelix back out to allow for that farm down. But yeah, it's just not enough when there's a Protect Shield advantage, and one Ice Punch I don't think even knocks out the jump bluff. Yeah, there was just no formula for success there for NiteTimeClasher.
I think what's going through NiteTimeClasher's head is if I get farmed down by the Steelix, my Annihilate isn't even that good into it. So I think that's why he switched out. But I mean, of course, the alignment was so bad for him that might have actually been his only chances if he allowed that farm down.
Oof. Well, some extended matchups that we saw from many of those matchups. If they're not fresh in your mind, let's give you a refresher, guys. We're going to kick it over to the break with some match highlights. Make sure you stick around.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, Having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat. Can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
Regardless of how you play the game, just to have fun. I've made so many friends in this community, and I'm currently a VGC judge, and it's the best experience that I've honestly ever had. And as long as you're having fun, it really doesn't matter what happens throughout the day.
The best piece of advice I was given from my friends is just to relax and believe in yourself. It's just tapping on a screen, you know, like don't overthink it. Just calm down, relax, take that deep breath, and tap away.
Set a tangible goal for your first time and stick with meeting that and allow yourself to be, you know, happy with achieving that tangible goal. And if you do anything better than that, then it's just a cherry on top, but at least you know that you came here, you did what you came to do, and you can just kind of leave knowing that you accomplished something, then you can be proud of that.
So the best piece of advice I've been given by a friend when playing Pokemon is being okay with losses. Something that's really helped me out is seeing like, it's not really truly a loss unless you can't learn from it. And so even through your losses, like, oh man, my attack didn't do as much damage. Great, now you can use that for the next game. Or like, oh man, this opponent used a really cool Pokemon. And actually, I've been inspired by my losses to use some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. So yeah, be okay with winning, be okay with losing, because at the end of the day, it's about learning and evolving.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon-themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
And we are back here in Vancouver at Canada Place for the Pokemon Regional Championships. We are so excited to take you through the final battles of the day. We are down to 6 trainers remaining. We have 2 waiting in the wings. I know, 6. We have 2 waiting in the wings for the winners finals, but we have 4 trainers who are vying for that single spot in the losers finals, and we are going to be taking a look at 2 of those trainers very shortly.
It's been a long day of Pokemon battles, but the end is not here just yet. And of course, as soon as we go to the winners finals, it is going to become a best of 5, but for now it's still best of 3, so trainers don't have as much time to learn about their opponent's play style. They don't have quite as much time to improve on their own.
Let's take a look at which Pokemon were most impactful here in Vancouver. These are the top 12 from day 2. And very unsurprisingly, both Dewgong and Shadow Drapion are at the top of the list.
Yeah, that Dewgong has really made a name for itself, but it might be its swan song, given that the new update, the addition to Lapras with the Psywave Fast Attack will probably usurp the water and ice type there. I do want to make note, at the bottom end, we're seeing 12.5% usage for 3 Pokemon, and that's because the meta here has been so diverse. There are so many different Pokemon that have been brought. Steelix making it to the top 12 Pokemon usage in day 2. Golisopod, those 2 Pokemon I don't think have made it a single time, and Emolga?
Emolga! 50% usage, that's crazy for that Pokemon. I'm excited to see, maybe it will even soar to higher heights throughout this season of Might and Mastery. And really looking forward to that. Seeing 2 electric-type Pokemon in the top 12, both Emolga and Charjabug, that's really interesting. That's not something we see very often.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there have been many times that Charjabug has been top 12, but I don't think it's ever been paired with another electric type in the top 12. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you're right. Lantern Charjabug was a period of time. We're talking about how, when certain things happen, like the close combat into the Dewgong, you wanted to forget that. I have very longly wanted to forget about Lantern the Fish being a Pokemon because it is one of my least favorite Pokemon in the Open Great League meta. I don't like its play style. I don't like how RPS it can be in a matchup in a meta, that has a lot of grass types, because with water and electric type damage, you're just completely hard walled.
Our trainers are ready on the field of battle. We actually have my pick to win it all, SS Thorn on the right, and one of your favorite trainers, Nick, on the left. We've been casting a lot of his battles here today, Dapper.
Yep, absolutely blessed to be able to cast every single battle of Dapper Discs the times that he has been on that stream. But on the other side of the field is SS Thorn. He has a very tough, a very fierce opponent ahead of him.
Yes, and we can see that Dapper is representing the Team SoCal Swablu, looking nice in that jersey. But I love that play Pokemon fit with the Pikachu on the sleeve for SS Thorn as well. Gotta shout out the fits a little bit. Now that we've done that, though, we can take a look at the teams.
Yeah, of course. We have the standard Dusclops for Dapper, and on the lower portion of his team, we also have a Galarian Weezing. On the other side of the field, SS Thorn is rocking that Shadow Steelix with that Thunder Fang, fast attack, pressure, damage, as well as the Golisopod. So the new style team, I believe it is the same team composition as Rise to Occasion.
Taking a look, looks like our trainers are jotting down some last-minute notes before they are locking in. I'm excited to see more of that Golisopod. I think we're going to see perhaps even more of it as the meta goes on. It's really hard to judge because we are in this intermediary meta to see which Pokemon are just going to stand out for this weekend only and which ones are going to carry forward.
The one thing that it does not have going for it is that bug typing does not resist psychic. Replace the PH with an F there. Psychic type damage, because bug does super effective damage to psychic types, but Lapras isn't a psychic type. It is a water and ice type Pokemon that uses those that fast attack.
We can see Dapper doing well on the West Coast, Vancouver and San Diego. SS Thorn, not a trainer that we see very often, most often at these Canadian tournaments. So this is his opportunity. Let's see if he can seize it. We are going down to the field of battle. We have a great lead for Dapper with that Primeape going into the Dugong. How is SS Thorn going to adjust?
An immediate switch out into the Shadow Drapion. SS Thorn a little bit ABA weak to a fighting type there. Aqua Tail loaded for the Shadow Drapion. It looks like he has 2 loaded, actually. A charge attack tie with the Diggersby going for that Scorching Sands. No, actually not a charge attack tie. Another quick attack going through, and another Aqua Tail coming from SS Thorn.
And that is going to take the Diggersby down into pretty low health. This Diggersby has a lot of energy on the side of Dapper. We've seen SS Thorn's Shadow Drapion get in a lot of trouble from Scorching Sands before. Looks like he's going to choose to protect shield it this time. And the Shadow Drapion is going to outpace to an Aqua Tail. Dapper just has to decide, do you want to throw that additional Scorching Sands? There's a lot of energy on that Diggersby, but going to let it go down the drain.
No resist for fighting type damage on SS Thorn's team of 3 here. Close combat coming through, going to take out this Shadow Drapion. I have to imagine the Gastrodon's coming in, but an immediate switch out by Dapper into the G-Weezing, and this is not the matchup you want to see as a Poison and Fairy type.
Yeah, that you could see the grimace on Dapper's face. He was not excited to see a Mud Slapper in the back. And this, and Galarian Weezing, you can see this one is running that brutal swing. Like we mentioned, it's very consistent. You can get to those attacks really, really quickly. They just don't really pack as much of a punch as you would want.
And unfortunately for Dapper, his fighter of choice is this Primeape, so it's not Annihilate. It does not have that Ghost subtyping, so it does not double resist the body slams coming from the Gastrodon. So the Gastrodon is not really forced to throw those Earth powers to threaten any damage. However, this is looking really dire nonetheless. Icy Wind coming through, going to lower the attack of this Primeape. Primeape is really going to struggle to farm down this Dugong, especially with the lowered attack.
Yeah, but Primeape can say, you can Icy Wind me down, I could just Rage Fist back up. However, there are shields on the side, so Dapper's just kind of, like, you can see him having to make a decision. I have to use this final Protect Shield at some point, and it is just so tough for this Primeape because that Gastrodon is still pretty healthy in the back.
Dapper has gone well over 100 energy here, forced to throw before the next Icy Wind from SS Thorn. Rachis going through enough to knock out. Will he have enough health to be able to pull away a win here? Does not seem like it is. Charge attack tie, a shield remaining for SS Thorn, but Dapper is completely out of shields, even though the attack rise comes through. Earth powers coming back at that Primeape, able to pick up a knockout.
And the Primeape goes down there. Feet, for some trainers at home or maybe you're getting into the game now for the first time, might be wondering, why did you go like max out on energy? You've had all the energy in the world, you can only have 100 energy. Why wouldn't you throw there?
The reason was because SS Thorn still had a shield and he had an Earth power loaded. So even if he was able to knock out, I don't think it would have mattered because the energy was loaded. SS Thorn had that move available, able to shield up any charge attack thrown by Dapper, and would have been able to secure himself a victory.
Yeah, so he needed those charge attacks. It didn't matter like how ramped up that Primeape was. That was moot. He needed the energy to be able to throw, but it's almost like he needed more than 100 energy to be able to pull that off.
Or he needed SS Thorn to no-shield the charge attack, but I don't think that was going to happen.
Nah.
We see the unfortunate switch here in the replays from Dapper. Again, really not respecting the Gastrodon, being a little bit too weak to it. You know, of course, the Primeape isn't all that weak to it, but after you've thrown a close combat, those Mud Slaps, those hard-hitting fast attacks really just start adding up.
So what can Dapper do to adjust? What can Dapper do to adapt?
I think Diggersby looks like a solid choice for him, given the last team his opponent ran, as long as he can still align that Primeape into that Dugong. The the Diggersby really needs to avoid that ice-type damage, the lowering of the attack stat from that Icy Wind, and as well potentially avoiding getting a Mud Slapper onto his Poison type. We see just that here. It is the Gastrodon against Primeape. This is a fairly neutral lead. We'll have to see which charge attack Dapper opts to throw. Close combat's going to do so much neutral damage. Rage Fist bait would be very impactful as well.
Dapper has to be excited that this Gastrodon is not going to meet up with his Galarian Weezing. We actually see a close combat getting thrown and an immediate swap into the Diggersby, actually. Not bad being able to really neutralize what this Gastrodon can do.
That's a lot of damage, and the Earth Power coming back through really just does not do enough damage to the Diggersby. In comes the Golisopod Shadow Claw, fast attack damage, not really threatening. Fire Punch coming through, going to do neutral damage and do not quite 30%, maybe about 25% of the health of Golisopod.
And we are going to get to see that newly buffed Aqua Jet from the Golisopod connect into that Diggersby, leaving it very low on health. Diggersby is going to be able to throw this parting Fire Punch, but Golisopod using Shadow Claw, I don't know if this isn't Shadow Claw downrange.
No, it is not. Shadow Claw being double resisted means that Diggersby can take so many of them. It is a Pokemon that has a lot of health, and if you're double resisting a fast attack, that means you can take just that many more. Energy being forced to be thrown. Now Dapper has an option. Does he want to come in with the G-Weezing or the Primeape? G-Weezing comes in, probably going to want to shield up one of these charge attacks, given how damaging the Aqua Jet is now, but yep, puts it up, needs to protect the health remaining, and knows that there's not a lot of health remaining on SS Thorn's 2 Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, but this Shadow Drapion is very full on health, and Galarian Weezing doesn't have any attacks that can hit it for even neutral damage. This is resisted. This is not the Overheat Galarian Weezing, so I'm not sure why SS Thorn chose to shield that one, but choosing to shield this Sludge instead. I guess shielding one of them makes sense.
No real threat of a defense drop from the moves on Dapper's side, so shielding one makes sense. Really a coin flip between shielding the first and the second. Aqua Tail coming through now. Dapper has the option to no shield this, let his Galarian Weezing go, but instead opts to shield here, preserve the Galarian Weezing, throw a Sludge into this Shadow Drapion, and pull the final shield from SS Thorn.
So now here's what's going to, now we have to see, is he going to switch right into the Primeape? He does. SS Thorn still has all 3 Pokemon remaining. This Aqua Tail is going to come close to knocking out. Primeape is not known for its defenses, because hang on with just a little bit of HP, but the Golisopod slices through.
Coming in with the Galarian Weezing, does a few Fairy Winds to knock out, but there is the Gastrodon. 1 Mud Slap to take the victory, and SS Thorn is victorious over Dapper, and that is a very, very tight matchup between 2 trainers who have had a lot of success here in Vancouver.
I am so sorry. I know that Dapper is one of your favorite trainers. Unfortunately, you won't be casting any more of his battles here today, since he was in the losers bracket that ends his tournament run, but had a phenomenal performance here today in Vancouver.
And I believe that gets us to our top 4. Because we have our 2 in losers finals, we have our 2 in winners finals.
Yeah, that'll get us to our top 4. We have Dune Bug and Haydonus sitting in the winners finals waiting. Here we have the losers semi-finals. We have Rise to Occasion versus SS Thorn in the losers bracket.
Yeah, so that is a medal one for SS Thorn. The very highly coveted, at least 4th place medal has been secured. And there is the winner's bracket. You can see Dune Bug and Haydonus having victory over Dapper and NiteTimeClasher, respectively. This winner's side of the bracket was absolutely stacked, and I'm incredibly excited to watch that winner's finals to see if my pick can make it all the way to the grand finals. But before that, we have the losers semis.
Yes, and again, these trainers are fighting for their tournament lives. They are looking to continue their way into that coveted spot in the losers finals, where they will face either Dune
or Haydonus, whoever loses that winners finals matchup.
And we have casters have the ability to pick the Pokemon champions that we believe are going to be the best, going to be the most valuable players, as well as the most valuable Pokemon for those players. Of course, SS Thorn for you has now made it. Lyle has been knocked out, unfortunately for Wholesome. Rise is still in it. Will be facing off against SS Thorn shortly, and Haydonus is waiting on that winner's side of the bracket.
Yes, so this is kind of a matchup now between Soph and myself. Our two picks are going head-to-head here in the losers semifinals. They are getting ready as we speak.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tense battle. Both of these trainers have suffered difficult losses and have rebounded from them. I know that Rise felt a little bit shaky after his loss to Dapper, but has really refocused himself, reconcentrated his willpower, and has been able to take a few victories in a row now to make it here to the loser semis.
And we saw SS Thorn lose to Lyle yesterday and has had to fight a long time in this losers bracket. Starting off day 2 on the loser side is a tough journey, so that it is remarkable for any trainer who can hold on, kind of like white knuckle it through this long.
I know I had mentioned it at the very beginning of the last set, but I had forgotten, and now I've remembered. These are a mirror team between these two trainers. Rise and SS Thorn are running the same exact team. It's the same exact team that Corlash used to win the regional down in Latin America as well. And I don't know about you, Stephanie, but I thankfully haven't ever had to have an exact mirror match at a Pokemon Championship Series event. They can be very, very tricky to play out because two people can have different reads on how the team plays. So they can potentially play a lot of mind games in this mirror matchup about which Pokemon they think are the best, and it can be very confusing.
Yeah, it's like two artisans can have the exact same tools for their trade, but can come up with very different products. And that is what we are likely going to see with these two trainers, just how they interpret the strengths of these teams.
And it can be very, very imbalanced, especially with a Pokemon like Shadow Steelix, where you have a lot of fast attack pressure, but on the same exact team, there is that Mud Slapper, which would do super effective damage to that steel type of the Steelix and resist the Thunder Fangs. It's a very bulky Pokemon, but so is Steelix.
And we also, these aren't the exact same tools, thinking back to my past metaphor, because the spread, one Pokemon might have a slightly different attack than others, defense and HP. Some Pokemon might be trained to win different matchups. So there are going to be some slight differences with these Pokemon, like which one is going to win that charge attack priority. Those are all things that can also, very subtle differences that can impact the match.
I know in the past we've talked about the Medi Slayer Metacham. There is a specific stat spread for Dugong that really dominates the mirror matchup. I believe you need a little bit of an extra attack and a little bit of extra, I forget if it's health or defense, but it gives you, I think it's defense, because it gives you a break point on your ice shards and a bulk point as well, and that allows you to come out with an entire charge attack loaded while still winning the mirror matchup. Let's take a look at the accomplishments of these two trainers. As you had mentioned, SS Thorn really being a trainer that has played very strongly in a lot of the Canadian regionals. Rise to occasion, we saw four of his accomplishments there on our screen, but the list is long. I think we could maybe get 4 pages a list of 4 pages worth of his accomplishments.
Several regional championships under his belt, lots more top cuts. He was recently a finalist in San Antonio, taking home a silver medal, but is looking for the gold. Doesn't want to settle for second place, and he still has a tough road ahead of him. Has to defeat SS Thorn here and has to make it through the losers finals, and let's say he wins the losers finals, has to go on the grands and bracket reset. It is tough from the loser side.
I've heard a number of people say, man, if you're coming into the grand finals from the loser side, it's so unfair. You have to win 2 sets in a row. And it might seem unfair, but it really is how these tournaments work. It's so much tougher to be coming from the loser side of the bracket. But here we go into game number 1 of the loser semis. That Dugong for Rise to Occasion against SS Thorn's Shadow Drapion.
And Shadow Drapion pacing to its attack right away. We can see that crunch is going to have full effect. It is going to, and gets a defense drop. We see SS Thorn immediately pivot actually into the Golisopod, pulling out the jump bluff from Rise.
A bit of an interesting team compositional choice from SS Thorn in that he led a Pokemon that was really good into Jumpluff. He switches out into a Pokemon that's really weak to Jumpluff, but has a third Pokemon in the back that's really strong. So he's ABA strong to Jumpluff, but unfortunately for him, but fortunately for Rise, this Jumpluff is landing exactly where it needs to.
In the B.
Yes, exactly.
And we are going to see the Golisopod continue to chip away at that Shadow Jumpluff using X-Scissor. X-Scissor, it does some nice neutral damage considering Jumpluff is both a flying type and a grass type Pokemon.
Second shield coming up from SS Thorn, really prioritizing this Golisopod, really showing how these two trainers are treating these teams differently, going for a Shadow Claw down, able to get it, come out with a lot of energy, and we're looking at the Pokemon from Rise to Occasion. Neither of these Pokemon completely wall off the energy of this Golisopod.
And Golisopod is going to be using the newly buffed Aqua Jets in order to chip away at Rise's defenses. Takes 1 Protect Shield and then is going to lower the health of the Shadow Drapion here to under half.
Shadow Drapion building up energy, building up to a Crunch. Crunch is caught on that Dugong. SS Thorn saving a little bit of energy on his Golisopod, recognizing it has play in the future, especially if he's able to outpace and Rise is maybe not able to perfectly track the amount of energy he has.
That defense drop, getting an early defense drop in one of these matchups is unfortunate. This Crunch is going to do even more damage, taking the Dugong really low. Because of that defense drop, Dugong's not able to get to an Icy Wind.
There's a bit of a tough situation here for SS Thorn. I have to imagine he's going to come in with a Shadow Drapion. Will he be able to farm down in time? No, actually, a pivot from Rise into the Dugong. This is a driller and it's super effective damage. It's going to be really close to knocking out. Can SS Thorn survive and reach a move as well? Yes, he has the Crunch loaded.
That was a lot of damage, but the Shadow Drapion able to withstand, peeling away the final Protect Shield from Rise to Occasion. Now the Dugong can't throw anything that is even neutral into this Golisopod, but I still think this Drill Run is going to be just barely enough to knock out.
Yeah, I really like the way that game played out. SS Thorn really trying to preserve that Golisopod, recognizing how good it can be into different Pokemon on, I would say, Rise's team, but it's really both of their teams. That energy can be carried into so many different Pokemon, be utilized very well, but unfortunately, Rise just a little bit better with that energy management, really able to barely outpace to that final charge attack. I'm pretty sure Rise's Shadow Drapion was energy dry, so it would have been really, really close if that Golisopod had been able to outpace the Dugong.
Taking a look at the replay, we saw the Golisopod using those neutral X-Scissors to try to chip away at the Jumpluff. We see a catch to try to absorb some of this energy from the Shadow Drapion. Rise, that seems to be the Pokemon that Rise really tried to utilize. Also, there was a Crunch debuff that I think might have been a little impactful there.
And I was actually wrong. Rise had managed his energy so well, he had stored an Aqua Tail. So even if this Drill Run isn't enough, even if that X-Scissor was reached, the Aqua Tail would have been there and likely been enough to knock out. It's not same type attack bonus, but it is a Shadow Drapion, so that those two things combined, Shadow type bonus, as well as the Drapion having a fairly high attack stat, means that Aqua Tail does a lot of damage even while resistant.
I really do want to call out how good of a read Golisopod is into the current meta, because Dugong was on, what was it, 75% of teams in day 2. Golisopod walls off all of the energy from Dugong, being both a water and a bug type, water typing resisting the ice type attacks, and then Drill Run, because Golisopod is also a bug type, bug resist ground.
Yeah, it's one of those typing matchups that's not always super easy to remember. This is a mirror matchup I was never really expecting to see. It is a Shadow Steelix into Shadow Steelix, double resisted Thunder Fangs, Psychic Fangs also resisted, Breaking Swipes also resisted. Resistance is all around.
So this is going to be quite a long mirror matchup. See, I wouldn't call Steelix in the Great League a particularly bulky Pokemon. However, they are going to be able to withstand a lot of these, and the attacks of these Pokemon are just going to be continually going down and down and down as they continue to use that attack Breaking Swipe.
I think we might be able to walk away from the desk, do a lap all the way around the venue before this mirror match is done. Another Breaking Swipe coming through from SS Thorn. I think the attack has dropped once. It's a 50% chance for it to happen. It is no longer guaranteed, but a switch out into Dugong answered by the Golisopod from SS Thorn.
Yeah, and that is exactly why Golisopod is so well positioned in this meta game. We can actually see I think something happened early on in the match. The Steelix energy didn't look quite right, did it, Nick?
Yeah, it was a mirror match, so you'd expect those two Pokemon to pace at the same time. This is going to likely be a rematch because I think it was like 4 or 5 Thunderfangs were missed by Rise to Occasion. You could see that that animation was coming out a little bit more slowly. We saw Rise to Occasion speak up, raise it to the attention of the judges. So our wonderful stage manager Bates is up there, going to help us out a little bit, try to reset those phones, see if we can get our connection reestablished in a slightly better fashion. I was going to say, though, but looking at the Pokemon in the back and the Pokemon that Rise had switched in, I think SS Thorn was in a really solid spot there. But he probably felt pressured to switch out because of the lost Thunder Fang. So I really like this. I really like the fact that we're resetting this match because it was a really tough spot for Rise to be in a mirror match where you're losing a lot of energy for no fault of your own.
We were talking about how that Steelix mirror matchup was going to go. So Steelix running Thunder Fang, Breaking Swipe, and Psychic Fangs. Why isn't Steelix running any type of damaging charge attack, Nick?
Frankly, the answer is because it likes to spam out moves and it likes to utilize its fast attack pressure. You could opt for Earthquake. You could opt for a Steel type. Is it Iron Head or Heavy? I think it's Heavy Slam. It's Heavy Slam that it learns.
Or Crunch?
Crunch as well, yes. Heavy Slam doesn't make a ton of sense. There aren't that many fairies in the meta that take super effective damage from the Steel typing. Azumarill's the #1 fairy. It only takes neutral because of the water subtyping. Crunch is a solid move in the meta if you want to deal a lot of neutral damage, but there's nothing that you really hit for super effective, right? There aren't that many Psychic types in the meta. There aren't that many pure Ghost types. Of course, there is the Dusclops, and there is the Dusclops at home, Galarian Corsola. But I think for both of those two Pokemon, you're okay also just throwing Breaking Swipes or Psychic Fangs because neither of those moves are resisted by those two Pokemon.
So it sounds like Steelix's job is to just really utilize the pressure from its fast attack Thunder Fang, and then just kind of either whittle away at the attack stat of the opponent or whittle away at the defense stat, depending on if you're using Breaking Swipe or Psychic Fangs.
Yeah. And the dual typing there, Psychic and Dragon, is pretty solid. Psychic does neutral to a lot of the Pokemon that resist Dragon, like Fairy types, or well, the one issue is Steel types, right? Steel does resist both of those, but if you're throwing against a Steel type, then maybe it's just the Steelix mirror match, and it's totally fine to throw that because what are they going to throw at you? The same thing, right?
And it's the same thing again. We have that Steelix mirror match again. So now we're hopefully going to see, if you pay attention to the energy at the bottom of the screen, you want there to be equivalent energy because this is the mirror lead. So that's something to be paying attention for to make sure everything is working properly.
The other thing to pay attention to is to these debuffs. It did look like Rise to Occasion was able to get the Breaking Swipe debuff onto SS Thorns with that Breaking Swipe. We'll see if it happens in return, and it does not look like SS Thorn was able to get it. I'm a bit surprised to see SS Thorn overfarm. I would have to imagine that throwing the Breaking Swipe as soon as possible would be advantageous. However, he is building up to what looks like 2 here, just 1 Thunderfang short of it, throwing again. This is going to be, again, a long, long mirror match, and we'll have to see who's able to win, whether it be through the attack, or the overall stats of their Pokemon, or who manages to get the Breaking Swipe debuffs.
Breaking Swipe used to be, once upon a time, a 100% chance to debuff the opponent's attack by 1, but I think it was just too powerful. We see another attack drop from Rise's Shadow Steelix.
Yeah, it seems like he's winning the coin flip every time, but there we go. SS Thorn getting one of those back. Breaking Swipe is now almost loaded. This is not going to be enough damage to knock out because of the attack drop, as well as the resistance from the steel typing. We see actually an immediate switch into the Dugong for SS Thorn, but that allows Rise to Occasion to get off a Psychic Fangs here, which is going to lower the defense of that Dugong, and in comes the Dugong for Rise to Occasion. No longer seeing the same switch out there. It goes to show you how impactful that mirror matchup was at the beginning, and who wins it ends up being the potential winner of this matchup.
Yeah, I'm curious why SS Thorn pulled that Shadow Steelix away. It has quite a bit of energy, I believe, yet on it. So maybe a chance to clear a Dugong debuff, perhaps an opportunity to bring down the attack or the defense of one of Rise's backline Pokemon.
Jolron doing just a little bit more damage than you might expect because of that Psychic Fangs debuff. Drill Run coming through once again. This so far has been a complete mirror match between 2 bulky Pokemon. One potential thing that could happen here, because we've seen a really long matchup between 2 Steelixes and a fairly long matchup between a Dugong and a Dugong, maybe we'll see the timer come out, and switching out will be really pivotal in terms of seeing who wins this game.
And we saw an attack drop on the Golisopod before the Shadow Jumpluff comes into play. This generally is going to favor the Jumpluff because it can do super effective aerial ace charge attack damage.
But the switch clock between these 2 trainers is very, very misaligned. We see actually an undercharge of the aerial ace by Rise to Occasion, trying to allow himself to build up more energy to throw at the Dugong that is likely to come in after the Golisopod faints.
Yeah, because the Golisopod, I don't think SS Thorn is going to chance. Oh, he could potentially pull the Golisopod out. However, if he were, he would be switch locking himself into the Dugong here.
2 Protect Shields from SS Thorn are likely going to be used into the charge attacks from this Jumpluff, but no, actually immediate pivot into the Dugong. Dugong going to be outpaced by Dugong. I need to be more specific. SS Thorn's Dugong is going to outpace Rise's Dugong here, able to land this Drill Run, likely thinking it could be an Icy Wind, but no, pulls up a shield at the last second.
And if we start to see the game timer run out, Rise to Occasion is currently at an advantage. He has all 3 of his Pokemon still in play. SS Thorn only has 2. You want, at the end of the game, you want to have more Pokemon still in play with more HP.
Jolron coming through, going to be no shielded by Rise to Occasion. There is still a good amount of health left on his Steelix, but SS Thorn also has a Steelix. An immediate switch out. Psychic Fangs now going to lower the defense, and did we see the clock come up?
I think I just saw the clock. I think the clock is going to come up after this.
1 second.
1-0.
Psychic Fangs was loaded but unable to throw it.
Who won? Rise. Rise won that one.
Last moments of that game came down to maybe a half of a second or a quarter of a second, just barely unable to throw that Psychic Fangs. If he was, maybe he would have been able to knock that Steelix down low enough so that he had an overall health pool larger than what Rise to Occasion had. I think we saw Rise apologize a couple of times at the end of that battle. He was a little bit upset. You could see him frustrated by the fact that he was getting the Breaking Swipe debuffs, but SS Thorn was not. You know, in a rematch situation like that, you probably want things to play out similarly to how they did the first time, but with a game of chance like Breaking Swipe, it's not you're not in control of how the game plays out.
No, and Rise to Occasion really felt like he was the one in control of this matchup. We saw that really long mirror match of Shadow Steelix. We saw that really long mirror match into Dugong, and that is when the game timer came into play. And there we saw it come down to 0, and you could see that Rise's Shadow Steelix had quite a bit more health on it. Nick, can you explain for trainers, how does that work if the game timer runs out? How long is the game timer, and how does Pokemon Go determine if both trainers still have an equal number of Pokemon left? How does it determine who is the victor in the game?
So the first thing that it counts is the number of Pokemon available to each trainer. If one trainer has 2 Pokemon, one has 1, the trainer with 2 Pokemon left will end up winning that battle. If it's even, say 1 Pokemon left on each side, it comes down to the amount of health remaining on those final Pokemon. So a Pokemon like Chansey that has an incredibly large health pool is able to win a lot of those matchups because, or those endgame scenarios where it comes down to a tie like that, or a timeout, excuse me, because it has such a large health pool. Actually forget if it's percentage health or numerical health that matters the most in that scenario. But frequently, those are not going to be the same exact value, right? So it's decided by that factor.
We can take a look now at the winner's side of the bracket, just again to show who we have had waiting. They have been waiting it seems like all day just to be able to take the stage now. It is going to be Dune versus Haydonus. Haydonus, your pick to take it all this weekend. My pick is out of it, but that's okay. Really happy to see SS Thorn take, I believe it was 4th place.
Yes, yes, it gets that medal. Really great prizing, tons of championship points, but you know, I am very excited for this winners finals. You were talking yesterday about how SS Thorn versus, was it Dune Bug, right? Or was it Rise to Occasion? The matchup of the century.
The matchup of Lyle versus SS Thorn.
Oh, Lyle versus SS Thorn. So, there's so many top players here. I'm mixing them up. My bad. I'm really excited for Dune Bug versus Haydonus. That's another top tier matchup that could take the title of matchup of Vancouver.
Yes, Dune is an incredibly consistent player. I would say Haydonus a little bit more unpredictable. So I'm going to be interested to see how those 2 players are going to interact here on the stage.
Yes. It is the winners final, so it is a best of 5 now, no longer a best of 3. So trainers have a little bit longer to adjust to their opponent's play styles. They have a little bit longer to kind of think of team compositions that they think that their opponent won't be able to handle.
Yeah, in a best of 5, especially that first game is really all about information gathering and really trying to feel each other out with play styles. Thinking a little bit about their teams, Dune, remember, has that Shadow Fortress, and then Haydonus, that Shadow Dusclops and the Charge-a-Bug. Haydonus also really utilizing that Shadow Kanto Marowak, very similarly to how Elite really leaned on it throughout his San Antonio run.
I was schooled a little bit earlier. I know you saw the message from one of our co-casters across the pond, Tomahawk UK, told me that even though Dusclops versus Diggersby is a ghost type versus normal type, and I thought the Dusclops would lose that, the Shadow Dusclops, excuse me, it actually goes to the Shadow Dusclops in all even shield scenarios because Ice Punch is super effective. Even though it's not same type attack bonus, it is super effective, so that gives the Shadow Dusclops the edge in that matchup.
All right, and we can take a look. We just took a look at Dune's team. We can see Haydonus on the other side. Both trainers really thinking about the battles in front of them. Also, we have just a quick, our co-casters are helping us out here.
Thank you.
But when talking about the timeout, just so trainers know back at home, it is the percentage of health remaining. That is the determinant.
Which would theoretically disfavor a large HP pool like Chansey. Anyways, looking at the accomplishments of these 2 trainers, there are many, many regional finalists and regional champions for these 2 trainers, or at least for Dune Bug, I guess. Haydonus has been a regional finalist before. This is a bit of a neutral lead for these 2 trainers. Jump Left, with access to acrobatics, can do a ton of neutral damage to the bug and electric type Charge-a-Bug here.
Yeah, and Shadow Jumpluff able to do neutral damage in turn. Charge Bug is electric, and Bug, look at that acrobatics. Even though it's only neutral, that does sting quite a bit.
X's are coming through. This is neutral damage as well. Super effective against the grass type. Resisted by the flying type, but 2 are loaded. Back-to-back throw is possible. Will Dune Bug choose to shield this charge attack, or will he let it go and play out the 0 shield scenario here?
Well, it seems like he's willing. Oh, does he use the move? He uses the attack right on perfect timing. I think that Volt Switch might knock out after this. Let's see. Jumpluff uses the Aerial Ace. The Volt Switch damage applies. The Jumpluff is knocked out, which is going to give some farm to the Fortress. However, Haydonus is able to throw a discharge really quickly here into the Shadow Fortress. A little parting gift.
The electric typing of that Charge Bug coming in handy, able to survive that Volt Switch from the Fortress. In comes the Marowak, a counter switch by Dune Bug into his Dugong. I just combined those two words. And that is mirrored by Haydonus. It is now going to be a long-lasting matchup. The one issue for Dune Bug is that Volt Switch and Rock Tomb are going to be resisted by the ground typing of that Kanto Marowak, and the Earthquake is not going to be super effective. It'll just be neutral. So I think Haydonus is in a pretty commanding position here. However, he has already utilized a shield, so Dune Bug's Dugong is going to be in a solid... I'm struggling over Dune Bug's Dugong. It is a tongue twister. I should have done that in my vocal warm-ups today. It is going to be able to outlast Haydonus's Dugong.
Yes, and we can go ahead and see the drill run from Dune Bug. This is another one of those really long mirror matches like we had earlier, which could potentially bring the game timer into play. We saw that for a while. There was a meta where we had a lot of really bulky Pokemon, and we started to see the game timer come into play. This being with Dugong and potentially Lapras coming into the meta, we might start to see even more of the game timer deciding these matches.
Haydonus had actually waited a turn there, trying to prevent a catch from Dune Bug. Unfortunately, that gives Dune Bug an additional Ice Shard there because Dune Bug threw immediately. There was no charge attack tie. Another drill run coming through, going to strip away a shield from Dune Bug, and in comes the Kanto Marowak. Icy when thrown immediately. Dune Bug probably predicting that Haydonus would switch out at this point in time.
And Haydonus's Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to be stuck with that attack ball for the rest of its time on the field. But that's going to be just fine. It's going to be enough to knock out this Dugong. And then the Shadow Fortress is all that is left for Dune Bug. No shields remaining. And it gets to almost its next attack. But the Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to throw a Bone Club. Its attack dropped. Is it enough? No! The Fortress hangs on with an Earthquake. Is the Earthquake enough?
The one thing here, the Earthquake might be enough, but I think Haydonus is in a really strong spot. It's not enough. It does survive. Bone Club is able to, or Mud Slap is able to knock out. However, if it was enough to knock out, the Ice Shard from the Dugong from Haydonus' side would have been able to pick up the knockout because a 3-turn fast attack is going to apply its damage before a 4-turn fast attack. And although Ice-type damage is resisted by the Steel typing of Fortress, there was so little health on that Fortress that it was going to be more than enough to knock out.
And we have our trainers getting ready to lock in again. That was an exciting game one. Let's take a look back at the replay. We saw at the beginning of the match the Shadow Jumpluff into the Charge Bug. We saw the trainers play that out. We had that Dugong mirror match, which starts to kind of entice the game timer a little bit. And here we had the Marowak. One attack stage debuff, throwing the Bone Club was not quite enough to knock out, but when the Mud Slap damage applied after this, the Marowak was able to hang on. The Mud Slap damage applied knocked out Dune Bug's Shadow Fortress.
Yeah, the really crucial thing there was that Haydonus was very aware of Dune Bug's energy on his Dugong, throwing that Bone Club at the same exact time as the second Icy Wind was loaded. No more shields left on the field of play for HaydonusActual, so that was crucial to pick up that knockout. Here we go into game number 2. It is a Guzzlord into the Shadow Kanto Marowak. I feel like it's been a pretty long time since we've seen Guzzlord. And remember, it is a Crunch Guzzlord, not a Brutal Swing Guzzlord.
Crunch takes a little bit longer to get to. You need some extra Dragon Tail fast attack energy to get there, but it packs a bit more of a punch. Guzzlord throwing the Crunch, no attack fall, and Shadow Kanto Marowak throwing its Bone Club in turn. This is going to be much less impactful of an attack.
Bone Club coming through. It looks like maybe we survive the Dragon Tail. Yes, Dune Bug now has the option. Do I shield up this Bone Club? The shield prevents the damage from applying and gives switch advantage to Dune Bug for the cost of 1 shield.
But Dune Bug immediately surrenders that switch advantage, bringing in his Dugong in order to, and we're going to start seeing that strategy again. You throw an Icy Wind first, and then we're going to start to see a series of drill runs. HaydonusActual does not look thrilled with how this is played out.
Yeah, I think he would have preferred to have gotten this Play Rough off before the first Icy Wind to have it do the full damage. However, he's still in a pretty safe spot here. He does have the Shadow Dusclops in the back with access to Ice Punch. Both it and Azumarill have the ability to do double super effective damage to the Shadow Jumpluff that Dune Bug has lurking in the back.
But before we can get to that, we have to see how this matchup is going to play out. If trainers are going to invest Protect Shields here, if trainers are going to make a swap out at some point, because this Azumarill's attack has already 1 stage debuffed, those Play Roughs just not packing enough of a punch to knock out the Dugong. For example, a Play Rough not going to knock out from there.
Ooh, I think HaydonusActual did the same thing as last game. He waited a turn, tried to throw the Play Rough into the Dugong, is now going to lose a fast attack because of that. Sometimes top play can cost you. This Play Rough I don't think is going to be enough to knock out. Will he switch into the Shadow Dusclops?
I'm not sure. We see a nod of the head. The Azumarill is going to go down. This is going to maybe give a little bit of farm to the Shadow Dusclops, but Dusclops really doesn't want to see... ooh, this isn't... I don't know if this is too bad for the Dusclops.
No, it gives HaydonusActual the ability to potentially come out with a charge attack for that Guzzlord. I think HaydonusActual is really frustrated because he's afraid of the Dusclops in the back, but now that Dune Bug has brought in this Jumpluff, he can overfarm on energy, throw Ice Punches. This is going to threaten really heavy, hard-hitting, double super effective damage on this Jumpluff. Will it be enough to knock out?
I don't think it's enough to knock out, but it's enough to do a lot, and he can exit with quite a bit of energy to deal with the Guzzlord.
Acrobatics being shielded. This is a great spot for HaydonusActual to utilize that last shield. 2 more hexes to farm all the way down. 2 Ice Punches loaded. What Pokemon does Dune Bug bring in, and does he do a peekaboo play?
Ooh, we will have to see Dune. You can see him thinking everything firing, and there is the peekaboo, but that's okay. HaydonusActual threw the Shadow Punch, not the Ice Punch. Does a full undercharge, not enough. We see 1 Ice Punch, like almost 2 Ice Punches loaded. I don't think this Crunch is enough.
2 Shadow Punches are loaded. I think that is enough. I think HaydonusActual needs to throw the Shadow Punch. 1 more Dragon Tail coming through. Shield coming up from Dugong. I think HaydonusActual just said GG's, but I think it's because he thinks he has it. Dragon Tail does not pick up the knockout. 2nd Shadow Punch coming through, going to be more than enough. Although Guzzlord is a Dragon Dark type, resist this move. Shadow Punch going to be enough to pick up the knockout. That is a 2-0 victory for, not victory, excuse me, 2-0 lead for HaydonusActual. This is the winners finals. Let me remind myself that it is a best of 5.
Yes, and HaydonusActual is looking really strong with a 2-0 victory. He is locking in his teams immediately, allowing Dune a little bit of extra time to think. HaydonusActual knows his game plan and is ready to go. These are tough battles against a tough opponent. That came down to the wire.
You know, he was saying yesterday, oh, I haven't really brought my Shadow Dusclops a lot. He's brought it here against Dune Bug, who has not one Dark type, but 2 dark types. Dark types are going to be the type of Pokemon that Shadow Dusclops struggles with the most, especially now with my hidden knowledge of knowing that it beats the normal type of Diggersby.
And we saw that a massive amount of damage. That was honestly a lot more than I thought that Ice Punch was going to do to the Shadow Jumpluff. I suppose because it is a Shadow Dusclops doing damage onto the Shadow Jumpluff, you have to take both the Shadow bonus of the Dusclops into effect, as well as the Shadow drop of defense from the Jumpluff.
Yeah, and Dune Bug did everything within his power to make that game as close as possible with the Peekaboo play into the Azumarill. Really removed the energy from Haydonus and allowed Dune Bug back into that game.
I just realized something. If Haydonus wins this next one and knocks Dune into the losers finals, he'll be playing Rise, which is such a rivalry. Let's see if Haydonus can put this away. We have the Charge-a-Bug locked into the Dugong. This is pretty solid for Haydonus.
Haydonus has got to be happy with how the beginning of this match has played out. Icy Wind going into the Charge-a-Bug, going to do good chip. Haydonus likely going to throw 2 more Volt Switches in order to utilize optimal timing. No, actually just going for the one. Has 2 discharges, throwing the first one, and could likely throw the second one immediately, or maybe opts for a single Volt Switch.
And the discharge lands, and we can see another discharge is incoming. Dune lets the Dugong go.
Dugong is Dugong off of the field. Besides, of course, Haydonus is one in the back, and in comes the Shadow Jumpluff. Not really able to get a farm down here, but not as threatened by these X-Scissors, given the Icy Wind that has landed from the Dugong onto the Charge-a-Bug.
On paper, this looks great for Haydonus. Haydonus can just play this matchup out and chip away at the Shadow Jumpluff and bring in his own Dugong, aligning the Dugong into its main target, that Shadow Jumpluff, and then the Marowak is then up against the Shadow Drapion.
In comes the Dugong. Acrobatics being thrown by the Shadow Jumpluff. This is going to do a lot of good neutral damage. Dugong is very bulky, and it takes about 50%. An immediate swap into the Shadow Drop-In, immediate swap into the Kanto Marowak, and they both nod their head. I think Dune Bug might know that this is a really tough endgame matchup. No shield from Haydonus. I like this. You can take one Aqua Tail. Will he go for the full farm down, or will he throw a Bone Club?
Potentially going for the full farm down. Haydonus actually letting the Kanto Marowak go.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense because the Dugong can do 1 Ice Shard here, get the farm down, 2 shields on both sides. You're going to be fine with just the fast attack pressure here in order to farm all the way down. There is no way this Jumpluff is getting to 3 charge attacks here, and that is Haydonus pushing his way into Grand Finals 3-0. Over Dune Bug.
Congratulations to Haydonus. He looked stressed that entire time, even though that was a very dominant situation for Haydonus in game number 3. Mans looked stressed.
I don't think I've ever seen someone look so just anguished by winning on stage.
So I am excited to go back and look at that replay, but congratulations to Haydonus, securing himself at the very least a silver medal by winning that against Dune Bug.
Here we go into game number 3. Really great team reading by Haydonus, calling the right leads, making the right team compositions to handle his opponent's save switches, and recognizing the win conditions, letting the Aqua Tail go, Ice Sharding down, both the Shadow Drapion as well as that Shadow Jumpluff.
And what we can look forward to. Again, I love the embrace at the end. We have so much camaraderie here in Pokemon Go in our community. If you are interested in joining us in Pokemon Go PvP, there are so many great trainers that you can connect with that'll help kind of lead you on the way. But what I really want to point out is kind of set up the next set of battles, because it is going to be the epic rivalry between Rise to Occasion
Occasion and Dune Bug. I think just because of where they were in the bracket at the beginning, I wasn't really thinking that this rivalry was going to come into play again today.
Yeah.
But we saw them battle it out in San Antonio, and I believe, if my memory serves, we are back at even between the two of them in the championship series. I think the score is back to even. I'll have to go back and check.
Maybe we could port to the stage, ask the players themselves. I don't know the numbers. I'm not keeping track, but I know that this is probably the 79th time that we've seen these trainers face off. Or actually, if it was 70, well, no, if this is 79, then it could be even, because then it would be 78 previous times that they've played. Math. I love math.
There you have it, everyone. But we can go ahead and take a look at the replays. Don't go anywhere. This battle is going to be intense. Coming right up.
Hey, you got this, well played.
I would call my partner Rosemary. Well, she'd also be there, so she would know. So I guess the first person I'd call would be my dad and my sister, probably. I have 3 answers for this. So Corviknight's my OG favorite Pokemon from when I started playing. I used him a lot. He was always really good for me in Sword and Shield. Not so good anymore. I've kind of grown to really love Golden Go over the last couple of years. And Kyogre, of course, is my favorite restricted Pokemon. It's given me a lot of success. Probably the World Championships in Yokohama. Or Hawaii. Those are both pretty far located. Or OCIC in Melbourne. I've gone to a lot of places. I look up to people who are just consistently really good players. Obviously, Wolf Glick would be one of those people. Marco Silva, Joe Ugarte. I really have a lot of admiration for the players who can consistently do super well. And, you know, in a game with this much volatility, those kinds of players prove that even though Pokemon has a lot of elements of things that sometimes feel like they're out of your control, the fact that these players can consistently do so well means that, you know, there's always a higher level of skill to be chasing. I've usually been a night owl, but I'm also getting older now, and I find myself waking up in the morning, and it's weird. So I guess, like, I'm like in the middle of shifting from being a night owl to a morning person. My favorite event food is no food, actually. I think I eat like protein bars, and nuts, things that are high in protein, but I don't usually like to have a full meal during a tournament day because I don't want to risk a crash. So usually we end the day pretty early these days, so it's nice. I get through the day, and then I'm real hungry, work up a good appetite to go and just eat some great local food wherever we are. It's a cheap answer to say a legendary Pokemon, so I'm just gonna go with Golden Go. I like my Golden Go. Gimmighoul's such a cute little first form, so I guess we'll go with Gimmighoul. My favorite city to travel to for a Pokemon event has probably been Yokohama. The way that everything around Yokohama was so sort of Pokemon up for the World Championships was just such an amazing experience. Being able to just kind of look around Yokohama and kind of go on this little treasure hunt of finding all the little various Pokemon things, the big murals. There was just so much cool stuff around there. I thought it was an amazing destination. At events, I really like listening to power metal. It kind of like gets me focused up. I went to school for musical theater, so I like musical theater. I like everything. But right now, at an event, it's usually going to be power metal. Maybe K-pop, but we'll go with power metal for today. Flying Gyarados, because that thing needs more flying moves. Like, we just need Gyarados to have a little bit more love in the flying department. He's so reliant on the generational mechanics to have same type attack bonus flying moves, so just give him something.
Welcome back, trainers. We are getting very, very close to crowning our Vancouver Regional Champion. We just have 2 more matchups to go. The first thing we're going to see is these losers finals, and it's the best rivalry in Pokemon Go. Isn't that right, Wholesome?
Yeah, it just seems inevitable. So, right, we are seeing Rise versus Dune yet again. I think we saw it at least once in San Antonio. I think it is the most witnessed, most streamed matchup between 2 trainers that we've had in the Play Pokemon format. I mean, these are 2 trainers that are really going around the world, going around their region, not just the region, but, you know, EUIC, LAIC, we see these trainers everywhere, and they have such a storied rivalry.
Yeah, the first time they ever played on stream, I think, was actually in the 2022 season. They played in the grand finals of Milwaukee. Rise actually came out victorious there. Dune Bug taking second place. And here they are, both in the top 3, you know, several years later.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if we look at Rise, we have to say momentum is on his side. I know we keep saying this, but I don't know that he's dropped any matches at all. Or sorry, any games at all, minus versus Dapper Discs. So outside of that one game, who Dapper Discs now been eliminated, doesn't have to worry about, he has been on an absolute heater, and he seems to be, at least from my perspective, just unstoppable right now.
I think you're right, and you know, he actually told me earlier in the day he was really disappointed that he didn't win that matchup against Dapper because he would have played Dune Bug, and of course Dune Bug is no pushover, but he said, you know, I have an incredible matchup against Dune Bug. So, you know, if we want to just talk about these teams for a second, the Pokemon that really stands out to me on Rise's team, and the Pokemon that I think he was thinking about, is probably going to be that Shadow Steelix.
Yeah, Shadow Steelix is a Pokemon that has a lot of really nice resistances, obviously due to its typing, both from a steel and ground perspective. It's going to dominate a lot of Pokemon. You know, look at Guzzlord, for instance, that's singularly relying on the resisted Dragon Tails, and of course maybe a crunch that you can get here or there. But what Rise has on his Steelix is the breaking swipe, which can be so impactful. I don't know if Dune Bug's gonna be able to bring this Guzzlord too much. We're moving right in here, so this is losers finals, win or go home at this point, and a dominating lead for Dune Bug has the Dugong into the jump left for Rise to occasion. Rise pivots out to the Shadow Drapion and is able to reach a crunch prior to Dune Bug getting to a charged attack.
Yeah, Dune Bug is just staying in for now. Doesn't have a great answer to Drapion. He really just has Jumpluff and his own Drapion in the back. One Ice Shard and throws the Icy Wind. Gotta start dropping the attack of this Drapion.
Yeah, absolutely. Icy Wind rather comes through, does get shielded by Rise to occasion. Dune Bug's still in a bit of an awkward swap, but opts to swap out into his own Jumpluff. Hard to bring in your own Drapion when you are still in double Aqua Tail range. Now with this debuff, however, Dune Bug may want to just simply soak up these crunches and try to land in acrobatics.
Yeah, and I think for Dune Bug, you probably want switch advantage here, just so that you can get the Drapion on the Steelix. That being said, Dugong does have some counterplay with that Drill Run, and Dune Bug has also kind of trapped the Jumpluff on Rise's side.
A really interesting...
Big bait there, yeah.
Interesting throw, because he was not at the crunch, but realistically, Dune Bug was going to be throwing that acrobatics, so you are getting a little bit of free damage there with that Aqua Tail. A lot of anticipation by Rise, but it worked out pretty nicely for him. He actually has a little bit more, a little bit of some extra chip there, and sets up a very healthy farm down now for the Shadow Steelix.
All right, acrobatics coming through. We've seen it land from an Emolga on a Steelix. I'm not sure whether we've seen it come from a Jumpluff. Still does quite a bit of damage. Steelix at just about 55% health there, and able to do a breaking swipe onto Dune Bug's Drapion.
Yeah, the Steelixes that are running Crunch and Psychic Fangs really struggle against these Drapions, but when you have access to breaking swipe, it has pretty solid base attack, and look, there, that 50% chance to drop your opponent's attack as well, looking very strong now. Now, that said, Dune Bug does pivot out to his own Drapion. This is going to be a pretty heavy-hitting crunch into this Shadow Jumpluff here. Brings it to about half HP.
That's right. Well, attack coming through from the Jumpluff, and Dune Bug is letting it go, maybe hoping he can just farm down with his own Dugong, but his Drapion actually hangs on, going to be doing a couple more Poison Stings, and able to reach a crunch and throws it at just the last second.
Rise preserving this Shadow Steelix is going to be problematic for Dune Bug. Realistically, this Shadow Steelix, as long as it has a Protect Shield to hide behind, still has a lot of play. Quick swap, though, into the Dugong, and actually is able to remove the Shadow Jumpluff off the field. It is now just the Steelix for Rise to occasion. He's going to have to try to Thunder Fang all the way down and launch a couple charge attacks, but there are still 3 Pokemon to get through.
And this is just an Icy Wind coming through. It is going to permanently debuff this Steelix, but I don't know if Dune Bug has any energy remaining on his other Pokemon. He has 2 other Pokemon, but they're incredibly low. I have to imagine that those Thunder Fangs are really going to add up quickly.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Rise is throwing energy. I was thinking maybe he's just going to simply try to farm all the way down. Dune Bug, I think, recognizing that he has to use Protect Shield somewhere, I think he might just get farmed down everywhere. I think that he has to reach an Acrobatics if he's going to have any sort of chance to knock out the Steelix.
I think you're exactly right, but he doesn't have any energy on this Jumpluff. I think it's just going to get Thunder Fanged down. He is able to reach an Aerial Ace.
Is there any energy on this Drapion at all?
I mean, if there was energy, wouldn't he have just come in with that and thrown the Aqua Tail?
Oh, I wouldn't think so, but let's find out right here. There was a little bit, but not enough. Only 1 Poison Sting, needed 3 more. Fainted to 1 Thunder Fang. Game number 1 is going to go to Rise to occasion. Continues that hot streak.
All right, well, I think the Shadow Steelix is really what Dune Bug has to watch out for in this matchup. He actually went kind of ABA weak to the Steelix with the Dugong in the lead and the Jump Off in the back. He correctly called that the Steelix wouldn't be in the lead, but still didn't have an answer to that safe switch Drapion on Ryze's side.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. So, right, you have that great lead for Dune Bug with the Dugong into the jump bluff, but what do you do when that Drapion comes in? You can't bring in your own Drapion, you're behind in energy, you'll lose that even shield matchup. Do you bring in your own jump bluff? No, that's not a good answer. So you have to stay in with the Dugong, either absorb and charge attack, maybe try and get a shield, but also use the shield, then bring in your Drapion. The problem is the Drapion is still in 2 Aqua Tail range, so you really haven't done anything with your Dugong. It's just a very awkward spot, and I anticipate Dune Bug to rebuild his team to have a better answer to Drapion in the next match.
Yeah, maybe the Guzzlord, which of course absorbs the energy from Drapion very well. We could potentially see the Fortress as well, but obviously it's just so risky when you know that Ryze is going to be bringing that Steelix every single game. I feel like if Dune Bug wants to counter the Steelix Drapion core that Ryze is probably going to be relying on through this best-of-5 series, the Guzzlord might be the answer.
Well, I know Dune Bug loves this Guzzlord. Like I said, it was the last Pokemon that he locked in his team, and I actually got a chance to look at it. It's a very heavily defense-weighted Guzzlord as well, which helps out with certain break points and bulk points as well. So some situations where, hey, I can tank 2 of these charge attacks, now you can tank 3 of these charge attacks, or maybe I take less damage from the fast attacks. He really likes this Guzzlord.
Yeah, you mentioned the Breaking Swipe moveset on Ryze's Steelix. A lot of the times in the Go Battle, you see something like Psychic Wings Crunch, Psychic Wings Earthquake, but that Breaking Swipe actually means it's going to be able to hit back against the Guzzlord.
Yeah, it's better versus the Drapion as well, for sure. So I'm curious to see if he's going to be bringing it again in game number 2. All right, we are here in the losers finals. Currently 1-0 Rise to Occasion. It is the Guzzlord, and it finds its target in the Shadow Drapion. Rise to Occasion quickly swaps into his Steelix.
And this is exactly what Dune Bug needs. Again, not really a great answer for Steelix anywhere on his team, but Guzzlord might be his best shot. Breaking Swipe coming through from Ryze first, though.
A little curious that we didn't see a Crunch get thrown. Maybe Dune Bug wanting to just absorb all this energy, then swap out. I think he's going to want to throw at least 1 Crunch to start, though. No, opts to instead go into the Drapion. And again, Rise to Occasion does have charge attacks to throw into it. Already has the Breaking Swipe loaded and ready to go. This is double Aqua Tail range now for the Shadow Steelix.
Yeah, 50% chance of getting an attack drop. Doesn't get it this time. He did get it on the Guzzlord, which is potentially why Dune Bug decided to switch out. But like you said, double Aqua Tail range, and I think Dune actually does have back-to-back Aqua Tails banked right now.
Yeah, you win charge attack priority here. So even if Ryze does throw this Breaking Swipe, assuming Dune Bug throws his as well, yes, charge attack priority, the Shadow Drapion will win. Rise to Occasion, what he recognizes here is, I'm not going to get fast attack down. If I want to, I can force alignment here. Now that I've chipped away some of this health, I can throw this Breaking Swipe, hope for maybe a debuff, but if I have to, Thunderfang all the way down. There's no way that Dune Bug is going to be able to reach 2 more Aqua Tails.
All right, Breaking Swipe coming through and does get the attack fall, but I think 1 Aqua Tail is still going to be enough to take it out. Ryze actually goes for a catch on his own Drapion though, which is actually very nice for him. And now that the clock is up for Dune Bug, I expect to see him maybe come back into his Guzzlord.
Yeah, and look at the HP on this Guzzlord as well. While you do have all of this energy, you're now in range where you're threatened to be knocked out by Poison Stings and a Crunch. Dune Bug will be able to get a lot of value here. He has 2 Dragon Claws ready to go, and I think the second Dragon Claw actually will knock out. He's able to throw on good timing if he wants as well.
Yeah, looks like Ryze just reached an Aqua Tail, but he's just going to let his Drapion go down. But actually, Dune Bug with a little bit of an undercharge here, maybe hoping to get some farm with his Dugong.
That's a beautiful undercharge.
Or with his Guzzlord,
no, that's a beautiful undercharge. You get 1 additional Dragon Claw. You're that much closer getting to that next charge attack. You can actually throw on good timing here. Actually 3 turn versus 3 turn. You do get to this Crunch, though. Heavier hitting, a little bit more damage, and has a chance for a debuff as well. Without that additional Dragon Tail there, may have not been able to reach that. It's a good play.
Ryze's Dugong has been significantly chipped by those Dragon Tails and that Crunch. But remember, he still has the Steelix in the back to potentially clear an Icy Wind debuff, and that Steelix has at least 4 Thunderfangs on it.
Yeah, no, I think it's exactly 4. I think he caught right away. So, yeah, let's see if that ends up coming into play. Yes, brings it in right away. Has the Psychic Fangs loaded, ready to go. Throws it just before the next charge attack. Dune Bug wants to protect shield his Dugong, knowing that it's going to be his healthiest Pokemon. However, he's going to be stuck with a defense debuff at this point.
Yeah, this is a tricky situation. You want to clear your debuff, but you don't want to give extra energy for Ryze's Dugong, which is about to come in. And also, Ryze is up his shields. Dune Bug throws the Icy Wind right away, knowing this is Ryze's last Pokemon, maybe hoping that a drill run after this will be the formula to knocking out the Dugong.
No, I think he recognizes that, okay, if I land this Icy Wind, it's a permanent debuff. I'm now in range where one drill run's not going to knock out after the Psychic Fangs debuff. I think that you hang on to this no problem. Ryze, however, may get knocked out by the drill run. He does use the Protect Shield here.
Yeah, looks like that might have been charge attack priority, and Ryze did lock in that drill run, but now, I mean, Dune has very low health on all of his Pokemon, because yes, you debuffed this Dugong, but look at how much this drill run is going to do. I'm not sure if you can hang on through that Psychic Fangs debuff. It's going to be very close. Yeah, I think he just needs to get to this drill run.
They're both single debuffed right now. Here we go. Charge attack priority. Dune Bug gets to the drill run, and he's going to tie up this series 1-1. He's going to take out this Dugong. What a crucial, crucial play.
Well, I was concerned about that Psychic Fangs debuff, but Dune Bug knew he was going to survive that with 1 HP to get off that final charged attack.
If Dune Bug doesn't throw that Icy Wind right at the beginning of that Dugong matchup, I think he loses that matchup. So really, really great awareness there that he needs to get that utility out of the Dugong so that he can survive not only that drill run, but the subsequent Ice Shards as well.
All right, let's take another quick look at Dune Bug's team. We've seen the Dugong, we've seen the Guzzlord, and we've seen the Shadow Drapion. That seems to be the formula for success. And I feel like Dune really needs like perfect alignment here to win this matchup. Like Ryze has such a nice team composition advantage with the Shadow Steelix, which of course we are expecting in every single game. So Dune really needs to align, you know, the Guzzlord with the Drapion, or maybe get it onto the Steelix.
So if I think the story for day 2, not just in this matchup, but what we've seen throughout, especially the loser side of the bracket, is we see these very one-sided leads, and then we look at the end of the game and it was basically one fast attack or a charge attack priority that determined it. Don't forget, Dune Bug started out with Guzzlord onto Drapion, which is about as one-sided of a matchup as you can have, and it still came down to charge attack priority at that end game there.
Yeah, it looks like Ryze actually didn't even go for throwing the charge attack. Maybe he tried to predict that Dune Bug would go switch into his Drapion to clear the debuff, but Dune, you know, just stayed in, threw the charge attack, maybe thinking he would win charge attack priority if it came down to it.
No, I think Ryze knows that his Dugong loses charge attack priority at this stage, and he's looking for windows of opportunity and win conditions. And the win condition, just like you said, is Dune Bug making a play to try and catch. So he's not going to throw that anytime. He's going to try and get that farm down onto the Energy Drapion, and then hope for something. His back was up against the wall.
All right, well, it's the Steelix again for Ryze to occasion, and a fantastic matchup. It's met with Dune Bug's Fortress, but he quickly swaps out into the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, we keep seeing these very one-sided leads, but then a lot of creativity in these middle and end games. Right now, Dune Bug brings in the Drapion and is able to reach an Aqua Tail prior to Ryze reaching his first charge attack. Ryze will opt to let the Aqua Tail go, takes the Steelix down to almost 50% HP, but again, Steelix does hang on to 2 Aqua Tails.
All right, Breaking Swipe coming through here, and Dune's actually going to shield it up, maybe afraid of the fast attack pressure. He doesn't want to get too low in health, and also probably realizing that Ryze doesn't have an answer to the Drapion.
I think realistically, Ryze, if he wants, can no-shield this charge attack, and actually, if he lands this Breaking Swipe, farm down, he may need to use the Protect Shield as well. Dune Bug, in the meantime, though, does throw this Aqua Tail. Ryze lets it go, hangs on, still with some HP, and has the Breaking Swipe ready to go. Dune Bug has already invested 1 Protect Shield. He uses the second Protect Shield here as well. Is there any reality he can poison down this Steelix?
Looks like he's going to try. These Thunder Fangs are coming through, and actually the Steelix barely faints with a Breaking Swipe. Look at those triple resisted poison stings.
Yeah, I was gonna say, keep me honest here. Triple resisted poison stings, not a very hard-hitting fast attack to begin with. That's not something that we're probably ever gonna see again. However, Dune Bug, with such low HP, unable to get more than 1 charge attack off. He now has the Fortress a little bit more freed up. It's going to be facing off versus this Jump Up here. With access to Rock Tomb, he's going to be able to get some super effective damage off, but he is at a 2 shield deficit.
And not only that, Ryze is able to fire off the Acrobatics before Dune Bug is able to debuff with the Rock Tomb. And this is looking very tough for Dune Bug because the Fortress has a great matchup into these back 2 Pokemon, but look at how low it is.
Yeah, well, let's remind everyone, this is a best-of-5 series here, so whoever wins this matchup, they're not done yet. They're going to have to win 3 games in this best-of-5. Now, Dune Bug has his Guzzlord lined up versus this Jump Luff, but keep in mind, these Fairy Winds are double super effective into the Guzzlord, and here comes the Acrobatics.
Yeah, I think with the attack drop from the Rock Tomb, it doesn't do quite as much damage, but still, you know, a very respectable amount. And Rise throwing this charge attack here, you know, all he needs to do really is get through this Guzzlord, maybe land one more aerial ace on the Fortress, and I think the game is his.
Yeah, Rise in firm control of this matchup. Yes, will Dune Bug reach another Rock Tomb, of course. He does win charge attack priority. However, Rise to Occasion can probably clear this up just with his jump bluff. Even if he doesn't, he still has that Dugong hanging out in the back as well.
That's right, charge attack priority, so aerial is going to come through. I mean, this jump bluff is pretty debuffed here, but look at how low the Fortress is. I think this is going to be enough to take it out. And Rise moving forward with a 2-1 lead in this best of 5.
That's right, he's one game away from making it to Grand Finals. That would be back-to-back regionals for Grand Finals. I think normally we see Rise coming in from the winner side of the bracket for Grand Finals, so this may be some uncharted territory for him. Dune Bug, though, no stranger to Losers Finals. He's had some historic runs through the loser side of the bracket. Here in Vancouver, though, this is his first dip into Losers, though.
Actually, I just remembered another match. I think they've played in a Losers Finals before, maybe at the Arlington Regional a couple of years before. And I think Rise was in a great position, but Dune Bug ended up reverse sweeping. So definitely don't want to count out Dune Bug.
Yeah, no, that was a regional to remember. Don't forget, speaking of things to remember the time that you saw Drapion farm down a Shadow Steelix, triple resisted Poison Stings. However, down 2 shields, there was just no coming back for Dune Bug, unfortunately there. Rise to Occasion able to use the jump up to great effect, not only take out that Guzzlord, but take out the Shadow Fortress as well.
Yeah, I don't think Dune Bug quite realized how good his Fortress was in that matchup. So he invested 2 shields into his Drapion. If he had just tried to let it go and maybe hope that Fortress with 1 shield could try to sweep Rise's backline, that might have been a better option. But obviously, you know, you don't have perfect insight into Rise's team of 3.
It's interesting. I know we've talked so much about Rise's team in general, especially because we saw it featured very regularly in some of the other regional matchups, as well as featured for SS Thorn, right? So, you know, Rise considers himself kind of the architect of this team, and I think that because of that, a lot of the decision-making that goes into why, you know, which Pokemon am I using as responses, I think he kind of has an answer for everything, and we've seen just how fluent he feels with this team.
All right, game number 4 here. Rise finally brings in the Gastrodon. Fantastic lead for him. Dune Bug has his Drapion.
All right, Gastrodon gets the first Mud Slap off, but quickly now the counter swap into the Shadow Steelix. Yes, it takes super effective damage from the drill runs, but you need 2 charge attacks to knock out. Dune Bug recognizes that, goes for the Agassi Wind to start, get that utility debuff to begin with, knowing that you can then knock out a little bit later with the drill run.
All right, well, Psychic Fang is coming through here from Rise. Gonna drop the defense of Dugong, and I think that kind of neutralizes the attack drop in terms of the damage that the Dugong is going to be taking from these Thunder Fangs.
Yeah, absolutely, well said. I mean, it's still an awkward situation for Rise to Occasion, right? Because this is charge attack priority right here. You can't really throw knowing that you lose that. What you are able to do is simply just shield this up and farm all the way down, especially with this Dugong now on the 5 Ice Shark cycle to its next charge attack as well. So Rise able to maintain swap and has a lot of energy, but he is debuffed and he's down a Protect Shield.
All right, Breaking Swipe coming through. Dune Bug doesn't get the Poison Sting through, but this is going to deal just a little bit of damage to the Shadow Drapion. This is looking really, really tough for Dune. He doesn't have the alignment, and yes, he's up a shield, but Rise just came out of that matchup with so much energy.
Yeah, this is a really, really tough spot, and again, there's no like bracket reset or anything. This is win or go home for Dune Bug at this point, and he does not have the alignment that he wants. He needs to desperately get the Steelix off the field. Again, oh, actually, it goes for a catch. Rise to Occasion, bringing in the Shadow Drapion. Now Dune Bug's going to have some opportunities to unleash these Aqua Tails, but still, this jump up is going to have so much that it has to do, and this Steelix still has HP.
Yeah, there might be a tiny window for Dune Bug here, because now his jump up gets to avoid the bulk of the matchup with Drapion, because Dune Bug is going to chip Rise's Drapion very, very low with these 2 Aqua Tails.
Okay, here is the Aqua Tail, though, for Rise to Occasion. Dune Bug opts to use his Protect Shield to keep this Drapion on the field. He knows that he's going to need this Drapion to still do some work. His jump left is going to definitely have some good play into that Gastrodon, but he needs to figure out how he's going to remove that Steelix from the field, too.
I think Dune Bug is trying to zoom in on the HP bar of his Drapion, thinking, can I survive 2 more Poison Stings to get to this next Aqua Tail? And I don't think he was.
No.
So he actually switches out there into his jump bluff, and now this crunch is going to come through.
Yeah, this is crucial for Rise because the Gastrodon isn't going to be able to do too much into the Shadow Jump Up. Shadow Jump Up is not running Energy Ball, so that makes things a little bit safer. Here comes the Steelix, though, with Dune Bug locked into this Jump Up right now. The Psychic Fangs is going to be sticking around for a while, specifically the attack debuff, or sorry, rather the defense debuff that it applies.
Yeah, Psychic Fangs land. I mean, if you're Dune Bug, what do you do here? You overfarm just a little bit, throw this Acrobatics, that's a ton of energy lost to take out this Steelix, and then yes, there's a Gastrodon with not much fast attack pressure for you, but I don't even think one Acrobatics one hits.
No.
And there's still this Drapion.
Yeah, but look at the switch clock for Dune Bug. Is he able to get to a charge attack and maybe make a catch? I just don't think he has enough HP. Even Mud Slaps might be enough now at this range.
Yeah, Aqua Tail coming through. Dune Bug's just going to let it go, and he has his own Drapion, but it's nowhere close to what it needs to do anything in the rest of this game.
A tough end to that game for Dune Bug. Looks like the trainers are still sitting down at this point and having some conversations with the judges. But as it stands right now, that would be a 3-1 victory for Rise to Occasion.
That's right, and just to remind you of the stakes for this matchup, this is the top 3. Whoever loses this match is going to end their tournament in 3rd place, and whoever wins is going to go to the grand finals and have a chance to become the Vancouver Regional Champion.
Yeah, you can't really leave anything on the table at this point. Any opportunities that you can have for another chance or for, a win condition, you want to capitalize on every single one of those. So what we did see a little bit earlier was Dune Bug, when he brought his Shadow Drapion into that Steelix, I believe, was unable to get a Poison Sting through. And with how quickly the Drapion generates energy, I mean, one Poison Sting can be the difference between reaching a charge attack and not.
Now we need to await some confirmation for whether that's exactly what Dune Bug is wondering about. But I mean, to me that matchup looked pretty clear-cut as far as what happened when the teams were locked in. Rise had all the alignment he needed. He had so much energy with his Steelix coming out of that middle matchup. But I think it is the Poison Sting that was lost when Drapion came in that Dune Bug is wondering about.
I mean, what you can definitely tell is there's no love lost between these trainers. I think you could see that both trainers actually recognize that moment right there and, feel a little frustrated on each other's behalf that they're, having to deal with some of those frustrations. But huge mutual respect between these two trainers. I think that they both probably put each other on their own personal Pokemon Go Mount Rushmore when it comes to battlers.
Now, we didn't get a chance to actually talk about their achievements before the match started, but in case you're just coming in, you're new to the Pokemon Go streams, these are 2 of the titans of Pokemon Go PvP. Dune Bug has the most regional championships of any Pokemon Go player, and that's at 4, and Rise just behind with 3 regional wins.
And there's a lot on the line specifically for this season as well. Rise wants to be the only trainer that has a regional win in each competitive season. Meanwhile, Dune Bug wants to kind of break the streak where he hasn't been able to reach those grand finals and get that regional title back under his belt. As a reminder, he won 3 regionals in 1 competitive season, and he wants to try and repeat that success here in the back half of the 2025 season.
It wasn't just 3 regional wins in 1 competitive season. It was like a span of, I think, less than 5 months where he won 3 regionals. It just felt like he was unstoppable.
It was like 3 out of 5 events. It was absolutely wild. And I think there was also a top 4 finish and an IC.
Top 2.
Top 2 and an IC throughout that as well. So, I mean, that was one of the best runs that we've ever seen. It's right up there with some of Axon's runs and Wadaj's runs, at least for North American trainers.
Oh, absolutely. And for both of these trainers, I think what they're looking for is, of course, at this point, they're both definitely returning to the World Championships. They want to go really far there. That's kind of the only thing missing from their trophy case at this point.
Yeah, success at the IC level for both of these trainers. If I'm not mistaken, they both have a 2nd place finish for ICs. But, obviously while an IC win would be that next stage, I mean, everyone's goalpost at this stage, trainers that are regularly top cutting and making these grand finals or losers finals, yeah, the goalpost is world champion.
Yeah, Rise, I believe, was top 32 at the most recent World Championships. So he's definitely made day 2 there, but not making it as far as a trainer of his caliber could potentially expect to make it. Dune, of course, right up there with Rise in terms of where they stand in, North America.
So we talked about this earlier in some of the disputes, but what's challenging is when we see these lost turns in the middle game or in the early game, because again, you're having to kind of extrapolate and make some potentially assumptions for how that lost energy, lost damage could impact several things down the line. It's almost a domino effect. Like I said, if this happens, then this happens. If that happens, then this happens. And then this could happen. It's almost kind of like an evolutionary tree for a spider web of all these different possible outcomes. You're going to have to be Doctor Strange trying to figure out which is the most likely outcome.
Yeah, I completely agree, especially for a fast attack, right? There's 2 things at play. There's damage and there's energy. So, you think about the damage. Was that impactful for what was lost on Rise's side? Probably not. It was just a Poison Sting. For the energy, that's probably what matters more with a Poison Sting. It's 9 energy for Poison Sting. It's only 4 or 5 Poison Stings to a charged attack.
All right, well, I see some nods happening here. However, neither trainer has stood up at this point, so it seems like we are still in this review process. I mean, for either of these trainers here, they have to just be anticipating that there's another battle. I mean, this is a decisive game. If this match goes in the way of Rise, well, that's it. Rise moves on to the grand finals, and the tournament is over for Dune Bug. However, if there is a rematch, there is still an opportunity for Dune Bug to then essentially reverse sweep, just win 2 additional matches, and then he will be the one moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah, and you know, we talked a little bit about momentum, right? But I mean, a review like this that spans 5, maybe 10 minutes while the judges are trying really hard to get such a crucial game correct. You know, Rise has been kind of on a tear. He's lost his first game all day, besides, of course, the match with Dapper discs. And, you know, that would kind of give Dune a little bit of time to mentally reset.
Yeah, it's a momentum disruptor. That's what we can really call it for sure. You know, there can be disruption in your mindset, disruption in your momentum. And yeah, that could be key for Rise. All right, well, we're still waiting on these trainers we're still waiting on the outcome, but as you can see on your screen, it seems like there is going to be a rematch here. Yeah, 2 wins for Rise to occasion. Dune Bug is getting another opportunity here. He needs to win 2 consecutive games. Meanwhile, Rise is going to try and win a repeat of this game number 4.
All right, well, this is another decisive game. Match point from Rise's perspective if he wins this next game. Like we said, going on to the grand finals. As for Dune Bug, he still needs to win 2 games to do that. And, you know, again, I think this is a pretty disadvantageous matchup overall for Dune Bug, but he's done a great job of staying in it so far.
Reset, exhale, take a big, deep breath. You got to lock in here now. You are at the grand finals. As Dune Bug, you have to win this next game. That's all that matters. You got to figure out a way. Maybe bring, you either have to think, I got to bring my safe Pokemon that I'm flexible with, or maybe you have to think, do I take a risk? For Rise, I mean, we've seen Rise typically lean on several Pokemon that he feels most comfortable with, but maybe he tries to get one step ahead of Dune Bug and bring something that's going to be a surprise that could be his key, his surprise key to the grand finals.
Well, I think his key is still going to be the Steelix. It's all about what he's built around it and how Dune is going to be able to neutralize the Steelix.
Could we potentially see more Dugong from Dune Bug? I think that would be a good bring. Again, Golisopod is always lurking there on Rise to Occasion's team, though. It's something that he's liked a lot this tournament, and it's been kind of his standout Pokemon. These trainers are locked in, so we're rematching game number 4. It's the Shadow Steelix again, and yes, it is met by the Dugong.
All right, well, Dune's got some of his best answers to the Steelix in the back, quickly swaps in the Drapion, and like we've seen so many times in this tournament, not a great answer on Rise's side, but he actually catches the Aqua Tail.
That is a huge catch for Rise to Occasion. Now you have energy on your Steelix that can still go a lot of places, and you've caught all the energy from this Drapion. Meanwhile, you've done 4 Thunderfangs as well, so you're in a great position now as Rise to Occasion, where 1 charge attack is going to threaten to knock out, whether it's Drill Run or Icy Wind.
Exactly. Dune Bug gonna throw this Crunch. Doesn't threaten to knock out the Dugong, but does do a healthy, respectable amount of damage. As for Rise, he's gonna overfarm just a little bit before throwing this Icy Wind.
What do you do as Dune Bug, though? How are you going to take the Steelix off the field? You need to get energy somewhere on your Dugong, and it's not like you can farm down at all. So, yes, you do get this Aqua Tail. You've done 2 Aqua Tails and a Crunch into this Dugong. I guess you have to try and farm down now with your Guzzlord?
I think you can try with your Dugong because, yeah, I mean, the fact that your Ice Shards do so little means you're going to get a lot of farm, but Rise sees it coming, comes straight back in with the Steelix, and Dune actually stays in, going to throw this Icy Wind, and, I mean, I'm not sure if he's going to switch out because then you're just going to get immediately breaking swiped on your Guzzlord.
Okay, but we have to look at what's in the back right now. Drapion into Guzzlord. This could be disastrous for Rise to Occasion. Yes, he still has the Steelix healthy, but how long and how much is he willing to commit to the Steelix?
Well, I mean, Dune has to get rid of this Steelix first. These Ice Shards are neutral, and look at how quickly these Thunder Fangs are adding up. But Dune Bug already had another charge attack here, and pulling a shield from Rise.
All right, let's take a look at the counts for Dune Bug's Dugong. I believe that is going to be on the 5 cycle. Actually, a quick swap now brings in the Guzzlord, maybe trying to catch a Psychic Fangs. Rise to Occasion is ready, though. I like the swap, though, because this ensures that Dune Bug is not going to be stuck in a matchup where he's permanently debuffed.
All right, Breaking Swipe is super effective and lands. Rise with a quick swap into the Dugong to throw out this Icy Wind. He knows that the Guzzlord is going to be locked in for quite a while. He's also going to be able to get some super effective Ice Shard damage, and I think he's just going to try to gradually chip down this Guzzlord.
Yeah, but these okay, yes, you are single stage attack debuffed as the Guzzlord right now that helps out this Drapion. Do you just bring the Steelix back in to absorb some energy and force him to try to go for Crunch instead of... Yeah, okay, and actually has the Breaking Swipe ready to go as well. This is only super effective damage still remaining that Rise can throw into the Guzzlord. I don't think it's enough to knock out, but still, nonetheless, he does use the final Protect Shield.
Yeah, I think you have to shield there. I mean, the Drapion is in the back. All of that damage is going to be resisted, but I mean, the poison stings are going to add up, and I really think that Rise is just going to have to try and chip down this Guzzlord very, very slowly. You know, fast attacks, resisted charge attacks, and that's going to be the key to success. But Dune Bug does still have a very healthy, well, a little bit of a healthy Dugong.
Drapion needs to get to 2 charge attacks into this Guzzlord. Maybe a Crunch and Poison Stings will do it. I don't know how much energy this Dugong still has remaining. Rise to occasion lets the Dragon Claw go. That's going to take this Drapion down to roughly half HP. Here comes the Crunch from the Shadow Drapion. I don't think it's enough to knock out the Guzzlord, but it is going to put it dangerously low. I expect to see a quick swap out here at some point, unless Dune Bug can get to 1 more charge attack.
All right, he's going to try to force some energy out of this Drapion because he's threatening to get to a charge attack, but Rise knows the count. He throws the Aqua Tail. This is resisted damage, and now it's going to come down to whether Dune Bug is able to either Dragon Tail down or reach a Dragon Claw before Rise reaches a charge attack. Yes, he's 1 away from the Dragon Claw. Oh, yeah, but I think Rise has a shield.
Gets to the Dragon Claw, but like you said, so Rise to occasion still has a Protect Shield. Dune Bug, despite getting a second chance, is unable to capitalize. Rise to occasion uses the Drapion to knock out the Guzzlord, and he's going to be going to Grand Finals, where he will face off versus HaydonusActual.
I think that's match number 9 between these storied rivals. Such a great relationship between these two. They have such mutual respect for each other on and off the battlefield. And, you know, Rise emerges victorious this time. Dune, unfortunately, his run is going to end here in 3rd place.
Yeah, good reset there by Rise to occasion, right? It can be very disruptive, very distracting to have to go through that dispute process, but he had all the answers there. And realistically, that Steelix, you just kept talking about how great it was and how flexible it was. If you're not doing super effective fast attack pressure, you can threaten with your super effective charge attack. So it was a very flexible Pokemon that had so much utility, and he was able to pilot very, very effectively.
Yeah, I mean, I like how Dune kind of started adjusting towards bringing the Guzzlord later on in the matchup, but it still felt like it was just a little bit too much to deal with this Steelix, especially in that final game with the Aqua Tail catch on Dugong. I think that's one of those situations where if you're Dune, you have to play so perfectly out of this bad matchup to have a chance.
Yeah, no, exactly. You have to play completely perfect, and Dune Bug is trying to take advantage of any opportunity that he can. Rise to occasion, not only does he have that favorable alignment early on, but then he's making those plays like catching that Aqua Tail, just like you said so. He's doing everything right. He's getting a little bit of luck on his side. He's getting the alignment that he needs. Everything is going the way of Rise right now. And if you're facing if you're going up against Haydonus, they haven't battled so far this tournament, have they?
No, they haven't.
Yeah, so this is a fresh battle. There's nothing that you're really able to read or take away from previous battles. This is a fresh opportunity for Rise, and he has momentum on his side.
Well, it's a fresh opportunity for the players, but they've also, you know, maybe been sitting around backstage or in the stands trying to watch each other's gameplay, you know, see what lines they like to bring, see what Pokemon they like to bring, see what cores they like to bring. So it's not completely blind, right?
Well, I want to say that this is going to be a David versus Goliath Grand Finals. We have Haydonus, his first time in Grand Finals, versus 3-time regional winner Rise to occasion. Let's look at their journeys to the Grand Finals. We saw Rise to occasion falling down to the loser side of the bracket earlier on with a loss versus Dapper Discs. He went 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then 3-1 in the losers finals, taking down the likes of Zimmy-Kid, NiteTimeClasher, SS Thorn, and Dune Bug.
Yeah, what a gauntlet Rise had to go through, but, you know, he persevered. Like you said, dropped to the loser side of the bracket. Very disappointing for him, but he has just been on an absolute tear. Yes, he dropped a game to Dune Bug, but, you know, that was just one small stumble and a very strong victory.
That's right. Over on the winner's side of the bracket, though, let's take a look at the journey for HaydonusActual. He's been looking very strong, especially in that winner's finals. You can see he had a close matchup versus NiteTimeClasher, but able to pull it out. And then it was all Haydonus versus Dune Bug. He was 2, 3, 4, 20 steps ahead, maybe, of Dune Bug. Every single line that he was running seemed to have all the answers for Dune Bug, and he now finds himself on the winner's side of the Grand Finals. Let's talk about what that means. In the Grand Finals, it is another best-of-5 series, meaning for Haydonus, he just needs to win 3 games, and he becomes Vancouver Regional Champion. However, for Rise to occasion, coming in from the loser side of the bracket, he needs to win 3 battles, reset the bracket, and then it's even Stevens. Whoever wins the next 3 becomes the champion.
Yeah, and Rise is looking very, very strong. So even though he has to, you know, win 2 matches of 5, with the momentum that he has, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he's able to reset the bracket and then eventually go on to win. We actually saw in San Antonio the reverse happened. I think Elite came in on the loser side, right, against Rise, who was on the winner's side, and then Elite actually won 2 best of 5s in a row to take that title. So Rise will be kind of looking to do the reverse here.
Yeah, here shortly we're going to be hearing from these 2 trainers, and I'm curious to have them talk about how they've been embarking on this journey here in Vancouver, trying to capture that title of regional champion. They each have their own unique stories. Haydonus, it's his first opportunity in the grand finals to become regional champion. This is that next stepping stone, and he wants to just skip a couple steps and become the champion. Meanwhile, for Rise, he wants to be that in his own class of winning a regional 4 consecutive seasons that no one else can say they've done.
Absolutely. Rise has been such a strong trainer, you know, really from the beginning. He's won a regional every single season, just like you said. And then, you know, coming into this season, he's had some great finishes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I can't wait for these battles, and you and I are going to get an opportunity to take a look at some of the matchups ahead of time as well. It's really great when we get to take a look at some of those Pokemon that may be standout Pokemon. We talked about the Steelix in that last matchup versus Dune Bug. Rise to Occasion seems to have a very flexible team, though, and like I said, since he was the architect, not like a copycat or an administrator, we can say, of this team, as the architect, he seems to really know the purpose of each Pokemon and feel very comfortable for adapting to any type of situation.
All right, well, one great way to kind of test out new teams or test out new Pokemon is to try to find a Pokemon League near you. Again, this is a great kind of lower stakes situation where you can maybe test things out and, of course, connect with the community. And I think that's one of the tips that HaydonusActual kind of gave newer trainers in one of his interviews. He said, you know, if you're not really sure what you're doing, just find some friends out there and you can all help each other improve.
Yeah, here in Vancouver, you can see we've got 4 venues that we wanted to spotlight as well. Everything Games, Draw for Turn Games, Van City, CJ Trading Cards, and Bastion Games, well-known and well-loved venues here where you can participate in Pokemon local tournaments.
All right, well, that is some of the great spots in Vancouver where you can, you know, kind of connect with your locals, test out some new Pokemons, but I think you're actually ready to hear from HaydonusActual and Rise themselves. Take it away, Nick.
All right, thanks, Soph and Jim. I am here in the lounge, joined by HaydonusActual and Rise. Welcome, gentlemen. Congratulations on making it to the grand finals. First question going to Rise, since it's fresh in your head. What does it mean to you to face off against Dune in the losers finals? And how many times have you faced, and what's the current record?
It was the 9th time we faced off in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. Someone in the Twitch chat should do some homeworks on and see like who the next closest, who's played nearly that many times, because I would assume that's probably the most, but 9 times, yeah.
And do you know the record?
With that, I was able to just take the lead, 5-4. It's definitely swung. It was 3-1, then it was then he won 3 in a row, so it was 4-3, and now 5-4. So it's been going back and forth.
Well, congratulations on that. HaydonusActual, I've been a big fan of yours and the Pokemon that you've been choosing. Last year, Vancouver, it was Dugong. This year, Dugong's everywhere, but I really like the Shadow Dusclops. Are you regretting not bringing it as much yesterday as you are today?
No, I don't think it found its place yesterday, and I really think it's found its footing today. Probably shouldn't say too much because my opponent's right next to me.
Did you know that it beats Diggersby in the all even shield matchups?
Well, I hope that he already knew that, or else that's new info for him. So.
Oh, well.
Suspicious.
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
My bad.
Well, now everyone knows. There you go.
Anyways.
I don't have a Diggersby on my team.
Oh, wait, that's true. Wait,
I was like 99% sure he didn't have a Diggersby, but then you made me doubt myself. So
I'm getting really scared over here.
All right. Anyways, moving on. Tell us a little bit about what it means for you, HaydonusActual, to be in the grand finals. This is your first time here. It is going to be your best placement no matter what. Your previous best was 3rd place, but now you're guaranteed top 2.
Yeah, so I mean, it feels pretty good. I honestly have to credit it to everyone who supported me along the way and just offered scrimmages throughout the week. I was really busy this week, so I was pretty nervous about my preparation coming into the event, but sure enough, my friends had my back in making sure that I kind of was in the know of what would be coming up. Definitely, I didn't know Shadow Steelix was going to be coming, though, so I'm a little bit nervous for that, but I'm just really excited to be in the grand finals here.
Rise, we've heard a lot about your team. It's won Run Regional so far this weekend. It is in contention for a second. You've been called the architect by Jim and Soph. Tell us a little bit about creating the team and the process that you went through.
I originally had a team that was very much like the old med. I consulted with a few people, and I started doing some practice sets against some of the players over in Brazil, part of the LNDS crew, like LNDS Arreo, also my teammate Ricardo Desynced. And a lot of them were running Golisopod, Shadow Steelix, and I kind of liked it. Golisopod was giving me a lot of issues, and I made my own version of it. And I think there was kind of these scrimmage circles where people started copying the team. It was going around, and it's been working so far.
That's a very interesting comparison because stuff like that happens very frequently in the video game series where someone will create a team, it'll get scouted online in practice tournaments, and it'll be copied and pasted between different players, each making their own individual change. So it's great to see that sort of community building is happening here in Go as well. I've got one final question for both of you. I always like asking this question because it requires a lot of foresight and thought back from both of you. If you had to make one change to your team at this point in your time for this matchup or for the tournament in general, what would it be? Starting with you, Haydonus.
Oh, I was hoping you would start with Rise because I'm a little clueless to this question, but honestly, just based off of this final matchup here, I don't know what it is, but I just wish I had a better answer for ground types because that's honestly been giving me the most trouble. And even Lyle's Jeff's Primeape and other Primeapes that I faced off against, those are also pretty scary. So I'm not sure exactly like which Pokemon I would choose, but anything to better answer ground types or Primeape.
Gotcha.
All right, so I don't think I have a comment for that just because I think when you build a team, like, you know you're going to be weak to something, and it'd be hindsight is 2020 to say, I wish I was better for this, because remember like Milwaukee the first season, if I saw a Venusaur with that team, there was nothing I could do. But sometimes you just have to hedge your bets and hope you're not going to see something.
All right, well, thank you both for the insights into your thought process for preparing here, as well as everything else when it comes to tournaments here, especially here in Vancouver. Good luck to you both in the grand finals. We're gonna send it back over to Jim and Soph to prep us for the grand finals in just a moment.
All right, thank you, Nick, and congratulations again to both Rise to Occasion and Haydonus for making the grand finals here in Vancouver. It has been a great tournament, a lot of household names, a lot of great stories. Like we said, it is kind of David versus Goliath, but both of these trainers have their own individual outcomes that they're trying to define for themselves and the way they're trying to showcase themselves to the rest of the community.
Absolutely. As a reminder, this is Haydonus' first time in the grand finals. It would obviously be his first time winning a regional championship, and he has just been chasing this for so long. Right? I think in the 2023 season, he was like just short a few times of qualifying for Worlds. And then he did qualify last year, but wasn't quite able to get the success that he wanted. And then now in the grand finals, it feels like it's his first time in a long time to kind of have a breakthrough performance and show everyone what he's capable of.
We talked about stepping stones with several trainers and reaching their all-time highs, we can say, or personal bests. This is already a personal best for Haydonus, and whether or not he ends up winning this is certainly a step in that direction of trying to become that regional champion, and congratulations already to Haydonus. But he's in a favorable position now. If we really realistically look at things, on paper, he's got to be the favorite, knowing that he only needs to win 3 battles instead of 6.
That's true. Just from a mathematical perspective, it is easier to win 1 match rather than 2 matches in a row. But you have to remember, all of that momentum for Rise to Occasion, he didn't drop a single game yesterday. And then today, since he's dropped to the losers bracket, he's only dropped 1 game, and it was against Dune Bug just now.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait to get these teams on our screen so we can talk a little bit about the matchups. But one of the Pokemon that I find very interesting is going to be kind of the Mud Slapper debate. It's going to be the Shadow Kanto Marowak versus, on Haydonus' team versus the Gastrodon on the side of Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, I was looking at the matchup a little bit. I think the Gastrodon for Rise is going to just be a little bit more effective because if I'm remembering correctly, Haydonus actually doesn't have a Mud Slap user, whereas Rise, remember, has the Jumpluff, which obviously triple resists the ground type damage.
You're saying Rise does not have a Mud Slap user, or Haydonus does not?
No, Rise has a Mud Slap user, but Haydonus doesn't have a Mud Slap resist.
That's right, doesn't have a Mud Slap resist. Exactly, he's saying he's a bit weak to those ground types, doesn't really have an answer. When you're looking at, okay, well, what is his answer on his team? I think Dugong is going to be one of those better answers, knowing that it's bulky enough that it's not just going to get Mud Slapped down by the Gastrodon. If you're able to get even energy, maybe in the lead, you get to that Icy Wind before the original Earth Power as well. So I expect to see a lot of Dugong. And in general out of HaydonusActual, and it lines up nicely versus a lot of other Pokemon as well, like the Drapion, like the Jumpluff. Will struggle though versus that Gliscopod.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. We've also seen Drapion being used a lot by both trainers throughout the tournament. It's always a very flexible Pokemon, and I feel like we've just seen so many situations where someone has an incredibly advantageous lead, the other person safe swaps Drapion, and you're like, oh my god, I don't have an answer for this, right? So we'll have to see whether these trainers are able to adapt. Of course, we did see that Rise has the very safe Gastrodon, so I'm not really expecting to see HaydonusActual safe swapping Drapion.
So I saw a very bold prediction before the tournament started on the X, formerly known as Twitter, and that was that the regional winner of the Vancouver tournament will not have a Azumarill on their team. I don't know if you ended up seeing that one. That said, we have an Azumarill on the side of HaydonusActual, no Azumarill on the side of Rise to Occasion. Azumarill has been that standout Pokemon. I mean, if I'm looking at just representation in the top 8, it's typically on around 2/3 of the top 8 teams across any given tournament. So it's got a really good shot of winning tournaments. It's won probably 15 tournaments so far this season.
Yeah, sometimes,
I was just going to say, I think that Rise does have an opportunity to be that kind of detractor and run this unique homebrew team and not have to go with the meta monsters necessarily.
All right, well, speaking of the meta monsters, HaydonusActual's team really looks like it came from the old meta, with the exception of the Shadow Dusclops. Now, we know that he didn't bring the Shadow Dusclops at all on day 1. I think he brought it earlier today, and it was working out for him. We'll have to see how it stacks up against Rise's team. It actually looks, I think, pretty safe, with the exception of the Shadow Drapion.
If I'm looking here, so over the last 15 regionals, 13 Azumarill for winning teams. So yeah, no, it's about as strong as it possibly can get. David and Goliath maybe in a different sense as well. Looking at Rise's team, we have the Shadow Drapion, the Dugong, Shadow Steelix that we've seen so much of. Gliscopod has been effective for him as well with that update to Aqua Jet being a little bit more accessible water-type charge attack, but he's also running that Gastrodon and Shadow Jumpluff with Fairy Wind, Aerial Ace, and Acrobatics. No access to the Energy Ball, which maybe makes that Shadow Kanto Marowak a bit better for HaydonusActual.
Now, taking a look at their achievements here, we've said it several times, but HaydonusActual has a lot of top cuts, but no regional wins and no regional finals. Rise, on the other hand, of course, also many top cuts, but also most recently won the Los Angeles Regional Championships, and then, of course, just the most recent regional was 2nd place in San Antonio.
If we're simply looking at the 2025 season, realistically, Rise to Occasion has a more successful, objectively, 2025 season than HaydonusActual. HaydonusActual has attended a lot of tournaments, but he's been missing out on some of these top cuts. So this is a major step for him and, you know, an opportunity where he can say, I'm back. Rise to Occasion, though, he's been knocking on the door. Top 8 at Louisville, top 2 in San Antonio. I mean, eventually, if you keep throwing darts at a dartboard and you're getting so close to that bullseye, eventually it's likely that you're going to hit. All right, guys, it's the grand finals. Let's move into it. A great lead for Rise to Occasion, resisting all of the fast and charge attacks from the Dugong from HaydonusActual. However, HaydonusActual opting to stay in, at least for the time being.
HaydonusActual doesn't have an answer. He's got the Marowak and the Dusclops in the back, both of which take super effective damage from the Gliscopod. He's kind of just forced to stay in here and muscle his way through. Yeah,
he does land this first Icy Wind now, but he's already sub 50% HP. I think Rise is going to need another Excess or maybe plus some Shadow Claws. I don't know if HaydonusActual will be able to reach a 2nd or maybe even 3rd Icy Wind. Really depends on how Rise wants to play this match.
Yeah, Rise farms up a little bit more. I think that was 4 Shadow Claws before throwing the X-Scissor, so picture perfect timing as per usual. I think HaydonusActual may have just reached a charge attack, so we'll have to see if he decides to fire it off.
He's got one ready to go, and he's now 4 Ice Shards away, meaning that Rise to Occasion is going to need to knock out in 6 Shadow Claws. I don't know if this Gliscopod's going to be able to do it after a double debuff. I think he's going to be able to, but it's going to be really close here, Soph.
Yeah, worst case scenario, he can throw an X-Scissor, but looks like he does get the full farm down. Tons of energy here, but you have to remember that he is debuffed.
Okay, throws the Aqua Jet. HaydonusActual, despair on his face. Maybe a little acting going on there as well. Unable to get that Hex through. What that means is that Rise is able to get back-to-back Aqua Jets here. They are double debuffed. Okay, well, maybe a little bit of a helping hand there from Rise to Occasion, opting to go for the Shadow Claw rather than just immediately firing that Aqua Jet. That allowed for that Hex to knock out.
All right, well, this is the Mud Slap mirror that we were talking about, Wholesome, and I'm not sure whether they're synchronized here, but it looks like Rise to Occasion is able to fire off the Body Slam first.
Typically, the Gastrodon is going to be winning charge attack priority in this situation. You have to give the advantage in general to the Shadow Kanto Marowak because it has the better charge attacks, but realistically in the 2-shield matchup, if you're up energy or even on even energy, Gastrodon has a lot of play simply because it wins charge attack priority.
All right, continuing to mud slap down here. Gastrodon just throwing off this body slam, and HaydonusActual is using another shield. And at this point, if you're Rise, you have to be thinking, well, maybe I don't actually need this Gastrodon because my Drapion can just throw an Aqua Tail to knock this out.
Yeah, you have seen the Shadow Dusclops already, and as Rise, you just need to realign that that Drapion into that Dusclops, and you should have no problem. Okay, in fact, here comes the Drapion. Aqua Tail loaded, ready to go just before the Bone Club. You can see the frustration on the face of HaydonusActual. Rise to occasion will knock out the Shadow Kanto Marowak and just needs to get this Shadow Dusclops out of the way as well. And guess what? You've got super effective crunches that you're going to be loading up very quickly. HaydonusActual needs to get to 2 Ice Punches, but I don't even know that 1 Ice Punch is enough to knock out.
I don't think it does. I think it's 3 Ice Punches, 1 to take this first shield from Rise and 2 to knock out. But I think Rise is just actually already at the crunch, just as 1 Poison Sting to ensure the good timing. And, you know, this is a Shadow Dusclops, not the regular, very, very bulky one. So this crunch is going to knock out the Dusclops.
Game number 1 goes to Rise to occasion. Earlier in that matchup, we saw that Golisopod farm down, and I think that really just set up Rise to be so far ahead in that matchup. Yes, it's a great lead, but he also committed to that Shadow Claw down. He did it in exactly 6, and despite being double attack debuff from that Icy Wind, he was able to get at least 1 Aqua Jet off into that Shadow Dusclops, which put it in crunch range at the end of the game.
Exactly, so great advantage coming out of the lead. And, you know, the reason that Rise was able to do that, HaydonusActual didn't have an answer, or actually, I mean, in that situation, you usually want 2 answers to your bad leads, but he really had to just stay in that matchup, muscle through, and, you know, just kind of came out with such a huge disadvantage.
It's one of those I hate it here moments, but there's nothing I can do. So, yeah, had to stick around in that matchup. You did see how close it got, though. I mean, realistically, if, and maybe with some different stat prioritizations, maybe you're not able to farm down with your Golisopod there, and that Dugong reaches 1 additional charge attack. So it was about as close as it could be. Now that said, HaydonusActual looks like he's ready to go here. He's locked in. You can see it on his face. He's saying, all right, well, maybe just with 1 or 2 small tweaks, if I do this, throw 1 less here, throw 1 more here, maybe that's going to be it. But we're ready. Both trainers locked in. It's game number 2. Currently, Rise to occasion up 1-0.
All right, and we've got a thrilling Dugong mirror in the lead. HaydonusActual, of course, led the Dugong last game as well. Rise bringing it in here, and we'll have to see, do they go for Icy Wind or the damage on Drill Run?
I think the determining factor of this matchup is where the placement for this Drapion is going to be. If Rise to occasion swaps out first, I want to give the advantage to HaydonusActual, especially if he's able to get his Azumarill lined up versus that Drapion, or maybe even realign his Dugong against that Drapion. But if it gets aligned versus that Shadow Dusclops, that would spell disaster for HaydonusActual.
Yeah, that's true, but I think Rise has a kind of nice backline here where both of his Pokemon are relatively flexible, whereas HaydonusActual, like you said, really needs to be careful that the Dusclops does not get aligned with the Drapion.
Key information here, so who wins charge attack priority between these 2 Dugongs? If you remember, Rise to occasion, I think, was having that same situation when he was playing versus some other trainers, specifically Dune Bug recently. The winner of that charge attack priority does have an advantage in that mirror match.
All right, well, some quick swaps here. HaydonusActual went into the Azumarill, met by Rise's Drapion, which means that the Drapion will not be seeing the Dusclops later down the line. Crunch coming through, and Rise does miss the Crunch debuff.
What's awkward now is that this Gastrodon has to rely on Earth powers to do consistent charge attack pressure into the Shadow Dusclops. Those body slams are double resistant, so that could be a big win for HaydonusActual.
All right, well, Drapion continuing to slowly chip away at this Azumarill. Azumarill, you know, can't really bubble down without taking another charge attack, but obviously these Poison Stings are adding up very, very quickly. No more defense drops.
Okay, do you just throw on bad timing here? That's exactly what you do. Rise to occasion, yet again recognizing, okay, I'm not going to be able to get to this crunch. I'm assuming you're going to throw on bad timing. I know when you're going to throw, so I'm going to get any parting chip damage that I can. And yeah, now puts this Azumarill in a range that he may even be able to Ice Shard down, or just an easier Mud Slap down.
HaydonusActual just hitting a fraction of those bubbles, knowing it's going to be enough to take out the Drapion. And Rise now showing his final Pokemon. It's the Gastrodon, and if you're HaydonusActual, you know, you have the Dusclops, and like you mentioned, Jim, you know that Rise has to throw these heavier hitting Earth powers to do damage. But first, Icy Wind with the Dugong.
How much energy does Rise to occasion currently have on his own Dugong? That's my question. I want to see exactly what he has in the bank. I think if I'm HaydonusActual, I may even try and catch a charge attack here, knowing that it could be the body slam. It would be double resisted. That would have been a really nice play there into that Shadow Dusclops, albeit a risky play. He shields up this body slam. First protect shield gets stripped away from HaydonusActual.
Yeah, resisted non-stab body slam, but he does get this debuff off, which is quite nice, forcing Rise to use a shield. And now you know, you're thinking about how do I get rid of this Gastrodon? Maybe you hope that Hexes and just one Shadow Punch are enough, but Rise actually brings in the Dugong, hoping to debuff this Dusclops.
Maybe we could have seen HaydonusActual try to throw that Shadow Punch right away before this Icy Wind is loaded up. Still able to tank this, no problem. 2 Icy Winds are not enough to knock out. Huge stab product for this Dusclops, and it paces to charge attacks so quickly. What's awkward though is HaydonusActual is with how fast you're launching charge attacks, you're giving Rise to Occasion's Dugong so many free ice shards that it's able to pace kind of artificially quickly to these Icy Winds.
Now we see HaydonusActual continuing to overfarm, allowing Rise to debuff him yet again. So I wonder how much energy HaydonusActual is hoping to accumulate before throwing a charge attack.
Can you just farm this all the way down? I think you need 3 more Hexes to do it. Maybe 4 more Hexes. All right, HaydonusActual at 100 energy. How much energy does this Gastrodon have? I don't think, oh, he's not able to get the charge attack, or sorry, the fast attack through. It could be devastating, and we haven't seen how much energy this Gastrodon has.
Yeah, I think for Rise, you probably, you know, just want to get as much Mud Slap damage as you can. It already has a Body Slam, and this is another Shadow Punch coming through for HaydonusActual.
I think that HaydonusActual has another Shadow Punch ready to go as well. I think he was at 100 energy and did one Hex and ready to go. I don't know that this is enough to knock out, but Rise to Occasion, he might be able to get to 2 Body Slams and knock out both of these remaining Pokemon. There's the Dugong, and there's still, okay, and he does get the catch here. This was the Body Slam. So how close is Rise to this next Body Slam?
I mean, I think he can just try to go for a Mud Slap, right? The Dusclops is very low. He's just tapping the middle of the screen, and you know that last Mud Slap from before doesn't even matter. He takes it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Rise looking really strong and just a little bit ahead of HaydonusActual. HaydonusActual seems to be the trainer on the back foot right now, and Rise to Occasion is 1 game away from resetting the bracket, getting the equalizer, and then we're going to see a Grand Finals reset. Meanwhile, if HaydonusActual wants to close things out now and he's going to have to lock in and get a reverse sweep 3-0. We've seen this happen before, though.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, HaydonusActual is going to have to take at least 3 games off of Rise. So, you know, might as well do them now before you have to head into another best-of-5 series. But, yeah, Rise is doing a really great job continuing his momentum into these Grand Finals. Like you said, almost on his way to a full reset here.
He's mixing things up right now. He's used the Steelix, he's used the Gliscor, now he's using the Dugong and Gastrodon. It would not shock me, maybe if we even see this Jumpluff come out at some point, maybe to try and catch something like the Shadow Kanto Marowak, that it triple resists those Mud Slaps.
Well, I think he's going to be continuing to rely on the Gastrodon because, silly as it seems, it's even, you know, a pretty reliable safe swap. It can also probably just kind of slap through most of the leads on HaydonusActual's side.
So, if you remember this from San Antonio, the trainer that had no Mud Slap resist previously, you know who that was?
Rise to
Occasion. Now he has that Shadow Jumpluff as well as that Gliscor, 2 Pokemon that are resisting, or in fact triple resisting, those Mud Slaps. So he seems prepared for the Shadow Kanto Marowak here in Vancouver versus San Antonio. All right, this is game number 3 in our initial round of Grand Finals. We're going to be bringing the Azumarill now for HaydonusActual. It's going to be met by the Gastrodon on the side of Rise to Occasion.
Fairly neutral matchup. Both of these are using 3 turn fast attacks, but you have to remember that these Mud Slaps are just a little bit more efficient than Bubble in terms of that damage and energy.
Again, the placement of this Drapion will be everything. If you get it lined up versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak, disaster. Get it lined up versus the Shadow Dusclops, and that is going to be your best case scenario. HaydonusActual immediately goes for this Ice Beam, though. It's going to do a nice chunk of damage into the Gastrodon, take it to roughly 50% HP. Rise to Occasion continuing to farm up, though. Needs an additional 5 Mud Slaps to get to this Earth Power. The one thing HaydonusActual has going for him is he gets to these Ice Beams in 5-5, whereas Rise to Occasion needs 6-5 to get to double Earth Power.
And that's exactly the upside of going straight for Ice Beam rather than Play Rough. And Rise actually hangs on with just a couple of HP to get off this Earth Power. You mentioned how critical Switch Advantage is, and HaydonusActual is actually going to give it up here.
Yeah, no, in the Zero Shield matchup, we see Rise to Occasion winning with his Gastrodon, and unless for some reason we see Drapion be brought in here by Rise to Occasion, things are looking really very strong for him. All right, no, it is going to be the Dugong. Now, the quick swap from HaydonusActual brings in his Shadow Dusclops. It's met by the Drapion. Things are looking very grim right now for HaydonusActual.
But they're looking fantastic for Rise. He's got his Dark type aligned on the Ghost. He's got his Ice type aligned on the Ground type. And I mean, if I were HaydonusActual, Haydonis, I would just be thinking about the next game, but he's continuing to throw these ice punches. I think we also see the defense fall on the Dusclops there.
Yeah, it was tough to see with the graphic there, but we did. I think I heard the defense drop for the crunch, and he might even be in Poison Sting downrange if you really want to go for that avenue. Oh, actually going for a bait here as Haydonis throws the Shadow Punch. This is not enough to knock out. Rise to Occasion calls it. I think the next Shadow Punch is 2 away. I think you do get there. No way! Poison Sting down into the Ghost type. Drapion doing a lot of things here in these grand finals.
Has a lot of energy here, but I think if you're Rise, you know you can just Ice Shard down after this Aqua Tail lands, and I'm not even sure if Haydonis is going to tap his screen. I saw him put his phone down already. He is actually tapping, but you see those Ice Shards adding up so quickly, and I felt like this game was pretty much over as soon as Rise's Gastrodon hung on from the Ice Beam.
I think if Haydonis uses that Protect Shield on the second Earth Power, gets a farm down, still has some destinations for that energy to go, I think that if you get that Shadow Kanto Marowak aligned versus that Drapion, it's just such a good check. If you're bringing Marowak, you have to have it in the right matchup. And if you're losing lead, chances are you're not going to have that right matchup. And yeah, 3-0 sweep to reset the bracket. Rise to Occasion looks unstoppable.
Well, it's a tricky situation for Haydonis because switch advantage matters a lot for him, but for Rise, even if he doesn't get the best alignment, he still has neutral to positive matchups across the board, right? So, I mean, obviously in that case, he wanted the Drapion to avoid the Kanto Marowak, but I think in the game too, it would have been just Drapion versus either Azumarill or Dusclops, both of which are completely fine.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, these trainers are taking a little bit of a breather here, taking a look at the team sheets, trying to cook something up. What's going to be the answer for Haydonis? Rise to Occasion. He has the experience. He's won 3 of these regionals. He's been to at least 5 grand finals. He was recently in the grand finals just a couple months ago here. So he's feeling like the momentum is on his side, and it's anyone's race at this point. First to 3 wins will take home the title of Vancouver Regional Champion.
The reset actually feels a little bit misleading though, because on the paper, it's 0-0, but when you think about what just happened, right? Rise won 3 games before Haydonis could win a single one. So you have to imagine that's kind of getting in their heads, right? Rise is thinking, I have a great matchup here. All I need to do is keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Whereas for Haydonis, he really needs to come up with a separate strategy.
I'm wondering, like, just looking at this team for Haydonis, what the answer is going to be. If you bring that Charge Bug, well, then that's threatened by the Gastrodon. Yes, it'll do nicely into things like the Dugong potentially, maybe the Gliscopod if that gets brought out as well. But yeah, you don't want to see that Steelix as well. This team from Rise to Occasion seems to have a hard answer for everything. And yeah, Rise says, look, you're going to have some weakness somewhere all the time. But as far as balanced teams that I've seen throughout the meta, this is maybe one of the best balanced teams that I've seen in a long time.
And he has a beautiful mix of these offensively oriented Pokemon like the Gliscopod, then that really flexible Pokemon in the Shadow Drapion, as well as the Dugong, and then of course those bulkier Pokemon like Jumpluff and Steelix.
I think that Rise to Occasion is recognizing that Haydonis wants to bring the Shadow Dusclops. I think the thing that Haydonis has seen is that he's anticipating that Gastrodon every game, and if he can have this Dusclops where you have to land that Earth Power, there's nothing that Body Slam is going to do, well, in return, Rise then brings that Drapion, which, yes, you have to watch out for that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but Rise is finding a way to avoid it seemingly every game.
Yeah, I do feel like Haydonis is thinking, I just have to bring my best Pokemon versus his Gastrodon. We've seen him bringing the Azumarill and the Dusclops every game. I mean, Dugong has, like you mentioned earlier, a pretty decent matchup into the Gastrodon, but you know, that kind of just makes Haydonis even more predictable, right? Rise knows that the Dusclops is coming, and that's why he keeps bringing the Drapion.
And for Haydonis, he thinks, okay, I like the Shadow Kanto Marowak for the Drapion. I like the Dugong neutrally in a lot of situations. Then you look at the Pokemon like Gliscopod that just completely core break it, and it's just so difficult to rationalize bringing them. All right, well, this is it. Grand Finals reset. Haydonis trying to get his first regional title. Meanwhile, Rise to Occasion 3 games away from becoming the only 4-time regional champion across every single season. Here we go, game number 1.
All right, and a horrible first couple of situations for Haydonis. Lost the lead and currently losing the switch, and he brought the Dusclops. Ice Punch coming through here, but Rise able to tank it easily on his Drapion.
Haydonis cannot catch a break here. He's able to land this Ice Punch, but you're going to need another Ice Punch. Meanwhile, Rise to Occasion almost has 2 crunches ready to go. We saw this last crunch land. I think the Dusclops was able to barely hang on, but it ended up getting Poison Stung down.
All right, and Rise did just reach the Aqua Tail, but Dusclops is already firing off this Ice Punch. And I think if you're Rise, like you mentioned, not only can you Poison Sting down and come out with a ton of energy, that's just going to allow you to maintain that incredible alignment. Oh, but HaydonusActual actually reaches a resisted Shadow Punch here.
Does Rise know the counts for Ice Punch versus Shadow Punch? Yes, he does! Able to call the bait there. He comes out with a ton of energy, and HaydonusActual unable to get the Poison Sting through there with his own Drapion.
All right, I think Rise kind of recognized that. He's throwing his first Aqua Tail. He does have 2 banked here, and it looks like he's actually just going to hard swap into the Gastrodon. Again, recognizing just how safe it is against HaydonusActual's entire team. He's bringing in the Azumarill, but Rise is already at an Earth Power.
I can see on HaydonusActual's face a face of pain. He has only a crunch left on that Drapion. And yes, while he has 2 Protect Shields for his Azumarill, not only does he need to get through this Gastrodon that's up energy, there's a full Dugong hanging out in the back there as well, and I think still some energy on the Drapion too.
And I don't think HaydonusActual has even seen the Dugong. I mean, for a game that looks this bad, maybe your goal is just to try to see all 3 Pokemon.
Yeah, no, you know, HaydonusActual, he's behind in this match. He's lost 3 consecutive battles. Assuming that he's going to lose this battle, he's really going to have a gut check and figure out what he's going to do, because Rise just seems to be 1 step ahead.
It does, and Azumarill is reaching a move, and Rise maybe actually kind of went for an Ice Beam catch, but HaydonusActual doesn't throw his energy. He does throw the Play Rough now onto Dugong, which is going to be some nice neutral damage, but I mean, Rise has so much energy on his Gastrodon. He still has a shield, and here comes this is just an Aqua Tail from HaydonusActual.
I think Rise might even call this one here. Does he let it go? No, last second does shield the Aqua Tail, but I don't think that HaydonusActual is even able to get to another charge attack. I would have liked to have seen the crunch there to at least get the utility of the defense debuff potential, 30%.
Azumarill now the final Pokemon for HaydonusActual, and Rise knows it. He's throwing this Icy Winds to just permanently debuff the Azumarill, really putting the nail in the coffin there. Not going to even come close to fainting to the next Play Rough, and I think Rise has this game.
Game number 1, it will be going to Rise to Occasion, but this is probably the most crucial moment for HaydonusActual in the entire tournament. He has to figure out a way to stop the momentum of Rise to Occasion, or else this is just going to be an avalanche. If he goes down to 0-2 to Rise to Occasion, it is basically impossible to come back. He needs to focus on this next game and desperately needs to get a game win to cut off this momentum from Rise.
But look at the team compositions of 6 here, right? I've talked about how safe the Gastrodon is for Rise to Occasion, but that's not just the only result of having a really safe Pokemon. It's not just that you're afraid of seeing the Gastrodon as HaydonusActual. It's also that it just makes HaydonusActual so predictable for Rise to Occasion. Right? We saw that HaydonusActual lost the lead here. He goes into Dusclops. Rise, of course, expecting the Dusclops to come every game, and he has the Drapion.
Yeah, I think HaydonusActual tried to throw in the Azumarill there, saying, I don't think you're going to bring the Steelix. Maybe this Azumarill will have neutral enough play. But when you're that far behind, you've already had your Shadow Dusclops locked in versus that Shadow Drapion. You're just too far behind to come back.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're HaydonusActual, you probably just need to try and make some really, really hard reads here, because I don't think you're going to be able to outplay neutrally from such a team composition disadvantage.
Yeah, you can see that the one thing HaydonusActual was able to do is get a Protect Shield versus that Drapion, 2 Ice Punches, and the fact that you're able to hang on versus 1 Crunch, yeah, there's definitely a lot of good play for that Shadow Dusclops, but just not able to get the alignment that he needs. All right, we're going to move into game number 2 here in this Grand Finals reset. HaydonusActual currently down 0-1. He cannot catch a break. It's the Shadow Kanto Marowak into the Golisopod.
Oh my goodness, another terrible lead, and he switches in his Ghost-type Dusclops into this Shadow Claw Golisopod.
Oh my gosh. We're going to have to go, ask HaydonusActual what he was doing earlier this week. It seems like even karma is against him right now. He has been unable to find a lead in any of these games.
Oh my goodness. It's just getting worse and worse. Not only did he have to use a shield already, now Rise has already switched in his Drapion. Another fantastic matchup for him. And Rise, at this point, is up a shield.
I mean, I think HaydonusActual is getting a little desperate here. He's trying to bring Pokemon that he hasn't been bringing throughout the rest of the tournament, or sorry, the rest of these matchups, saying, okay, maybe the Charge Bug is going to be a core breaker. And while it would have lined up very nicely into that Golisopod, he's still unable to find the alignment. And you know where that Charge Bug is going to line up? against the Gastrodon.
Yeah, he has to know there's the Gastrodon in the back, and at this point, if you're Haydonus, you're just like, all right, maybe there's some tiny chance that Rise somehow went ABA weak to my Charge Bug, and that's really, you know, the only hope he has, but unfortunately for him, it is going to be the Gastrodon.
Adding insult to injury, unable to get the Mudslap through there. I don't think it's going to have any real tangible impact other than taking one additional Poison Sting, but here we go, you're down a shield. Here comes your Charge Bug. Will it core break? No, not today.
This just looks like such a one-sided match. I mean, you mentioned this is such a crucial moment for Haydonus. He's about to go down 0-2 in the grand finals to Rise.
Yeah, no, he's not been able to find the recipe for success here. Rise to occasion every single game, bringing the Pokemon that he needs to bring, whether it's the Golisopod, whether it's the Gastrodon. He's bringing Golisopod and Gastrodon, if you can believe it, which realistically, you know, something like an Azumarill may have a lot of play against, but he has such a balanced team that he has an answer for everything. Not only does he have an answer for everything in balance, but he's one step ahead of Haydonus.
All right, look, I'll give some credit to Haydonus, right? Realistically, thinking about the team compositions from Rise that you could bring, he brought the Marowak in the lead, and he's potentially thinking, all right, if I can catch the Drapion in the lead, even if Rise safe swaps Gastrodon, I have some play. Unfortunately for him, that's not actually what happened, but I see what he was going for.
Okay. Haydonus has the Bone Club ready to go. This is resisted. Rise to occasion may not have his counts fully down, but he knows that if he Protect Shields this, he will be able to get to a charge attack, take this Pokemon off the field. He has the Aqua Jet ready to go. He knows that he can probably throw at least 3 Shadow Claws. And yeah, Aqua Jet will have no problem knocking out. I think he's 2 Shadow Claws away from the next charge attack. Probably is able to just Shadow Claw down if he wants, and he still has his Gastrodon ready to go. Meanwhile, Charge Bug has a charge attack ready to go, but I think that, yeah, I think Haydonus recognizes that this is not going to be his game to win.
All right, well, they're just going to be looking ahead to game number 3 here. Haydonus just looking at the camera, looking absolutely devastated. He's now lost 5 straight games to Rise to occasion. And at this point, I mean, do you have any hope of rallying? Because not only are you just losing these games, I feel like it's really hard to even come up with a team that could potentially win against Rise.
So if I like Haydonus a lot, he's a great guy, great to talk to, great battler. I don't know how he's going to come back here. I mean, I feel that you've just been mentally demoralized at this point. Just attack after attack after attack, chipping away at any sort of momentum that you felt like you had coming into this. I mean, if we look back at this replay, as a reminder, you have your Mudslap resist, one of your Mudslaps resist in the lead. Then you bring in the Dusclops. Okay, there's the Drapion. Oh, at least we'll have my Charge Bug, right? It's going to do... Oh, no, it's the Gastrodon. I mean, just lead, switch, endgame, no hope, despair, disaster, demoralization for Haydonus. Nothing he can do.
Yeah, Haydonus just looking for any tiny potential window where he can maybe get a sliver of an advantage, and it feels like Rise is just there at every corner waiting with his hard counters.
The blank stare on the face of Haydonus there. He's got to find something. Here we go. It's the Dugong into the Golisopod.
Another horrible lead, and this time, not only is he ABA weak to it, he's actually AAA weak to it. How is he going to take out this Golisopod?
AAA weak, the only thing he can say is, ah! A terrible, terrible scenario for Haydonus.
X's are coming through, and we saw how this played out in that very first game. Rise was actually even able to just completely Shadow Claw down the Dugong. You have to wonder, maybe Haydonus remembers that. Maybe he'll try to snipe at the end with a Hex.
Yeah, no, I think that realistically this may be the best matchup that Haydonus can have, is his Dugong into the Golisopod, but it is a bit behind in energy, so it's going to be a little bit more complex. Maybe we see a shield. I would have liked to maybe seen a shield a bit earlier before, so you could have maybe no-shielded a debuffed attack. Yeah, but Haydonus really just grasping at straws at this point. Don't forget, Drapion in the back for that Shadow Dusclops, and then Gastrodon versus Kanto Marowak a little bit later. Again, we're going to need to see a miracle for Haydonus to bring this one back.
All right, Rise once again going for the Shadow Claw down. Again, able to get it just like we saw earlier on. And now Dusclops is going to come in and absorb these Aqua Jets.
How many debuffs are we at here? So 2 currently on the Golisopod? Okay, well, is there a way that this Shadow Kanto Marowak can sweep once you get this Golisopod off the field?
I mean, there is theoretically a way, because Rise has, of course, the Gastrodon and the Shadow Drapion in the back, and HaydonusActual is up a shield, but Rise is basically up a full Pokemon. He is going to be able to mudslap this Drapion all the way down, though.
If HaydonusActual lets even one of these Aqua Tails go, I think that's it for his tournament, because then simply Gastrodon can just fast attack all the way down with his Mud Slaps. I think HaydonusActual recognizes that. He's seen the Gastrodon every single game. He's anticipating it. He knows he cannot take any damage whatsoever. Here comes the Crunch, actually, which is a smart play from Rise. He knows HaydonusActual is going to shield. He's going for the utility debuff. 30% chance. Will he get it?
All right, we'll have to see. He does not get it, and HaydonusActual actually exits that matchup with quite a bit of energy, so, you know, maybe it's not all over yet. Rise doesn't get the Shadow Claw through, but he is still going to shield up the Golisopod anyway.
He just wants HaydonusActual to dump all his energy into this Golisopod. Is he at the next move? No, he's not. Ooh, that's going to be interesting. Rise to Occasion thinks he should have had that Aqua Jet loaded and would have been able to throw it. We might have to see how this ends up in the end. Will HaydonusActual have an opportunity to come back? He has no energy right now whatsoever. I think that he's going to need to make a catch if there's any hope here, because he needs to land 2 Bone Clubs. Maybe this Dusclops will have some play. I don't know if it has energy or not.
All right, first Bone Club coming through. I think a second, if it lands, would actually be enough to maybe threaten to take out this Gastrodon. Yes, it definitely would be. So Rise waiting a turn, making sure that the Earth Power lands on this Marowak, and now it's just the Dusclops to go.
I think that HaydonusActual will be able to outpace to the next charge attack, because you have to get to an Earth Power as Rise to Occasion. He has tons of energy ready to go. Shadow Punch, if it's not enough to knock out, I think that a subsequent Hex or 2 will be enough. I think you're only 1 Hex away as well. HaydonusActual able to bring things back. I think that Rise to Occasion sticking in that Golisopod matchup was exactly what HaydonusActual needed.
Yeah, I mean, I did see Rise lose a Shadow Claw in that middle game, and I think if he gets that Shadow Claw through, he gets the Aqua Jet ready, able to charge attack priority the Marowak, and then, you know, potentially just take it out. So I think that's probably what they're discussing right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's tough, right, for HaydonusActual there. You're thinking that, okay, I'm AAA weak to that Golisopod, but I like bringing in the Dugong. It's at least a Pokemon that the longer the matchup goes, the better it gets, and it might even set up a nice farm down for your Pokemon as well, which is what we saw. Dusclops able to get that, a lot of energy, eventually swap out and set up that Shadow Kanto Marowak. But I think the key moment that we saw there was the Shadow Claw that did not go through for the Golisopod. I don't know if we're, yeah, match is under review for this one. I think that Rise has pointed out, hey, I was supposed to get that Shadow Claw. I would have had the Aqua Jet. Yes, he could have caught, but at least I then would have knocked out that Shadow Dusclops.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what they are discussing, but regardless of whatever the outcome of that last match was, they're going to have to play another game right here. So they're just looking at their team sheets, getting ready to go no matter what the outcome of the review is.
So if I'm putting on my judge's cap here, I think this one is going to end up being a rematch. I think that that's the most likely scenario here. Of course, we'll leave it to the judges to make that determination. Either way, HaydonusActual, you know, you have to have at least some some takeaways from that matchup. Okay, well, you know, it wasn't the end of the world. I had triple bad matchup, but Dugong was still able to do things. Maybe there is some hope for me. Of course, will it be demoralizing to think you have a win and have that taken away? Yes, but it maybe inspires some, okay, I have an opportunity to win. There are ways I can come back.
Yeah, HaydonusActual is probably looking down a very, very dark tunnel before that last game, and, you know, now maybe there's a tiny ray of sunshine peeking through the clouds where it didn't feel like he got completely demolished that game. Right, he actually eked out a win. Yes, maybe there was a lost Shadow Claw on Rise's side, but at least HaydonusActual had some play, which is more than we can say for some of the last couple of games.
Look, we've talked a lot about what Rise has to prove here and what he wants to individually accomplish. I think it's not only just, hey, I want to have a regional win in every single season. I think he feels motivated by his Grand Finals loss to Elite because of how significantly that he lost. He was on the winner's side of the bracket. He got 3-0'd and then 3-1, and realistically, one of those games, I don't even think was his game. I think that was one that Elite could have won as well. So with such a one-sided Grand Finals, I think Rise is hungry, and I think he's motivated to show that he is the best trainer in the world.
In the world? Oh my goodness. That'd be some high praise, but I think you're right, that Rise thinks of himself very, very highly in terms of where he stands in the global rankings, right? We know he's one of the best trainers in North America. We know he's one of the best trainers in the world. And I think winning a regional title would just kind of add to his resume and maybe just increase his standing in those kind of global rankings.
Absolutely. HaydonusActual, you can just see the reactions on these trainers' face right now. And Rise to Occasion, he looks locked in. He looks calm. He looks focused. You look over on the side of HaydonusActual. He looks a bit demoralized. He looks a bit frustrated. He really needs to get another win here to turn the tides. He's going to have any opportunity of coming back regardless of the decision here. He has to figure out how he's going to win this next game.
All right, well, I think they did actually end up deciding that that last game would be a rematch. So no points still on HaydonusActual's side. I think this is still a 2-0 lead for Rise to Occasion.
HaydonusActual may have some hope now that, hey, there is an opportunity, a window for him to win. Let's move back into game number 3. It is going to be finally a lead for HaydonusActual. It's the Shadow Kanto Marowak into the Steelix. Quick swap out into the Gliscopod. Is there an answer? Kinda, not really.
All right, and this is actually a matchup that we saw a little bit last game. You had the super effective Shadow Claws from the Gliscopod into the Dusclops, but like you said, you know, a great lead, but no response.
You are going to have to go down Protect Shields here if you want to try and flip this. You're now in a range where you're simply going to get Shadow Claw down, throws the Shadow Punch as the Dusclops on bad timing, has the next one ready to go. Will Rise to Occasion actually end up shielding one of these? I don't think so.
Yeah, he knows that Shadow Punch isn't the strongest charge attack out there, but HaydonusActual just going to throw back-to-back, but he wants to start pulling away at these Protect Shields.
Okay, if you get this Gliscopod off the field, that is great, but it still has a lot of destinations for this energy. I mean, if you bring back in that Shadow Kanto Marowak, you're going to have to shield those Aqua Jets. I think you have to bring in the Dugong to just try and withstand these X-Scissors. I mean, can this Dugong not only, of course it can take out a Steelix, but up a shield? How's it going to do versus this Dugong?
Well, the problem is that Rise also has his own Dugong in the back, and I mean, we saw HaydonusActual's lead, right? It was that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
That's what I'm saying. How is HaydonusActual's Shadow Kanto Marowak going to navigate around this Dugong on the side of Rise to Occasion?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm feeling very pessimistic from HaydonusActual's perspective here. X's are coming through, and it's going to do quite a bit of damage. Yeah, so HaydonusActual has to put up a shield, and now he doesn't even have his shield advantage.
Okay, brings in the Shadow Kanto Marowak. It's going to be met now by the Dugong, hitting for super effective Ice Shards. HaydonusActual does have the charge attack ready to go, wants to land a super effective Rock Slide. Rise to Occasion uses his Protect Shield here. I believe this is going to be a second and final Protect Shield. It was just the Bone Club bait, but he has the Icy Wind loaded and ready to go.
That means that even if HaydonusActual is able to reach a Rock Slide, it's going to do much less damage, and this is looking very, very good for Rise. He's got the Dugong on the Marowak. He has the Steelix for the Dugong.
All right, here comes the next Rock Slide. I think HaydonusActual might throw on charge attack priority here. He wants to get as many Mud Slaps in as possible, but after this attack debuff, I don't know that this Rock Slide is going to be enough to take out the Dugong.
And I think Rise did maybe tap the Icy Wind there. So that was charge attack priority. He is going to get the Icy Wind off on this Marowak, and now all he has to do is tap his screen, get off these Thunder Fangs on the Dugong, and I think Rise is going to be a 4-time regional champion.
Yeah, because you can't really farm down anywhere here. You need to get to 2 drill runs. I don't know that 2 drill runs are going to knock out, and after 2 or 3 of these Thunder Fangs, it's going to put this Dugong so dangerously low.
All right, first drill run coming through here. You see Steelix is still above 50% health. That means the next drill run probably isn't going to be enough to take out, and now Rise just one fast attack away from winning this championship.
That's right, in what we can only describe as a David versus Goliath. Sometimes Goliath wins, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Rise to Occasion is your 2025 Vancouver Regional Pokemon Go champion. Congratulations, he has won a regional in 4 consecutive seasons.
A dominant grand finals performance for Rise. 3-0 to reset the bracket and a 3-0 to win that title.
Rise just says, get out of my way, I'm coming through. 3-0, 3-0, nothing can stand in his way. He is your champion, and he was unstoppable in those grand finals.
Second consecutive tournament where he's able to reach the grand finals. Fell just a little bit short in San Antonio, but not here in Vancouver.
He had a little bit of a rough start to the season. I think he was a bit unhappy with some of his regional performances, but back-to-back grand finals, he says, I'm back, baby.
That's exactly right. What a fantastic performance for him. I mean, you mentioned that a little bit of a rough start to the season. I thought you were going to say a little bit of a rough start to the day, right? Dropping to Dapper discs in his very first match on stream, but then just blazed through the loser's side of the bracket. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. You know, a little bit of a stumble versus Dune Bug with one little loss, but then of course in the grand finals, just another 6-0.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go back to San Antonio. I know we keep talking about this. We'll look at the replays in just a sec, but I think that for anyone else, oh, I made the grand finals, this was a great tournament. I think for Rise, he took that loss personally. He's seen the chatter. Oh yeah, no, he had a free run to the grand finals. All the teams that he was playing, he had great matchups against that. And then he gets into that grand finals and almost gets 0-3, 0-3 himself. he comes into this tournament with a fresh team, a team of his own creation, a team that he knows all the intricacies, all the purposes for each individual Pokemon, where he needs to place them, how he needs to place them, and I'm just blown away. He just looked unstoppable this entire tournament.
And Rise is a fantastic trainer. He has it all. He has the team building skills, building a team that won not only one, but 2 regionals this very weekend, right? The team building, the counting. He's made some great catches throughout the tournaments. The anticipation of knowing when the opponent is going to throw the charge attacks to get that just little extra sliver of damage. I feel like Rise is just so in control of his gameplay.
He did that 2 times with the Aqua Tails. We saw it versus Dune Bug, we saw it versus Haydonus. Just the anticipation was off the charts. Let's look back at our first series of 5, though. Again, this was a 3-0 from Rise. He was finding all the favorable alignments. Despite going down shields, that Drapion was able to take out the Shadow Kanto Marowak, then had the Crunch ready to go to take out the Dusclops as well and take a 1-0 lead.
And it felt like that was just the story of at least this first little set of battles. We saw Drapion lined up on Dusclops so many times. We saw the Golisopod on the Dugong a couple of times as well, and just such favorable alignment of for Rise's Pokemon throughout this entire Grand Finals.
Yeah, what a series. In game number 3, again, it's that Shadow Dusclops, this time getting Poison Sting down by the Drapion. And every time that Haydonus is trying to get that Shadow Kanto Marowak lined up versus that Steelix, there's always something in the way. It's the Golisopod, it is the Dugong. We didn't even have to see the jump up from Rise. He knew the core that he needed to bring. He knew how he needed to place them. And so many times in those series, we saw core breakers from Rise, finding that Haydonus is ABA or AAA weak to several of those Pokemon.
Yeah, and even that one game where Rise didn't have a favorable lead, I don't think Haydonus had an answer to the safe swaps from Rise, right? So even even with all those favorable leads, even the one time where he didn't get that, he was still able to find an advantage.
Look, we're speaking of Rise a ton, and congratulations to him. This is you know, something that we've seen a lot from Rise, no shocker for anyone. I do want to say congratulations to Haydonus as well. Again, another stepping stone for him. It's been a while since he's been in that podium position here with in medal contention. He's going to be taking 2nd place, and this is his best tournament to date with what can only be described as a super stacked tournament. I mean, there's no shame in losing to Rise whatsoever, and I think he should feel very proud of himself. Of course, he wants to have more success in the grand finals, but realistically, you don't get a lot of opportunities to have those best of 5 types of games. And he got 2 opportunities here in the winners finals and the grand finals. Expect to see Haydonus back in a big way.
Yeah, 2nd place for Haydonus is a fantastic result. You know, he's mentioned that he's been to several tournaments this season and wasn't even able to make it on stream, let alone to Top Cut. So you have to imagine that this 2nd place finish in a stacked tournament, just like you said, is really going to give him the confidence to go through the rest of this season.
I just have to keep talking about Rise's team, though. It just seemed like there was balance and there was composure in that team. Not only was there the balance, though, it's just that Rise seems so comfortable running it. A lot of times when we're playing Go Badly, I'm like, Soph, give me a team. I need something good. Come on. I'm down bad right now. What do you have that's working for you? And then I try and go replicate Soph's success for whatever 3 Pokemon are working well for her. But when you're the architect of the team, when you have the inspiration, you understand the purpose for each of those Pokemon, you're always ready for each and every possible outcome that can happen within a battle.
All right, well, taking a look back at our Grand Finals reset, this is the 2nd best of 5 and the 2nd 3-0 for Rise to Occasion. Really felt to me like Gastrodon was the centerpiece of Rise's team in this matchup, really just kind of allowing him to predict what Haydonus is going to bring.
Yeah, absolutely. In game number 2, we saw Golisopod going off, able to get the Aqua Jet into the Shadow Kanto Marowak. And I think the Shadow Kanto Marowak did do some things in the 2nd series, but in game number 3, yeah, just not able to do enough. Dugong standing in its way. Even shield scenario, not going to be great. And so if I'm not mistaken, we had the same team win 2 regionals here this weekend.
You are not mistaken, and we also had the same team in 2 of the top 4 teams looking at Rise to Occasion in 1st place there, of course, and SS Thorn's team in 4th place there. This is a very unique set of Pokemon, and it's kind of interesting that you mentioned Rise's comfort with the team because we just had a meta change.
4 Emolgos, by the way, in top 8 here. That's pretty striking. We saw, I think, more Gastrodons than Shadow Kanto Marowak as well, so that's a little bit surprising. Really a unique, we'll call it, one-shot type of meta, something that we're probably not going to have the opportunity to see again. It's a transition meta moving from Dual Destiny into Might and Mastery, and congratulations to Rise for being able to navigate the storm.
Yeah, as well as these other trainers in the top 8. Of course, HaydonusActual, we just saw Dune Bug in 3rd place, and then SS Thorn, NiteTimeClasher, Dial-Up, no strangers to the top cut, but I also really want to highlight Dapper and Zimmy Kid, who, made it very, very far at this tournament.
It's just so cool to see some of these fresh Pokemon, the Golisopod, winning a regional. I know that one of my good friends, the Gengar Life, is going to be losing his mind seeing that one. But additionally, the Shadow Dusclops, a Pokemon that we've never seen in top 8 whatsoever. And then, look, we probably have seen some Jellicent in the long before, but what we haven't seen is a Shadow Fortress. I think that maybe a Natterquince has run that at some point. Look, if there's a Pokemon that I think that hasn't been run anywhere, chances are a Natterquince has brought it to a tournament.
All right, well, you're highlighting the new Pokemon, but look at the Drapion and the Dugong that are on every single one of these 3 teams. We had some move updates, but those 2 Pokemon are so flexible. It's no surprise that they've made their way into this new season as well.
And as a reminder, I was talking about some of the social media. Azumarill did not win a tournament, not only once, but twice. It missed out on it, both tournaments, in Fortaleza as well as here in Vancouver.
All right, well, we have a lot of trainers to congratulate, and I think Stephanie is ready on stage with the awards. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Soph. I am here to congratulate our trainers here at the 2025 Vancouver Regional Championships. Let's go ahead and get right to it. We have our first trainer up in 3rd place. Let's have everybody in the crowd say it. We have Dune. All right, Dune, first thing we need to talk about is your team. It was so unique with the Jellicent and the Guzzlord and the Shadow Fortress. Tell me a little bit about your team construction.
So yeah, my first thought going into this tournament was identify something that got a buff in the recent update, and Shadow Fortress was one of those, and I just built the team around it, and it did very well this weekend.
I would certainly say so. This is what I think you said your 8th medal at this point, but I know that we talked a little bit that you were disappointed in your NAIC and Worlds performance last season. The whole objective of the season of Might and Mastery is to talk about growth and honing your skills. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, I certainly didn't have the best end to last season, but coming into this season, my performances have just kept ascending in every tournament I've attended. Started off with the top 16 at Louisville, and then a couple top 8s at LAIC in San Antonio, and now 3rd place here. I can't be mad about that at all.
Certainly nothing to be mad about. Any last thoughts for the crowd?
Don't build a team 6 times weak to Shadow Steelix.
Certainly good advice. Thank you to Dune. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have a trainer who has had their best performance to date. Please give a round of applause for HaydonusActual. HaydonusActual, we talked about in an interview earlier that you said nobody would know how many regionals that you'd been to this season because you didn't make it on stream, but I think this is your 6th one that you've been to in 2025. But this one is the difference. What can you account? What is that difference to make it from 6 regionals where maybe you weren't playing at your best to this one today? What makes that difference?
I'd say really just like practice. It was really good to be able to chat with a lot of my friends about a lot of the matchups. In the last one, it was kind of abysmal, but like other than that, I feel like just being able to work with people throughout the day of like my team composition against my opponents felt good.
All right, and what would you recommend to trainers who maybe want to go from having, who want to improve their regional performances, who want to sit up in the grand finals like you did today?
Make friends and practice a lot. That's what I'd say, yeah.
Fantastic. What other thoughts do you have for the crowd here today?
Well, honestly, you called out my 6 regional attendances this season. I just wish that I could be a little bit more consistent with doing things like this. You see some of the greats like Elam or Out of Pocket, even Rise, who just took me down, and yeah, like Dune Bug. You see a lot of these trainers that keep it very consistent at the top constantly, so I feel like that's just kind of next for me, just be more consistent with my performances, so yeah.
And we are all very excited to see you hit that consistency. Everybody, give it up for your 2nd place, HaydonusActual. Congratulations. And finally, there have been 4 seasons where Pokemon Go has been part of the competitive circuit. We are about to welcome up the only trainer who can say he has won a regional championship in every single one. Let's give it up for Rise to Occasion. All right, Rise. So I'm sure I can hear it in the Twitch chat now, even though I can't see it. I saw some comments earlier. No, Rise is 8'5". He's 15 feet tall. Let's put it to rest. How tall are you really?
I'm about 6'3", we'll say, maybe 6'4" in shoes.
All right, thank you. So we can clear that up for the Twitch chat. Now let's move on to the games here today. It was mentioned over and over that this match here, this grand finals, was a David versus Goliath situation. You are now a 4-time regional winner in each season Pokemon Go has been competitive. How does it feel to be the Goliath of Pokemon Go?
I could be like nonchalant and cool and say it's no big deal, but it's generally something I wanted. And as a caster myself, like I know the casters always preach the storyline. The storylines are always cool, and it was something I wanted to win another regional this season. And to do 4 regional sports every season is not easy, man. And sometimes it weighs on you, the pressure. Like, Rise still hasn't won a regional this season, and I don't think you can look at it as like regional win or failure, right? Because that's just, you're torturing yourself if that's how you look at it. But I think the great Billie Jean King said pressure is a privilege and champions adjust, and that's what I decided or tried to do today.
All right, and talking about the architect of the team that won, not just here, but also in Fortaleza. Now, this was kind of an interlude meta, unique to just this one weekend. Do you think a team like yours is going to be able to persist into tournaments starting next weekend when the Might and Mastery update takes full effect?
I haven't looked into it too much, but so I would think probably not. I would think this is a unique meta where there's no Lapras, there's no Grumpig, which are going to be upcoming great picks. So it's a very unique meta, and with the help of a lot of people, LNDS scrimming them, I had a completely different team. I was inspired by some of what they were running, and then I made my own adjustments, and then I think some people copied my adjustments. So I think this might be a one weekend type style team, and I don't know if Steelix will be winning again.
Certainly not if people take Dune's advice and not bring a team that is 6 times weak to Shadow Steelix. All right, well, now final thoughts for the crowd here in Vancouver from our regional champion.
I'm just really proud, and I feel very fortunate to have this run and to win another. It's my 4th time in this position, and I just want to thank my family, everyone that supports me, everyone watching. Thank you to Carlos for trading me the Golisopod. A little behind the scenes. Yesterday, I was so annoying. I was bothering everybody. Do you have any Wimpod for trade? And I finally got a usable one. There's a few matchups I wanted. So shout out to Carlos for the Wimpod. And there's a lot of people I'm missing, but shout out to my Legends United teammates. Shout out to my little niece, Brooklyn, if you're watching. And yeah, thank you.
And thank you. Let's hear it one more time for your 2025 Vancouver Regional Champion, Rise to Occasion. Congratulations. And with that, let's go ahead and toss it to our analysts in the lounge to wrap up the weekend.
All right, congratulations again to Rise to Occasion on a dominant victory here in Vancouver. I'm joined by Sophia and Jim in the lounge. Give me some final thoughts about the regional here, starting with you, Sophia.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we came into this thinking it was just going to be the story of the new meta, and I think Rise adapted really, really well to that, and that's why we saw him come out so dominantly victorious, right? He had all these new Pokemon that people maybe didn't know the matchups for, but he really knew how to maneuver his way around all of these matchups.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just when you look at some of the trainers that are best at adapting, those are the trainers that had some of the success, right? We've seen some of these trainers that have played in tons of grassroots formats before that seem to have played pretty much every Pokemon on the block. They can get ahead of the meta, and I think Rise, when we talk about team building, one of the very best trainers out there. Like I said, he's able to architect the team and not only be able to know the counts, know the typings, but know the purpose behind each of these Pokemon. And yeah, we're never going to see a meta like this again, but kudos to Rise.
Let's go ahead and take a moment to go through the bracket. Starting with the losers side, we see Rise had a long day in losers, dropping immediately into losers round 1, where he took out Zimmy Kid, NiteTimeClasher, SS Thorn, and Dune Bug in the losers finals. Sophia, take us through the winner side of the bracket.
That's right. We saw HaydonusActual up there having an easy time in the winners side of the bracket, taking down NiteTimeClasher, a 3-0 against Dune Bug. No easy feat. But then, unfortunately for him, dropping 6-0 to rise to occasion in the grand finals.
Let's take a moment to look at the day 2 usage. Jim, you're talking about how this is a new, unique meta. What's really standing out to you on this graphic?
I mean, it's right there on number 1, it's Dugong, right? Dugong's so flexible, so much utility for that Pokemon. It really usurped some of those roles from the Shadow Drapion and Azumarill. I mean, Azumarill looked very pedestrian here in this day 2 grand finals. I think the big shocker for me, though, was a Molga. Seems to have taken the place of the Zapdos, and again, 4 spots. I think it was actually 5, 6, 7, and 8, but you know, still performed very, very nicely here in day 2.
You know, you're speaking about pedestrian. I think Dugong's about to walk off of this top 12 graphic, given that Lapras is coming up soon. But we're talking about top 2 Pokemon usage. I think 2 of us casters performed a little bit better than the other 2 in terms of our predictions this weekend. I, of course, had Pokemon predictions, not caster predictions yet. We all had some pretty good calls here. Dusclops making some good show. Absolutely no Claydolls to be seen, though.
Yeah, no Claydolls, no Malamars. Yeah, maybe didn't get that one right. Look, we saw the Jellicent on Dune Bug's team. Second place, Dusclops. Look, Dusclops held its own this tournament for sure. I think that we had Nick, you picking that one as well. You know, Dusclops, while it is not as good as I would like it to be, it definitely held its own, and I think it's going to have a spot in tomorrow's meta.
All right, so tomorrow's meta is not going to be up right yet, but we do have a regional schedule ahead. Sophia, what events are you looking forward to?
I mean, there's only 3 regionals left, but I have to say, of course, I'm looking forward to the end of what I like to call the regular season. That's NAIC. That's going to be the first weekend of June in New Orleans. And then, of course, 3 months or 2 months of a break before the World Championships. That's going to give all of our trainers around the world plenty of time to prepare.
And across the pond, we have Stockholm coming up next. That is our next European Championship happening March 22nd, March 23rd. Make sure that you are registered for that event if you're looking to go. And on this side of the pond, Jim, talk to us about the next event in
Yeah,
NA.
the next one we have coming up is going to be the Atlanta Regionals, which I think is our first time in Atlanta. So that's going to be super exciting. Always great to see a lot of the trainers on the East Coast make their way down. And there's actually a lot of local trainers in Atlanta as well. Great Pokemon Go scene, so can't wait to see the first North American regional with the new format.
Make sure you are signed up. Go to rk9.gg/events/Pokemon to sign up. Make sure you're registered. Make sure you have your team of 6 in there so that you are absolutely ready on day number 1 to perform your absolute best. We, of course, have promo here for our events. It is you want to visit Pokemon.com/broadcast to get all of the information on the broadcast, who's going to be casting the events, and where they're going to be happening. Sophia, talk us through social media.
Yeah, we have a lot of social media that we love hearing from you on. Of course, X, we want to see all of your posts with the hashtag #PlayPokemon. We've also got Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. All of these channels where we're posting lots of great content about our Pokemon competitive circuit.
Yeah, make sure you guys are following the channels as well, both on Twitch and YouTube. You guys can take a look at those VODs. If you missed the action live, make sure that you're checking them out both on Twitch and YouTube so you can replay all the action.
All right, well, that's about it for us here. Before we wrap, I want to get some final thoughts from my co-casters. Sophia, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate all the competitors. It was a fantastic tournament, and Vancouver is traditionally one of our smallest tournaments, at least for Pokemon Go, but I feel like so many trainers from all around North America really showed up here, and of course, congratulations to Rise and all of the other top finishers for your success.
Jim?
I mean, for me, like, I just can't speak enough about Rise. I mean, it's like that Michael Jordan, and I took that personally meme, right? He had that second place finish where you kind of got eviscerated there realistically by Elite, and he's thinking, am I washed? You know, am I really that trainer that I think I am? He is that guy. Rise is that guy. He just absolutely blew his way through the entire tournament here. Just said, get out of my way. I'm taking the title, and that's exactly what he did.
He is him exactly. I, for myself, am looking forward to the next meta. Of course, this was a slight interim mini season in the Pokemon Championship Series. I am looking forward to the introduction of that Psywave Lapras for all the new move additions that we have had. But that's enough from us. We're gonna leave you to it. Make sure you check out the TCG, which is still going on, and we'll see you next time.
GG's, man. GG's. GG's, well played.
Good games.
Hey, you got this, well played.
Good game.
You're such a good player, man. The fact that you made that matchup so uncomfortable for me with the Steelix, you should be proud of that performance.
Absolutely.